100%. Probably the last time that these young men would have had a chance to see what an interschools was like was when they were in primary school. And they probably would have, come out to this venue, seen what is happening, seen the players on the field. And now it's their chance to stand and get ready for the game. The opening game is between the under 15A side of both of these schools. It seems as though tradition is the name of the game as the players get themselves ready on the side of the field with their schoolmates in front of them to get themselves pretty much ready. So we look at what is to expect from the boys' eye side.
A big boys' eye team they have at the moment, Tariq. Keep an eye out for number 5, Jaden Joubert, and his twin brother, Tristan Joubert. Identical twins, both equally as big, one playing in the lock position and one in the 13th position. Dangerous players to have on your side. And this Paarl boys' eye team, very able to put you to bed if you don't, if you're not on top of your game.
Well, it's a good thing that the twins are playing one in the forward pack and one in the back line, because could probably get pretty much confused with the two of them as the boys sing their school anthem on the far side, and you can just hear the hush from the crowd as they just wait and allow the boys to do the normal tradition. Now over to Paarl Gym.
Traditionally, the Paarl Gym team is a team that likes to throw the ball around, and we've not seen them play a lot during this year, Tariq, but you can expect the same from this Paarl Gym team. They're coached by Tertius Danilo, who is the brother of Henny Danilo, who played for the Cheetahs. Tertius himself also played professional rugby, so they'll be well coached, and expect these boys to keep hold of the ball and really test the defense of the boys' eye team. It's a big moment in these young school careers, Tariq. They've really lived for this one, and you can just feel the tension in the air. It's only then a 15 game, the first game of the day, and we already have quite a few people out here coming to support them.
No, that's just the thing. It's the enormity of this game. It's the prestige that comes with it. It's you either blue or you green, yellow, and maroon. There's no two ways about it here in Paarl. That is the way it is. And when you come out here to a venue like the 40 Street Stadium, and you just see that for the under 15A game, at the one side is completely packed. And you get an introduction like that, Andries. This is, when you're under 15, you're probably 14, 15 years old, playing in front of a packed out crowd.
That's phenomenal stuff, eh? These boys 15 years old playing in front of a lot of people out here this morning. And it's not just the weekend, Tariq. This thing goes on for the whole week. Here in Paarl, the whole town turns into a festival, and it's an enjoyable time to be in the Winelands.
So the match official, Chris Simai, will be taking charge of this one, and it is a pretty big one, probably in his young career as well, one of the biggest games that he'll do to date. What an experience this must be for everybody involved, from the parents on the side to the players on the field, the coaches, the match officials, and even the neutral just sitting at home and watching this, just knowing that they're in for what is going to be an absolutely massive encounter.
Certainly will be a massive encounter. These games are hardly ever won by a margin of more than 5 points. Extremely competitive as they leave everything out there on the field.
It is Zemo Isaacs, the Paarl Gym fly half with ball in hand. And he's about to get the first game of the day underway. It's a reminder that it is the under 15As. And it is a deep kickoff from Samai, picked up by Boys High inside their 22, just making a few meters. Ball spun out, keeping it among the forwards, hitting it hard, but a crashing tackle by Elaine Forges. forces Boys High to put the ball onto the boot. It is
Backwards!
a bit of confusion
Backwards!
between Isaacs and America, but advantage is there. It's well kept alive by Gim as they come now to the right-hand side, puts it on the boot once again. Ball still stays inside and it bounces nicely for Stef van der Merwe, who's hit hard on the halfway line, spills the ball in the tackle, and already we can see under 15As, this means a lot to these young men.
They're here to play Tariq, and it was a tidy start by the Boys Eye team. As we look at this again, it's a good tackle by Luca Carstens on a big 8th man, Stef van der Merwe. And already we're seeing a bit of intensity in this, and boys getting stuck in.
Just a minute gone, Andries and the boys, the under 15 boys have set the tone already for the day.
Exciting times to come. As we look at the first scrum of the game, and on the tight-hand side, Adrian van Lingend looks like a massive boy for Paarl Gim. Up against his opposite number, Bernard du Toit. As we look at it, worth mentioning that at this age, a can't scrum past a 1.5 meter, and it's not really a massive weapon, but you can put yourself on the front foot if you get a bit of dominance at scrum time and get your backs running onto the ball, getting over the guide line a bit more easier than going backwards in a scrum.
Crouch. Bind. Scrum.
Big shove coming in from the boys in blue, but held on by Gim. Under pressure are they, but it's a nice straight line from Tristan Joubert. I beg your pardon, that is David Badenhorst for Gim. Gets over the halfway line as Badenhorst, but another big tackle coming in from the Boys Eye side. 3 of their players wrapping themselves around the ball, but it is there for Engelbrecht, who keeps it now with Van der Westhuizen. Just some big tackles coming in from Boys High. Going down the short side through Forges. Clean steal.
Now clear release.
Well, not a clean steal. No clear release at the breakdown. And penalty goes the way of Gimmies.
And good for the Gim boys to get their hands onto the ball and get a couple of phases up. As we look at that ball turned over illegally, so it looks like Owen Botha from the Paarl Boys High side. I must say, both these second rows for Paarl Boys High, Owen Botha, Jaden Joubert, tall lads, and there'll be a handful at line-out time. Burgers with his second contribution of the game, just going past the ball, no clear release and getting penalised for that.
So from the first scrum to the first line out of the game, just outside the Boys Eye 22. It is Forges that rises high to tap the ball back, but not straight from Andre Mbere. And the option is there for Boys Eye. They are going for the scrum. They had the right shoulder on the first scrum. So their pack of 8 certainly got a little bit of confidence ahead of this one.
Yeah, a big call to go for the back ball, the first line of the game, but just shows you how these youngsters are willing to take risks. And in a big stage like this, you have to take your hats off for that. The crowd in the numbers already. It's a long day next to the field here at the Faure Street Stadium today.
Bind. Scrum. Hold there.
Leroux gets it at the back, giving it to Van der Merwe. It's a big boot, big up and under, looking for his chasers to get after it. Ball bounces over the top of Gim, and there's a chance now for Boys Eye. But somehow, Gim's backline just scrambled away, get the ball into touch. Well, that is a massive kick from Boys Eye.
It's a massive kick by Janelle Davids, playing in the 12 jumper for the Boys Eye team. A big unit himself is Janelle Davids, and a great result for Paarl Boys Eye. The first opportunity for them to get hand in ball, or ball in hand.
Goes to the front, and it's collected by Jaden Joubert. It is Joubert that takes a tackle. Takes a lot to get that big boy down into the 22 now. Boys High with their tails up. Leroux goes on the short side to Davids. Crash ball for the number 12. So again, Leroux, there's numbers on the outside. Spins the first tackle, but untidy. Under advantage of Boys Eye for a knock-on. And back will come for that knock-on. But an enterprising bit of play by the boys in blue.
And Jaden Joubert just introducing himself into this game. Slightly messy line-out from the boys' eye side, looked after by Hubert, and he had a strong carry up the midfield, putting his team on the front foot. And if this is what is to come for the rest of the game, we're in for an exciting one, Tariq.
Crouch. Bind.
Old boys on the sideline in the shirts and ties. So now comes out for Leroux. Once again to Van der Merwe. Gives it to Tristan Hubert on this occasion. Still there for Boys High, but just getting his eyes up a little bit too early is Faure. Probably anticipating the tackle coming and spoils it at the last second.
Yeah, unfortunate this is by Boys Eye. Opportunity for them to put the Gim team under pressure. A little bit of nerves in both these teams. We saw that kick that they let bounce in, the Gim team let bounce earlier, and now this little knock on from the Boys Eye side. Just getting into it slowly but surely.
Ready, Gim? Ready, boys? Crouch. Bind. Watch line. Scrum.
It's again the solid shove from Boys High, but it's there for Gim. Putting it onto the boot, not much distance made, and it's collected by Welcome, who decides to pop it onto the boot himself. He found a little bit of space on the left-hand side, and unfortunately for Caleb Titus, his kick just going straight into touch. And back will come all the way inside the Boys Eye territory for another line-out.
It's a great result that was for the Gim team. Kick into field, line out again in the half of the Boys Eye team. They missed the first one, and I want to make sure of the second one.
To focus again, this time collected into midfield. Go Gim. Van der Westhuizen takes the tackle on halfway. Engelbrecht on the short ball to focus. Nicely presented for Engelbrecht. The pass going a little bit behind, but it's okay. America now. Jose America tries to get his way down the right-hand touchline, but he's brought down just outside the 22. Badenhorst, the big man for the carry, but foot into touch by Jose America on the right-hand side. And Boys Eye showing that they are ready for this game in defense.
Enterprising stuff. What a name to have, Jose America. Just rolls off the tongue, doesn't it, Tariq? It's unfortunate there. America, he did well to keep himself in the field of play. And unfortunately, Ruben Engelbrecht, the scrum half, just stepped on the line as he fed that ball.
Big take from Boys Eye in the middle, and they do set that maul.
You come up.
The blue maul's rolling, but peeling off the back is Tommy Muller. Quickly to ground is Muller, so it comes out again once again to Davids, who has proven he's got a big boot on him. But it is claimed by America now. Tries to step his way past the first defender, does America. He does just that. The chip is straight into touch, unfortunately, for the right winger.
Boys Eye making use of the big boot of Janelle Davids. When they're under a bit of pressure, he does kick it a long way. There's a young 15-year-old. Line out right in the middle of the field. Boys Eye, again, slightly tentative with ball in hand, both these teams. A good time for them to get some momentum, bit of confidence to keep the ball in hand. And look for this ball to go to the big man, Jaden Hubert.
Okay.
Muller does indeed find Hubert. This time not setting the maul, bringing the back line into play. Van der Merwe opts for the boot, finds a little bit of space in the middle, but it's claimed by
Stay here,
Ruben
three,
for
Gim,
who decides he wants to put it on the boot.
Put on side.
Kleiner, at least Titus gives it to Janelle Davids, who's tripped up, but Davids keeps going into the half of Gim. Go Boys Eye. Straightening the line beautifully is Gabi Kok. On the 10-meter line, it's a quick and go by Josh Leroux, stabs it through. It's a foot race now. Under pressure. Oh, Gim. Tristan Hubert putting the pressure on for Boys Eye. Looks like a turnover.
Leave it!
But the cover defense is there for Gim, and it's one back. Being pushed back now. Oh, Gim is About 7 meters from their try line. Boys Eye being very competitive at the breakdown. Pick and go around the fringe. Makes a few meters. Does
Two,
Van
back,
Linden.
two.
So settled down nicely for Gimnasium Isaacs. Pops it once again on the boot, but unfortunately doesn't find touch, and it's a chance for Titus.
It's a rip. It's a rip.
No knock on, says the referee. Ripped in the tackle. Still comes out the way of Boys Eye, and hands in the rush from Gimmies. And a chance perhaps, Andries, to get the first points on the board.
Yeah, and it's good play by the Boys Eye team, keeping ball in hand and making it tough for this Gim team. As you look at this again, he's been good. Has young Caleb Titus, finds a bit of space, breaks one or two tackles, and in there, ball being ripped, team not to have been knocked on, and their hands in the rack. Rack's already been formed, and then Andre Marais being penalised in that case, and that which is always the case with these youngsters, Tariq. You think you know what they're going to do, and they do the exact opposite, opting to go for a touch. Confident by the young men.
To the middle, but overthrown, doesn't really find Botha. And the ball is knocked on from both sides, but the first knock coming from Boys Eye. But still, pressure remains on this Gimmies defense.
Great intent showed by the Boys Eye team. One does wonder in these tight encounters, and you know it's going to be tight. It's an Interschools, Paarl Boys Eye playing against Paarl Gim. Sometimes building that scoreboard pressure just counts in your favour so much more than the gamble you take kicking for touch.
Bind. Scrum.
Once again, the dominance is there from the boys in blue. But because it's broken up pretty quickly, the referee wants it to be reset. So we've seen it throughout the game thus far. Boys High have been dominant at scrum time, but somehow Gimmies have always come away with the ball. They've got to do it more, because they are stuck on their 5 meter line at the moment.
Crouch. Bind. Going early that side.
Going early by Boys High gives the short arm penalty to Gim, and an easy chance for them just to boot the ball upfield and clear a little bit of this pressure that has been applied on them.
Yeah, it's a dream result for the Gim team, not having to do the work in the scrum and still getting the option to get some relief as we look at the fly of Zemo Isaacs just opting to go into touch. They've been under a bit of pressure, and the momentum is in the favour of the Boys Eye team. And important for them, get the momentum. If you have the momentum, try and capitalize off that, get some points on the board, build a bit of scoreboard pressure, and put a bit of doubt in the opposition's mind.
Home straight. 3. Game 3.
Opted to go short to this big fella once or twice and managed to get that ball. The one's going to the back not being handled all that well.
To the front it does go for Hubert, and out quickly to the back line now. Van der Merwe on the switch back is Tristan Hubert, but he's stopped pretty quickly. Slow ball for Leroux, but penalty advantage is there for Boys High. Now Jaden Hubert
Penalty advantage.
flings the ball out to the left-hand side, probing down the short side. Onto the 22, go Boys High. Tristan Hubert once again. At least Jaden Hubert tries to wriggle his way through some tackles. Under pressure, Boys High. But back we come for the earlier penalty of not rolling away. And perhaps Andries, with scores locked,
Captain?
this could be the time that they'll kick for poles.
Lesson learnt, opting to go for the uprights. Francois van der Merwe, the number 10 jumper, just pointing to goal. And in my opinion, a good call. Quite easy to call this game at the moment as well. You just have to say Hubert takes it, Hubert takes it, Hubert takes it. They've been very influential in this specific build-up to this penalty.
So it is Francois van der Merwe who will line this one up, probably roughly around 25 meters on the angle. And a chance after 15 minutes of play to break this deadlock. We won't have to tell you what happened there. The crowd will. It is Francois van der Merwe who adds the 3 points, splits the uprights. And we have the first points of the game. It is Boys High 3, Gim 0 after 15.5 minutes.
Yeah, probably a true reflection of what we've seen in this first 15 minutes to Reek. Boys High played most of the rugby in the Gim half and getting rewarded with 3 points for it.
Very deep kickoff by Gim. It's picked up by Davids. We know he's got a massive boot, does Janelle Davids. And what a kick this is from the young man. He goes all the way from his 22. Hits the little advertising board. Pops into touch. And it will be a line-out feed for him on the 5-meter line.
I'll tell you what, I've never seen something like this in my life. Straight from the kickoff, boots it downfield, gets a favourable bounce, and this thing rolls out 5 meters, 2 meters from the try line. In professional rugby, that's a 50-22. It's your line out. You can go and have another drive at it. Gim under pressure once again.
To the middle go Gim, but they secure this one under pressure on their try line. Is Hendrik van der Westhuizen. Does well though to get himself the 5 meters. It's now set up for the ball to be flung out to the right wing. Good work by America to keep himself going, but hit hard in the tackle by Wegge van Zyl. And boy, oh boy, is this Gim side under all sorts of pressure right now.
Boys are just sniffing an opportunity here. They've got a bit of momentum like we mentioned earlier. And it's a time for them to strike now. If they score some points here, kick it over, go 10 points into the lead. It's a tough mountain to climb for the Gim team.
To the back, it's overthrown. Picked up by Boys High, and we've got our first try of the game. Excellent work by the number 6, Wegge van Zyl. I beg your pardon, that is Stef van der Merwe, the number 8. An overthrown ball at line-out time. Good work by van der Merwe. And it is Stef van der Merwe who grabs the first try of the game.
And that is what pressure can do to you, Tariq. Under a bit of pressure were the Gim team. Line out, slightly overthrown. Again, a brave ball to go for the back of the line out. This far out from your try line. Well read by Stef van der Merwe and duly rewarded. Not often that you see a 6-man line out 5 meters out from your try line. You see the professional teams go for 3 or 4-man line out. Make it easy, make it simple. Get the ball, kick it away, and and take your punishment if you have to. Well spotted by Stef van der Merwe. 5 points for his side with a possible 2 to come.
Francois van der Merwe, unfortunately unable to add the extra points. Just slides that one down the left-hand side, just past the left-hand upright. But it is Boys High who have extended their lead to 8 points to 0 over Gimmies. We've had about 19 minutes gone in this game. And pretty much, Andries, one would say that the scoreline kind of reflects what has happened in this first half.
Backwards.
So an error from Boys High at the restart. It's now with Voorges. Voorges has done plenty of running for Gimmies in the opening minutes. Van der Westhuizen digs his shoulder in. The ball is there for Engelbrecht now to hand it off to Potgieter. Going sideways is Potgieter, but still manages to keep possession. Isaacs to the left-hand side to Badenhorst. Advantage is there for Gim as they go to ground just inside the 22. Engelbrecht once again keeps it nice and short to Van der Westhuizen, but hard hit comes in from Johan van der Merwe. Adrian van Lingen now
Off your feet.
breaks one tackle onto the 22. Pick and go by Engelbrecht. Doesn't make many meters, presents it nicely, so Zemo Isaacs has to go play scrum off. Keeping it on the short side, the ball goes through the hands. Comes out now to the Boys High side. How will they respond? Leroux ends it to Botha, who shovels it along. Somehow the ball finds its way to the back. Van der Merwe, our try scorer, makes a few meters. It's there for Leroux. To the back line it goes. Straightening the line nicely, but under advantage. Boys High.
Advantage.
Francois van der Merwe Tries the kick, charge down. But back we come for that penalty advantage for the high shot.
Enterprising stuff by both teams. Paarl Gym having a go. Boys are up for it defensively. They made a couple of massive hits in the midfield, forcing that turnover. And eventually they had the presence of mind to keep hold of the ball for long enough, got the penalty, and again an easy out here for the boys' eye team. Once spoiled from that kickoff, they put Gim in a dangerous position to score some points against them, and we've seen that in the past. Teams not looking after their kit receipts and putting themselves under pressure after they've just scored points. Good result this is for the Paarl boys' eye team after that initial knock-on.
And can we just speak of the boot of Janelle Davids? I mean, this is under 15, and he's pumped that one from his 22.
It back some weight, that leg of his, and probably wearing a size 11, 12 foot there, and really sends it flying.
So when you've got somebody like that in your back line, it must be just nice to know that when you win a penalty inside your half, you're gonna be able to get the ball into opposition territory.
No, it is phenomenal. You just pass it to the big man. He's got the ball in his hands now. Massive individual. Kicks it a long way as well. Saw a massive tackle again in the midfield. Henry van der Westhuizen getting one over Francois van der Merwe. He stood up from that gingerly, did the second fire from Paarl boys' eye. Very, very physical encounter this is for an under 15 schoolboy rugby match.
And you can just feel the spectators on the side. You can just feel the energy.
It's doubled in size since the game started. It really has doubled in size. You can feel the tension building towards the final game this afternoon, just before 4 o'clock. And that's smart play. That is smart play from the Paarl Gymnasium side. They're under pressure. They've not seen a lot of territory. They've had a bit of ball, but they've played all the rugby in their own half. Just kick the ball in front of your forwards, keep them going forward, play rugby in the right parts of the field, work for your opportunities if they do come. Get some points on the board and you're right back in it. They're only 8 points, they're only trailing by 8 points. It's a lot of points. It's a big margin in these tight encounters, but you can chip away at that if you play in the right parts of the field.
Muller, once again, finds Hubert to the back line. Davids. The big kick from Janelle Davids. It's a high up and under. It gives his chasers a chance, but America picks it up. Hit hard is America by Jaden, at least by Harvey Cock. But America seems to have secured it for his side under all that pressure.
Penalty advantage.
Van der Westhuizen. He's got the penalty advantage, so straightens the running for Gimmies. Slow ball at the breakdown, and back we come for that penalty.
Not rolling.
Boys' eye pinned at the breakdown for not rolling away.
So look at the big man, Jaden Hubert. He's been influential in this game, so is his twin brother in the outside centre position. A couple of boys sticking up their hands, making a real impact in this massive encounter between these two good schools. Important for Gim, Tariq, to try and score next. It's probably a cliche, but it's important for them to keep themselves in this game.
Well, not only score next, Andries, but score just before the halftime whistle goes, and that'll give them a little bit of momentum, give them a little bit of extra impetus and more confidence to take the game to boys' eye, and there's space on the outside for Luca Carstens to work, but he's brought down just inside the 10-meter line. Running onto it at a bit of speed is Quentin Potgieter, but he goes to ground pretty quickly. Flat ball from Zemo Isaacs. We'll call it flat. People on the sideline said it was forward. Zemo Isaacs now once again tries to work his way through two defenders, brought down on the 10-meter line. Engelbrecht to the left-hand side, under advantage once again on Gim. Breaking through is Tian Conradi, the number 15. Makes a few meters, does Conradi, and now Andre Moret. Always love it when big boys come charging onto the ball. You know they're going to run straight at the defenders. No advantage, back we come. Gimmies have got a chance to get themselves on the board as we enter the final few seconds of this first half.
Yeah, it's decision time here for the Gim team. It's a kick into the wind at this age, and as we look at them opting to go for touch, and probably one of those we go, not the worst call to make. It's not an easy kick. It's quite a breeze into the faces of the Paarl Gymnasium team, and a fantastic touch finder that is by Zemo Isaacs. And a score here before halftime will just be phenomenal for this Gim side.
The chances now for Gim As it does go to the middle as claimed by Stian de Goede.
Wait.
Gim set the maul. Andre Marais in possession at the back. The ball is rolling. It's getting within striking distance. They're close to the line. They're on the line. It goes down inches short for Gim. Engelbrecht hang it to Voorges. Hit hard is Voorges by 3 Boys Eye players driven back to the 5-meter line. Once again it comes for Van der Versen, who too is hit hard. Zemo Isaacs giving it to America. America tries to dance his way. The ball is there for Conradi on the outside, but quickly stuffed up by Janelle David. Straightening in the line now is Engelbrecht. 4 meters to go for Gimmies. Slow though for them, and it allows Boys Eye to set their defense. Potgieter makes a few meters, does Quentin Potgieter. 2 meters to go for Gim. Got to keep patience. They've got to keep their wits about them. Engelbrecht. Give it to Van der Westhuizen, who bursts through the tackle. Van der Westhuizen inches short once again. Gim. Engelbrecht gives it to Badenhorst. The number 1 struck hard. Got to get quick ball though. Gimmies. America snipes down the fringes and goes over. Jose America, like a scrum off the right winger, gets his side on the board, and at the perfect time on the halftime whistle.
Perfect time to score. Man with a perfect name, Jose America, gets over for the opening score for the Paarl Gymnasium team. And they worked hard for that. Tariq, initially I thought they stopped working in the driving maul. They had a couple of meters to go. They could get over in that instance. Held on to the ball for long enough. Jose America, opportunistic, gets over for an opening score, and a very important kick to come as you look at the final end of that movement. Presence of mind, Jose America picks it up. A little bit of footwork. He had some work to do and dots it down. It looks a lot easier than what it is as we look at Zemo Isaacs.
So Zemo Isaacs pops over the conversion, and we said that was the opportune time for Gim to score. They did just that. They head into the halftime break with a little bit of confidence. But it is Boys Eye that'll head into the break with an 8-7 lead.
How's it looking? Am I off here probably? Over there was a rock on. Was it off the knee? I saw off the knee.
Here we go.
Last night I had a dream. When I got to Africa, I had one hell of a rumble. Wait till you see Muhammad Ali.
Buza noma uban. It's where the beauty is.
He wants the crowd inside the stadium raise the roof.
Home. It's a feeling where the vibe is, right?
South Africa, the World Cup is theirs!
It's absolutely rocking.
This is where we gala the most. Anywhere and everywhere.
This is where I express my feelings, my thoughts, my everything.
It's where the queens are.
And the kings. Home is where I am. This is my house.
This is where I am.
This is my house.
You know the crowd is ready.
Okay, we gotta go live now. Everyone tuning in to Super Sport.
Welcome all over the world. You know the crowd is. You know the crowd is. You know the crowd is. It's time for the main event. We've waited a very long time, an age for some. It is delicious, glorious, glorious. Just like.
Are you ready for football's greatest season? Live on SuperSport, only on DSTV.
Here we go.
Last night I had a dream. When I got to Africa, I had one hell of a rumble. Wait till you see Muhammad Ali.
Buza noma uban. It's where the beauty is.
He wants the crowd inside the stadium raise the roof.
Home. It's a feeling where the vibe is, right?
South Africa, the World Cup is theirs!
It's absolutely rocking.
This is where we gala the most. Anywhere and everywhere.
This is where I express my feelings, my thoughts, my everything.
It's where the queens are.
And the kings. Home is where I am. This is my house.
This is where I am.
This is my house.
Welcome back to the 40 Street Stadium out here in Paarl. If you've just joined us, we've got the under 15 A boys between Paarl Boys Eye and Paarl Gymnasium on the field. We've reached halftime. It is the boys in blue with an 8-7 lead and started the scoring roughly about 20 minutes into the game. It was the 8th man, Stef van der Merwe, who grabbed the first try of the game. But that try was only after Francois van der Merwe put over the 3 points, and then we saw just before the halftime break, in fact on the stroke of halftime, right wing of Gimnasium Jose America with the presence of mind to dart around the blind side and then top the ball down, converted by Zemo Isaacs. And Andries, when you score that late in a half, just on the halftime whistle, that does wonders for your confidence, considering you were under all sorts of pressure in that first half.
Yeah, it does wonders for your confidence. It gives you momentum going into the break, and you're starting the second half with momentum. And they often talk about the importance of scoring just before and just after the halftime break. It just gets you that extra bit of momentum and confidence. Paarl Gymnasium managed to do that. They was almost down and out, trailing by 8 points, 1 or 2 minutes left in the first half. Fantastic score in the back end. Must say, Zemo Isaacs kicks it into the corner. Driving ball, didn't capitalize from that. Kept the ball in hand, and then Jose America falls over for a try. Exciting times to come in the second half as we look at the big man, Janelle Davids. He's entertained us today with his big kicking boot. All to play for in the next 25 minutes.
So it is Davids that sends it in deep, just inside the Gim 22. It is claimed and picked up by Van der Westhuizen. Under pressure, Gim, and the ball is turned over immediately by Boys Eye. Pick and drive around the fringes, Van der Merwe. Once again, it is Hubert who decides to do it himself, but turnover for Gimmies, as Boys Eye are pinned at the breakdown for going off their feet.
And lucky, you say lucky, it's fortunate for the Paarl Gymnasium team. They turned over that ball from the kickoff. Paarl Boys not managed to capitalize off that, and now Zemo Isaacs with an easy exit, and a good one at that. He kicked a fantastic kicker touch before the halftime break, and another good one here. We've seen a tremendous kicking display from both these teams out of hand.
To the back go Gim. It is there for Engelbrecht, who decides to straighten the line, does the scrum off. Just inside the Boys High 10-meter line. Under pressure though, but it is Badenhorst. Tries to straighten the line, under advantage Gim. Pops out to the right-hand side, Potgieter makes a few meters. Van der Westhuizen now decides he wants to have a run, he wants to go forward for Gim, making the meters slowly but surely. And this is the confidence that we were speaking about just before halftime when they did score. They're going to come out with a lot more vigor, and they, shall we say, their chest out a little bit. Handling error though in midfield. Advantage is over, but it pops up nicely for Engelbrecht, who rides the tackle. Under advantage once again of Gim on the halfway line.
Backwards.
Keeping it alive somehow is America with a little over the head kick. But no advantage, a long advantage as we come back for that high shot.
Not seen that for a while either. One little kick over the head. Jose America showing us his football skills. If you can see the tension on the faces of the supporters out here today. Worth mentioning that the B teams of the under-15s played their game yesterday, and Paarl Gym won that 12 points to 9 in what was a wet and windy affair. And this 18 fixture is equally as tight.
Interesting decision, this one, Andries, from, what is that, about 47 meters. Paarl deciding to have a dotted goal. Marcus Muller, the man with the opportunity. Well, he must have a long boot on him.
Yeah,
it's a game for Pauls from
he
here.
probably does have a long boot on him, Tariq, 15 years of age, but he's got the wind at his back, and it's probably one that he's kicked in the past.
It is low. It is straight. And it is over from Marcus Muller. And an 8-point deficit just before the halftime break has now turned into a 2-point lead for Gim as they take it for the first time in the game. 10 points to 8 over Boys High.
Yeah, it's a good kick by the young man, Marcus Muller. And these types of affairs, those kicks go a long way in getting your team on the winning side. He's had a couple of meters to spare, did Marcus Muller, taking the lead. Boys High are Paarl Gim for the first time, like you mentioned, Tariq. And all of a sudden, they've chipped away at this lead. We mentioned that towards the back end of the first half. 8 points is a lot. It was a big margin in these tight affairs. Scored that try just before halftime. Managed to kick it over. Almost chipped this one over from 45 meters out. And all of a sudden, Gim find himself in the lead. Win at their backs. And hopefully, for the Gim supporters and team and coaches, they'll play the smart game here and keep pinning the Boys High team in their own half.
That was probably the instruction one could decipher from the coaching staff was in the first half. We are playing into a little bit of breeze, so just hang on until we get the breeze at our backs in the second half, and then we really take the game to the opposition. Engelbrecht with a little box kick. Well taken on the Boys High side, kept infield. And now it's Kok who straightens the line. It's hard, is Kok. What a tackle coming in from Gimmies. Hendrik van der Westhuizen. He gave that his all.
Yeah, that was a massive tackle. It looked slightly dangerous at one stage, Tariq, but a lot of passion in this game, and they've got their tails up at the Paarl Gim team. They've had the rub of the green the last 6 or 7 minutes of this game. Things just not going the way of Boys High at the moment, but as is the case in most rugby matches, there's a swing and flow of momentum, and it is going to start going the Boys High way again soon.
To the back it goes for Boys High. It is collected, presented nicely. Francois van der Merwe looks for some space. Plays a territorial game, but Tian Conradi is there to mop it up, and Conradi himself decides to put it on the boot. Unfortunately, it was good work by Stefan de Merwe to get his hands on it. Unfortunately, the momentum just carries him over the touchline.
That was a great take by Stefan de Merwe. One of those in cricket where you catch it, you try and keep it in field, and your mate then catches and it's out. But good result that is for the Gim team, and as will be the instruction from the side, play the game in the right parts of the field, keep pushing the team back into the corners and make it tough for them.
Well taken by Gim. He's taken around the boots is Hendrik van der Westhuizen. Good hand shown by the young man. Now continues down the right hand side for Gimmies. Fourges once again with another strong carry. But excellent work at the breakdown. Jaden Hubert. Beg your pardon, it is not Jaden Hubert on this occasion. We're just so used to calling Jaden Hubert's name that one thought that it was him. But it was in fact Faure van Zyl. Got his hands all over that one. Good strong body position.
Good work by Boys High, and it's crucial for them at this stage, Tariq, is to limit their mistakes, limit the penalties they give away, and try and capitalize off those that the Gim team will make during the next 20 minutes of this game. 18 minutes left, I beg your pardon, and this is what we expected, eh? There are 2 points in this game. There's 18 minutes to go, and no one's really had ascendancy in any part of this game. There's been a bit of shift in the momentum swing between the two teams, but it's been tightly fought, and most of the rugby's been played in this part of the field, between the two 10-meter lines, and a testament as to how tight these encounters are and how tight they will be for the rest of the day.
100%, just as we, at least as time is taken, it seems as though that Janelle Davids is just cramping up a little bit. His calf is getting a little bit of attention from the medical staff.
Big fella had a lot of kicking to do in this game and a bit of running as well. So look at him struggling a bit.
It's been a fantastic game though, Andries. It's been a ebb and flow to it. You know, Boys High, when they came out in the first half, they came out strong. They took the game to Gimmies, dominated, one would say, the opening 20 minutes of the game. Then it was Gimmies that ended up coming back. You can just see there as Davids kicked the ball, immediately something pulled. He's called for the replacement to come on.
He's not happy. He's not happy there, Tariq. As he kicked that, you can see him struggling a bit, and immediately indicated to the touch that he's had his sufficient. He was asking to get taken off. So look at the big card coming on. Let's hope the big fella is all right and that injury is not too serious. You can see a lot of strapping on the left knee. And we can only assume that has been injured in the past, and hopefully this isn't another serious injury for the youngster.
Yeah, he's been instrumental for this Boys High side. It's been his big boot that have pretty much pinned him back inside their own territory for long periods of that first half. You can just see what it means to the young man. He didn't really want to go off. You can just see, you know, hanging his head, knowing that he'll no longer take part in this game. You've got a feel for a youngster like that, playing in his first Interschools game. Plenty of promise. And now has to go off. But back we return to the game, where it is Paarl Gim that have the 10 points to 8 lead over Boys High. It has been tight from the opening kickoff. Boys High dominating pretty much 20 minutes of the first half, and then Gim came back in the last 5. It was Gim that took the lead early in the second half.
Interesting here, Tariq. We've got Jaden, the lock forward, who's had a massive impact in this game, moving to the midfield with his brother, Tristan. So the two Bear brothers, twins, making the complement of that midfield for the Boys High team. And this will be interesting. They'll have some real firing power in the backs at the moment.
Van der Merwe. Hubert, this is Tristan though. Good little break by Tristan Hubert. Bounces off another tackle to the 10-meter line. There's space on the outside for Bernard Dutoy. Dutoy brought down, but presents it nicely for Leroux. Now once again, Tristan Hubert straightens the line, breaks one tackle. Faure going to ground. It is picked up around the fringes by Wege van Sail. Johan van der Merwe, big number 3, breaks through a tackle, presents it nicely for Josh Leroux. Back to the midfield, and now it's Gavi Kok, breaks the tackle, does Gavi Kok into the 22. Go Boys High. Now to the left-hand side, Frans van der Merwe with a little show and go, but it's ripped in the tackle by Van der Westhuizen. The ball comes out on the side of Gim.
Leave it.
But the counter-ruck from Boys High. Once again, it's Kok. Gavi Kok brings 2 with him. Pick and go around the fringes for Boys High. Building it up, taking the ball through the phases. Breaking down this Gim defense and breaking it down, they do, as Dylan Welcome bursts through a tackle, through a gap, and over the try line.
Just tremendous stuff by the Boys High team. They held on to the ball for numerous phases. Started off with a Tristan Hubert with a couple of carries, getting his team onto the front foot, and then holding on to the ball, putting this Paarl Gim defense under pressure. As we look at the back end of this, a lot of work has come to this stage. Then the little offload here, just phenomenal by Stefan van der Merwe, and then Dylan Welcome finds the only piece of wet grass on the Faure Stadium with a nice slide in for a 5-pointer in the left-hand side.
If you ever wondered if it rained over the past 24 hours, that visual right there of Welcome sliding in the probably the only part of the field that is soaked.
Only part of Forest Street that has still got a bit of surface water on it. As you look at this kick to come, very important for Francois van der Merwe. difference between just a penalty or a try required by Paarl Gymnasium.
Van der Merwe doesn't have the distance on this occasion, but it matters, some would say little, as Boys High have regained the lead, this time by 3 points. It is Boys High 13, Paarl 10. There's roughly 22 minutes to go in this encounter. This one is not over by a long shot. Deep restart taken by our try scorer, welcome. Thinks through a little few of the Gim defense, and it is Hubert, unfortunately, Jaden Hubert, who tries a little offload going into the tackle and then knocks it on, unfortunately, just as Boys High seemed
Come over the side, please, guys.
to be building a good counter-attack.
Yeah, he always felt that it was going to take a big moment in this game to get some ascendancy, and we saw that from Tristan Hubert. It's like he just got a bit more aggression in him to get his team over the gain line, and then that try ensued from that. And now all of a sudden you've got the Paarl Gymnasium team. They still need to play in the right parts of the field. They still need to put Boys under pressure. They still need to kick the ball into the corners. In these tight affairs, so the smallest of margins make a massive difference.
Yeah, 100%. The occasion and everything else that goes with it. This final few minutes, that's what it's going to come down to. Which of the boys will hold their nerve? Which side will hold their nerve?
Stability is needed on each corner from the crouch, okay?
Scrum right in the middle of the field here. Tariq, two sides to attack to. Again, a bit of a cliche, but it is the case. They're two sides, and Gim have got them split, 2 to the right, 3 to the left, and then they've got a piece out back right behind the scrum. Massive scrum this is for Paarl Gym.
Wait, 9.
Josh Leroux trying to put Engelbrecht under pressure. He does, but he's a little bit too early as he shoots up into an offside position. And one would think that Marcus Muller would have another shot at goal, this time to draw level.
Yeah, it's got a big boot on him, and Josh Leroux just living on the edge there. Young strummer from Paarl Boys High and getting pinned for it. We saw Marcus Miller kick one over from a similar position slightly earlier, as Kramar saw.
Oh, that is fantastic to see. That the two smallest guys on the field are, having a little bit of argy-bargy.
I don't think Scrummels get picked because of their potential or their talent, but I think they get picked because of their personality. Because there isn't a Scrummel from the world that doesn't have that same trait in him to just give the guy a bit of flack at scrum time. Light-hearted discussion as this massive kicks from Marcus Miller, who kicks it over, 13 apiece. Paarl Boys High, Paarl Gymnasium, we have only got 9 minutes left in this game, 25 minutes aside. And what an exciting finish we have to this first game of the Paarl Boys High, Paarl Gymnasium Interschools of 2022.
9 minutes to go. 0 points separate these sides. After 41.5 minutes in this game, we're pretty much exactly where we started on time zero.
On time zero, yes, 13 points apiece, and there's again a testament as to how tightly fought these battles are, and it doesn't matter what the rest of the year, how the rest of the year went for these teams. If they come to this day, they left their game, they just play this exciting brand of rugby, and it is always just a very, very tightly fought affair.
Crouch.
It's all going to come down to moments in these final 8 minutes.
Bind.
Did we just see one from Francois van der Merwe overcooking the restart? Is that a moment that'll separate these sides at the end of the game?
Right.
Or will either one of these teams, either one of these players be able to produce a moment of magic?
And that's what we're hoping for, is a moment of magic, a moment of brilliance, and that is the case in these games. You see someone just doing the abnormal, the almost impossible to secure victory for their teams, and it's going to happen in the next 8 minutes. You can just feel it coming to Tariq, and it's a massive scrum again there for Paarl Gym.
As the Paarl Gym students make their voices heard. Excellent little kick through Brilliant kick from Marcus Muller.
Yeah, I like that, Tariq. I really like that decision from the young outside or inside centre. Keep your forwards going forward. You've got the win at your back. Make it tough for Paarl Boys High to get into your half and to score tries. Make them have to go 80 metres to get points against you. And from these instances, you can put them under pressure. You can drive them, you can tackle them, you can attack the breakdown, force a penalty and get yourself the ascendancy that way. Very mature play that is by the Paarl Gymnasium team.
Comes the way of Boys High, so Francois van der Merwe opts to pop it onto the boot, finds a good touch just short of the halfway line, and that's a good exit from Boys High.
Tidy, the tidy exit by Boys High, and Francois van der Merwe, no slouch with the ball out of hand kicking stats either. That went a long way into this breeze, and welcome relief for the Paarl Boys High team.
So what is there to give? What is it going to be? How will this game end? We'll know in 6 minutes' time. The sack is good from Boys High, so it comes out the way of Khamis. Nice little short flat pass for Muller to run onto. Makes a few meters, does Muller. Once again, Kham under pressure as Boys High now decide to use the big defense. Shooting up in the line. Turnovers won by Boys High. Francois van der Merwe shows and goes, tries to get past Khamis, but brought down pretty quickly. Not releasing at the breakdown, Khamis. And now a chance for Boys High to get themselves further upfield.
6 minutes. Sorry,
yeah, and the last thing, 5 minutes ago, we can hear that from the referee. And the last thing that Paarl wanted to do was give away a penalty and give Boys High easy yards. You're bad in. Unfortunately, can't find touch there. Now America can kick the ball downfield. Kicks it out directly, and the net result is the same. But that penalty, again, Paarl Gym just being slightly over eager to look at this. Tackler not releasing. You have to release that man before you can go into the ball there.
Spoke about the moments, Andres. We spoke about the moments. There's a moment of not kicking the ball into touch. There's a moment of kicking the ball straight into touch, out of hand. What is going to be the difference? Playing in midfield as Boys High set the maul. Tommy Muller in possession at the back.
Own player there.
Gotta love
Own player.
Josh Leroux just slapping the backside of his players, getting them to move forward. And move forward they do. Pick and drive around the fringe from Van Zyl. Ball is there for Koch. Peels down the left-hand side on the short side.
Watch.
Just outside the 22. Another pick and go from the big boys.
Edges
their way closer to the 22. Slow ball for Leroux. Francois van der Merwe on the short pass to Jaden Hubert. Good defense though by Kham. The ball does pop out on the side of Khamis. But it's recovered by Boys High.
Use it.
Keep your eye on the clock. Koch once again down the short side. Good strong carry from Khavi Koch. Keeping it on the left-hand side. Ball put on the boot. It's a foot race now to the line. But it is won by Marcus Muller. What a spell of play that was for Boys High.
Just frantic stuff, eh? You can just feel the tension. Tariq, ball gets put onto the boot here. Stefan Merwe. And then Marcus Miller winning that foot race. He's been influential in the second half, specifically has Marcus Miller. Looked like there was a hand on that ball, and if we had TV ref in these games, it would have been 5 meter scrum for the Boys High team. Unfortunately, we don't for the Boys High team. Unfortunately for him, we don't have the video ref in these matches.
Yeah, definitely. One feels got away with one there. That is just the nature of the game. The referee is going to not always see everything. We've got the benefit of TV and replays and all of that, so. 2.5 minutes, massive tackle. Massive tackle from Khamis. But the ball remains there for Boys High now.
Penalty advantage.
Still under penalty advantage of Boys High. Another strong carry from Johan van der Merwe. Josh Leroux, Francois van der Merwe. Flat ball for Tristan Hubert. Takes 2 to bring him down. But scrappy. Leroux under a bit of pressure. Picked up by Francois van der Merwe. High shot on him by Marcus Muller.
Captain. Where's captain?
Yeah.
And there's a penalty chance virtually in front of the uprights.
David Baardenhorst with that high tackle in the midfield, and this is a real opportunity for the boys' eye team. All of them pointing at goal. 2 minutes to go in this game. And this is what dreams are made of. David Baardenhorst just slipping up in that tackle.
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
And here we go, Francois van der Merwe.
Captain.
This is what you have dreamed for
2 minutes.
this entire year. Big moment for the young fly half of Paarl Boys' Eye.
And be guaranteed that Francois van der Merwe will take every single second that he can just to eat away at the clock even more. But also, it's a chance for him to settle his nerves.
It's not a certain thing, this kick with Francois van der Merwe, straight into the teeth of the wind. And probably can't call it a wind, a slight breeze that he's kicking into, but nonetheless, under this sort of pressure, this could be massive. Francois van der Merwe, biggest kick of his life.
De Jagers doesn't even want to look for Gim, as Francois van der Merwe doesn't have the legs. So now, what is Gim going to do? They're running it out the back. Johan Kleinhans. Ball is loose, but it's picked up by Luca Carstens. Gets the way all the way to the 22, does Carstens. Slow ball for Gim. Baardenhorst is waiting. Baardenhorst gets it. Wrapped up in the tackle by Owen Botha. 15 seconds on the clock of regulation time. Gim have got to go from their 22 to the other side of the field to win this game. All the way to the left-hand side, it's Kleinhans who thinks back on the inside to keep it alive. But it's one. Turnover for Boys' Eye. Welcome down the right-hand side. Tries to get past two defenders, but thrown into touch. And that is it. That was the final play of the game. What a phenomenal start we have to this interschools between Boys' Eye and Gim. The under-15As have dished up some enterprising rugby, and it finishes deadlocked at 13 points apiece. If that is the start of the interschools, then we are in for a fantastic day of rugby. So that is the way it ends in the under-15 game. But up next, it's time for the under-16 boys to do their thing. It is Boys' Eye under-15s 13, Paarl Gim under-15s 13.
Oh, yeah, that there. Thanks, coaches. Thanks.
Super quick Premier Interschools Rugby. It's the derby of all derbies. We're here in Paarl for Paarl Boys High up against Paarl Gimnasium. And they haven't been separated as yet. If you were with us earlier, the under-15A game, 13 points apiece in a really dogfight game here at the Faure Stadium on a crisp day, a grey day. There has been a little bit of rain, and there was certainly a fair amount yesterday, so it is soft underfoot. And an ever-swelling crowd grows here at the stadium to what is arguably the world's biggest school rugby derby day. And to enjoy the moments with me, it's a very good morning, or I should say very good afternoon, to a man that's capped over 60 times for Western Province, Morgan Newman. Good day, Morgan.
Good morning, Brett. Fantastic day, as you already mentioned, as the anthems get sung. But before we get there, I mean, as you said, the crowd is swelling, the stage is being set for an encounter of all encounters down here in Paarl.
And I think it's even more special because we've had that 3-year hiatus since the last game in 2019. You had the COVID and every reason, unfortunately, not to be playing school sport. And to have an occasion such as this once again, I mean, I've experienced some school derby days. The Hilton Michael House one a couple of weeks ago is very special. But this just takes the bun because the whole town has come to a stop. As you come into Paarl, every tree, every gate post is swathed in either blue and white or red, yellow and green. So you put your colors to the mast literally, and it's an absolutely special occasion. And there is no space going to be in this ground by the time the first teams kick off at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, I cannot agree with you anymore. This is so special for these youngsters. And if the first game is anything to go by, then we're in for a real treat this afternoon.
Yeah, I don't think there's too much to separate these two sides. And on a day such as this, it's the game of all games. You just don't want to lose to your crosstown rivals. If you're a Paarl Boys High learner, you don't want to lose to Paarl Gym. You can almost lose any other game during the course of the year, but not that one. And so you could see it in the under-15A clash. It meant so much to the sides. 13 all at the end of it. You probably look at each other and go, well, we would like to have eked out a victory, but there's almost a relief, a sense for that you didn't actually come away with a defeat. You've managed to keep it together, and here are the two sides.
Yeah, let's quickly run through that Paarl Boys on the 16 side. It's Matthew Vaderman who wears the number 1 jersey. Well, he in the front row, partnering him is Ivan Kotzer and Shane Davey. Then the lock pairing is made up of Dion Small and Tian Duplessis and Dion Small, while the loose trio is made up of Pity Libber, Ruben Danis, and then their captain, Doe Vessels. While the 9-10 combination is Nizam Kasim and Vian Mentor, and then the back line is Ashwin Schwartz, who are looking to get into the score sheet nice and early, along with Andre van Sale. The center pairing is Tristan Fransman and Aiden Jacobs, and then wearing the number 15 jersey for Paarl Boys will be Lee Vano Cupido. Let's quickly run through the Paarl Gym side for you. It's Liam van Rooyen in the front row alongside Eli Williams, while the number 2 is Donnie Stemmet. And then the lock pairing is Nicholas Null and Marinus Adelling, while Jan Kuchlenberg, Vian Kutzer and Liam Berger make up the loose trio. In the 9-10 combination, it's Multiple Yun and Chandler Green will be looking to make sure these teams play in the right areas on the field. And then the backs is made up of Jaden Laduche, Quibus Back, Blankenberg, Friak de Kock, Marinus Moorman, and Josh O'Neill.
It's not only pressure on the youngsters today, it's pressure on these men as well, because if they make an error, and the whole crowd will let them know, and you could hear it in that first game, any number of referees sitting in amongst the crowd. He's over the ball. No, you should have released it. That was a hard tackle, ref. They are getting all the advice that they want this afternoon. And they are all boys and all girls of the schools that have come in today as well to support. I know, folk, I flew down on a plane from Durban this morning, and believe it or not, they're past learners of the schools that are coming down to Derby weekend down here in the Cape. And the noise just heightens as the under-16A clash is about to get underway. There's a bit of a breeze blowing. It's not a stiff one, but it's going to be at the back of Paarl Boys High in this first half. The under-15A is 13 apiece. Match drawn. And now the under-16As. Whose will it be to put the first bragging rights on the board here in Paarl? Will it be Boys High or will it be Gimmies? Boys High with the kickoff, and we're about to get underway here in front of a packed house, a great atmosphere, hoisted nice and high by Paarl Boys High. Kick contested and it falls loose for Gimmies, taken on the ground in and consolidated by the red, green and golds and hoisted into the air by Melt Fuljon. Forward and taking it nice and comfortably is De Kock. Now the release from Nizam Kasim, flat ball up by Vian Mentor. All the action taking around the center spot. Kasim loops a long ballooning pass over the top. Boys High get across the gain line through de Kock, and here's Kasim again. Not a lot of flat power to the pass, so it's time for the Gim defense to get up and crash them back a little bit. Fionn Mentor toes one ahead just to get some territory, and into touch it goes for the first line out of the match.
Yeah, Paarl Boys making it nice and clear, nice and early, wanting to hold onto the ball through a couple of phases, probing up the left-hand side and then looking up the right. But I think probably the right decision there by Mentor, not really going anywhere, camping on the halfway line, puts the ball to the boot to try and keep some positional pressure on this Paarl Gim side. We will now look to do much of the same with ball in hand.
Davy Stemmet to feed a Gim lineout. Targets are Darling and Nell at 4 and 5 respectively. Referee just having barking out some early instructions. In it goes, comfortably won by Gimmies, and they'll start to maul it out of their own territory. Cradled at the back once again by Davy Stemmet, called for by Viljoen. Quickly coming around is Evan Kotze to try and scrag him, fails to do so. Now Melt Viljoen goes over the top and finds a little bit of space and gets play back into Paarl Boys High territory.
Yeah, Paarl Gim not really going anywhere with that driving maul, well counter shove there from the Paarl Boys side. And then probably the message from the coaches when we see there is field position is going to be of utmost importance in the opening couple of minutes.
Nothing flamboyant about today's derby. Throw over the top, taken in by Stemmet. He crashes across the gain line, a little isolated. The clearance arrives belatedly, but in time. Now they pop it up to Liam Berger, the number 8. He gets across the gain line. Here it is for Viljoen. Looks right, comes short side, away to Moolman. Defensive line for Paarl Boys High, standing firm. They use the big men. It's held up though by Boys High. Tackle release is the call from the referee, and back it will come for Chandler Green. He goes pretty flat to his outside number, and here comes Liam van Rooyen, the big loose head. Gets across the gain line. Attacking phases being got through by Paarl Gim. That's off the bootstraps by Williams. That was really good work, and he drives into the smaller men and gets comfortably into Paarl Boys High territory. They come short side again. Blankenberg, without running out of space, tries to get Moolman away. There is no chance of that. Defense stands firm, but illegally so. Penalty, Paarl Gim.
Good attack there from Paarl Gim. There we see it. Fantastic hands there by Williams, who carries nice and strong and gets some support. And then looks like he gets isolated, but the clean just coming a little bit too late. But nonetheless, referee deems him to have held on. Penalty to Paarl Gim.
Well, unfortunately for the crowd that's in here, it's starting to absolutely pelt down. It doesn't look as if it's going to sit here for too long. There was forecasts of squalls and showers passing through Paarl, and as this line-out takes place, the Stemmet will field on the feed on the 22 of Paarl Boys High. So the rain starts lashing down. Throw not straight. Sinful when you've got such wonderful attacking opportunity.
That's the last of it. What do you want? Scrum line-out?
Is a fantastic opportunity on the 22 line-out early on in the game, just 4 minutes in. Be nice to set a nice midfield target, get those centers running nice and hard and straight at the defense. But unfortunately, as you mentioned, skew line-out and coaches' nightmare.
Absolute nightmare. It's probably the things you work on from Monday to Friday. Just get it in, time the jump, accuracy of throw, get your calls right. It's simple ball. It's ball that you should win and use as a wonderful attacking platform. Not to be. Paarl Boys High with an opportunity to clear. Kasim will feed a scrum that is not too steady. And it wheels. Kasim comes away. Referee won't have it. He'll set again as the rain starts to come down just a little bit harder. And the breeze picks up a little stiff, and it looks like it might have switched as well. Swirling around here in Paarl. They're protected. They're okay in the covered stand.
Boys.
One has to wonder which side, Brett, do you think these conditions will play?
You are going to stay in there.
And what type of game plan? Can you adapt quickly? When it gets greasy, do you start to put the ball in behind the defense? Do you keep it on the ground? We saw a little bit of rain in the under-15A game, and it was a squall passing through, so it came back to plan A as Kasim feeds. Good scrum, Paarl Boys High. Spun back on the bounce, standing pretty deep was Mentor. He thumps one downfield. Underneath it is O'Neill, the lanky fullback. Feeds in field to Blankenberg, who's had an opportunity to run earlier and showed good toe. He sets it well on the Paarl Boys High 10. Chandler Green looks for big runners, finds them, but the defense of Paarl Boys High stands resolute. Now they go to the forwards again. Liam van Rooyen crashing up across the gain line. He's been pretty effective, he and Williams already at this early part of the game. O'Neill comes in the line, gets man and ball simultaneously, but keeps possession. They're going through the phases nicely at Jim. Little pop pass from Nell to his blocking partner, Marinus Darling, and they've won an advantage as the rain lashes down here. And there is the penalty, and already they're pointing towards the posts of some of the Gym men. They want the early 3.
Yeah, wind seems to be not favouring, but there we see the replay. Good interplay between backs and forwards, I thought there. Nice, just a little offload, but unfortunately the ball squirting out the side of that, and referee deeming illegal from Boys High. And as you mentioned, penalty to Paarl Gym, who look to be going for poles.
Sure, and the wind has really picked up. It's hard looking at the advertising banners to try and determine which way it is, but it feels like it's coming right across the field. It's not going to be an easy kick, but it's one when you want to get points on the board, you want to get ahead, you want to get that morale boost. You really have to take this. So from the 10 meters line, Paarl Gym with an opportunity to get 3 points on the board. The strike is clean, but it's going to pull away to the left. And indecision. Now we decide to pass, and high jinks on your own line. Away to Fionn Mentor says enough of this, let's just stick this one into the stands.
And sense prevails there from Mentor. Little bit of indecision. They look like they wanted to run from deep in their own half in these conditions. Not probably the greatest idea, but eventually Mentor decides to calm things down, puts it on the boot and takes play to just outside the 22.
To go to your point though, Morgan, as you say, will it change the game plan? It should. Game plan might be let's run from under our post, not in these conditions. That's where a greasy ball can easily be grasped and give away so much territory and possession. Stem it to feed, line out far side of the field. Nice take by Darling. They get around him and they will try and maul this up into the 22 and effectively getting some momentum, but they've lost a little bit of control in that, and they regain it. Patience personified from Paarl Gym. They're looking like a side with a bit of momentum, and mentally they have the ascendancy, if not physically, and they crash up towards the line now. 10 meters short before that rolling maul goes down. And here comes Williams, the big tight head. Blankenberg's at his shoulder, but excellent defense from Boys High. Can't wrench it free, go the other way as the suggestion. It looks like it might have been a little knock forward by Ladouche. No, regathered it is the call from the referee. So Vian Kotze will be used as the battering ram. Melt Fuljon. This is Nell. They really are defending manfully at Paarl Boys High. Battering away at the line. The counter ruck is incisive from Boys High, and they may have turned it over. I think they have. Here's Nizam Kasim digging in, and he will kick over the top and try and relieve the pressure. Across comes O'Neill, stepping one way. Tackle is good from the following up Kasim. They've been driven back. They've lost ground, but they haven't lost their patience. Incisive running again. Thoughts of short side. Goes back to open side, and Kotze wears the mantle of ball carrier. And there's a bit of a mess. Accidental offside. And all that defense has borne fruit for Paarl Boys High because they've got the turnover possession.
Yeah, some fantastic defense there from Boys High. Really putting the bodies on the line, coming off the line nice and hard, trying to make leg tackles, get the ball carrier on the ground as quickly as possible. And eventually such solid defense. There we see O'Neill gathers nicely, tries to step through one and the other, and unfortunately met with some really solid defense from, I think it was Ruben Daines, and ball gets lodged out and scrummed down to Boys High.
It's a nice little reminder when you've got to look over your shoulder for most of the game if someone can put a hit like that on you, and he probably will be looking for a while, will O'Neill. Kasim feeds the scrum. Boys High digging away to Mentor. Now he looks for territory, sticks it on that siege gun of a right boot. Covering back nicely as Ladouche. He's going to put it into the air. No, he's not. He's going to hit a low raker. He's got away with it. Mentor's read it well. Kasim's on his inside. Does he want him? No, he decides to take the hit himself. Turns his body position well, lays it back. But Kasim was in there trying to add as the bridging finance, and unfortunately there's no scrum half present, so it's a little bit of an untidy ball. Sealing off the call from the referee. Penalty to Paarl Gym. Oh, it's got miserable. It's cold and windy, and it's now wet as well.
Can expect plenty of rucks in conditions like this, plenty of pick and drives, plenty of small little pop passes. And as you already mentioned, the game plan has to change slightly, and the fly-offs have to take control, making sure teams play in the right areas on the field. There we saw Mentor deciding to run from deep in his own half. Not necessarily the wrong decision, but then it's the forwards to come around the corner, get the fly back on his feet so that he can marshal his troops again. A good play from both sides.
Important that that ball remains as dry as possible. The towel out there in the hands of Dardie Stemmet, and he will feed a line out. He's become quite proficient at this because they've already had a couple of feeds into this phase. They go deep, taken in by Nell, and around they go the maul. Immediately the counter shove by Paarl Boys High is effective, just staunching the flow. And there it is. That was very quick, but they've been given the feed to the scrum. Once again, their defensive prowess is to the fore there, Paarl Boys High.
Yeah, Paul Jim, look, they're just struggling to make that more set. You know, I think not getting tight enough. Lots of bodies getting in between. Paarl Boys creeping in between. Also, as you mentioned, just turning slightly. You know, hips to the try line is kind of the message that needs to come through. But the lineup's definitely working. It's just the driving more that needs a bit of attention.
What'll be bothering Gimmies for the while is they've had territory, they've had possession, they've had the kick at goal, and yet the scoreboard still reads 0-0. Paarl Boys High will be the happier of the two sides. Poor pass from Kasim. Mentor does well to allow it to go off the feet, and then he speculatively feeds out to Van Sale on the right, who gets himself into a little bit of trouble. Escapes Kasim. A little bit shorter this time. That's probably wiser. Tian du Plessis with the drive as they try and get out of the troubled area, the red zone. Now it's back to Mentor. Quickly up Gimmies. Now he gets his hands around the tackle. Can they get the pass away? Trying to do so. Just slithers from grass. There was a little bit of hope there for Paarl Boys High, but it came to naught.
Brave rugby there from Boys High. There we see
brave.
It. Deep in their own half, camping there. Mentor steps off the right, a little bit of a goose step, fends, and then offloads with the one hand. But unfortunately, just a little bit too brave almost.
Dry weather rugby.
Dry weather rugby, agreed. And Paul Jim will need to turn some of this pressure into points. Camping in the half of Paarl Boys currently.
And the rain continues to chuck it down here in Paarl. Yeah, rain was forecast, but not an awful lot. So hopefully by main game time, it will have cleared up again. And they're just at the base, another unforced error, just a slip and a knock. And Paarl Boys High get another opportunity to get out of the danger zone. They've been camped back just outside their 22 for the bulk of these 13 minutes. They've had very little where our heads have turned left and looked away to the Paarl Gym defensive line. And here they are. Mentor back in the pocket, seems to have a nice big right boot, and I think here's an opportunity to use it.
I think with the amount of rain we had in the last couple of minutes, it's going to be wet for the rest of the afternoon.
No, you're right, yeah. He's standing very, very deep there, knocks it on. That's another thing, Morgan. When the ball's slippery and it's not easy to get purchase of the pace of pass, the fly-off's got to get a little tighter.
Yeah, so difficult to find that balance between the two. You know, standing too close does allow that charge down, brings the charge line into play. And we've seen Paarl Gym are effective at coming off the line. I said, oh, there we see a fantastic scrum from Boys High. But the big ball just landing at his feet, and Mentor not able to gather. Very scrappy. And once again, Paarl Gym find themselves in a fantastic attacking opportunity here. Maybe just look to keep it close, you know, play a nice 8 to 12 off the scrum, set up that target, get the forwards coming in around the corner, and try and grind out some sort of forward momentum.
Yeah, over the last couple of minutes, it's just been turning over ball, error by error. Both sides are guilty of it. And there, Fionn Mentor with the knock-on means that Gym have got probably their best opportunity. They've got a lovely short side if they want it. But what they need first and foremost is a very solid base. Doe Wessels, the Boys High captain, we caught a glimpse of. Melt Fullion away, but it's a poor pass. Chandler Green gets very awkward ball. They've consolidated. It's been judged to have been knocked backwards. Now it's going to be amongst the forwards. Kotze and Kuchlenberg at hand there. And the ball is loose once again. It's really scrappy, but it's illegally so. And a little bit of back chat makes this kick a really gilt-edged opportunity for 3.
Yeah, the back chat can be quite can cost them quite a bit there, actually, if you consider the fact that conditions are not great for kicking. So that extra 10 meters just makes the kick so much easier. And yeah, we see it once again. Big, strong carry from Vian Kotze there. And then ball just squirts out. Scrappy play. Boys are trying to fall on it.
So the fly half for Paarl Jim, Chandler Green. Just to bring some cheer and some reward for all their territory and all their possession. Straight in front. Thumps it heartily through the uprights. And the scoreboard is being operated because Paarl Jim under 16A have gone ahead by 3 points to 0.
Full value for their 3 points, I would say, for camping in the half of Boys Eye for so long. Probably looked to or hoped to have come away with a little bit more, but nonetheless, conditions like this probably going to be slow scoring. And they'll take whatever points you can get when you visit the opposition's half.
Mentor sticks it up in the air into the Gimmies 22. Coming away with it is Liam Berger. And here's the release from Meltfuljon's educated left foot. Mentor in position, decides to use his bulk and take them on. The pass in field to Ashwin Swartz, who sticks it speculatively downfield. O'Neill is back, gets the kind bounce he wants, and shows some discretion as he goes towards the near side touchline. And it might not have been the best strike, but he finds the sanctuary of the near side touchline.
Yeah, right decision there by O'Neill. Always important to settle things down after having just scored some points. And O'Neill just stepping up the right, and then, as you mentioned, doesn't find the greatest strike, but does find the near side touch.
Shane Davey. Target is at the front. It's untidy. It goes off the fingertips, and it's claimed by Pietie Libber, who immediately is crunched to the turf here. Kasim has got a pod outside him, and he goes to the initial recipient. And now Mentor looks for some space over the head of O'Neill, who tracks back. Tight up against that touchline. Feeds in field. There was no pressure on the recipient, who's now coming away with it. And there's men outside him if he can spot them, but he can't. He's taken down as Blankenberg. Now they've got some opportunity. Quick hands required. Nice looping pass, but not well directed. And the referee's not happy, and Ashwin Swartz is going to get a bit of a talking to. Wow. It's greater sanction than just a penalty. And I'm trying to read, Morgan, is he indicating that he tried to slap it down purposely? Is that what you're trying to read from the referee? Trying to, as a conjecture, there's the motion. He's trying to slap it down purposely, and that's why he's been given a yellow card. Blow after blow now for Paarl Boys High.
Yeah, unfortunate there that Boys High now go down to 14 men. Ashwin Swartz, there we see it. Brave rugby here from Gimmies, who look to run from nice and deep in their own half. Fantastic counter-attack, I would have said. Plenty of space seen on the right-hand side. Forward's just going to put the ball through the hands, but there we see Schwartz comes off the line. And
no.
A rather harsh goal, I thought.
He's gone in for what looked like a pretty legitimate tackle. He's tried to read the situation and hit the man early so that it doesn't release the pass. And yeah, I think he's a bit unlucky to get his marching orders. And unfortunately, in these big derby days, those sort of decisions where one scratches one's head a little bit can cost a team greatly. A man off the field for 10 minutes. But yeah, referee is the sole judge, and he's seen it somewhat differently to what Morgan and I have. It remains 3-0 to Jim.
I think maybe his angle just didn't allow us to see the arms coming around to try and make the tackle. Looks like maybe the arm is going for the slap down.
Fair enough, fair enough.
But I think by his own admission, probably after the game, we'll have a look at
another look. Yeah. So an opportunity for early shove. So they get a quick tap. Nothing quick about anything today in these conditions. Greasy day now. The wind is just laying down for a little bit, and the rain is just a mere mist now. And they'll be happy to scrum again, will Paarl Boys High.
Conditions like this area on the field, sometimes not a bad option. Just take the tap, put the little bomb up, let it land just before the 22 so a mark can't be called. Put some pressure, 15 players all moving forward, trying to counter-ruck. as a potential option in these conditions.
Yeah, just in terms of control and direction and option taking, Paarl Gym have looked the more clinical of the two sides, and it's reflecting on the scoreboard. Good scrum that though. Here's Kasim away to Mentor above his head. There he tucks it in behind the right wing. Oh, he's overcooked it. Barely. I thought he judged it to perfection, but sadly for Fionn Mentor, he's going to get traipsed back to a line out to Jim inside his own 10 meters line.
Definitely the right idea there, finding some space up the top left-hand side of the field, or bottom left on your screen. And unfortunately, overcooks it, but must be said, standing very deep, putting his scrum off Nazim Kasim under tremendous pressure.
Untidy line out, eventually claimed by the men in the honeybee shirts, and they skip the pass out to Moolman. Moolman gets away, steps in field, runs into Mentor, who makes a big hit. Had to, because Moolman was away, but on the front foot are Paarl Gym now. Here goes Williams again, crashing it up with support from Darling and Kotze at his shoulder. 5 meters out, surely an opportunity here. Nell, inches away. Away to the short side, and there's the knock on. They can come away with it. Now the chase is on. The kick ahead. Was that the option? Could he have kept it in hand and backed himself a little longer, Tristan Fransman? We will never know, because he's hacked it straight into touch.
Yeah, there we see Paarl Boys on attack. Fantastic little skip ball there down the left-hand or right-hand side of the field. Met with some good defense from Mentor, and then the big men get involved, coming off. The one of runners coming off there with support, but unfortunately Williams just knocks it on. Presence of mind from Boys to still want a counter-attack. And then Tristan Fransman probably should have held it a little bit longer before putting it on his left foot, but chose to put it on the right and go straight into touch.
Milt Viljoen down from the back. This is Blankenberg. He's across the gain line, running with purpose and power. Sets it up nicely. They've opened up the short side. Here's Williams again. He's used his bulk on numerous occasions already in this first half. Viljoen up to Van Rooyen. The two front row forwards being used extensively to crash it up. A little bit of indecisiveness now means that Chandler Green is caught behind the gain line, but he doesn't panic and keeps it alive. Blankenberg away to de Kock as they try and spin it out to create some space on the left, cutting back in field. Which way for Viljoen? He goes to Chandler Green. Berger in the line. Playing with a lot of purpose and patience are Paarl Gym. Awkward pass, knocked on. We're going to see lots of those errors. Unfortunate for Paarl Gym, because they were looking so incisive.
Are you captain?
Yeah, very unfortunate there for Paarl Gym. Looked like slightly offside there at that breakdown, but
boys,
ball just
leave each other until the tackle
going to the ankles once again. It's so difficult to gather in these conditions, even if it's passed at the belly button. At the ankles, just so much harder. Defense coming off the line nice and hard. They're in their own 22.
Not before contact.
Well, the minutes have flashed by in the first half of this under-16A derby clash between Paarl Boys High and Paarl Gym. The derby day of all derby days.
Yeah.
And 13-all was the score in the under-15A game for those who've joined us later. In this game, the first half, just 3-0 Paarl Gym. And they should, you feel, be a lot further ahead than that. They haven't really taken their opportunities, and Paarl Boys High have been really good on defense. As another untidy set piece comes to an end and will reset. Morgan, I would imagine as we come towards the end of this first half, if you're a Paarl Boys High fan, you're probably going, well, gee, only 3 points down. We're still well in this, even though they've hardly had their hands on the ball.
Yeah, without a doubt. Get a jail-free card.
100%, yeah.
There we see another big scrum there from Gimmies, but referee deeming scrum to have wheeled through the 90. And we'll go for a reset. But just coming back to it, without a doubt, you know, Paarl Boys haven't had much of the ball, camped in their own half, walk away, 3-0 down at half-time. Probably take that and look to regroup in the second half. Mentor away to Fransman. Into the line is Capito, trying to create some space. Out on the left here for Swartz, who's returned to the field after his sanction. It gives away a penalty. Almost some inexperience creeping into this Boys High side. There are 14 men. A backline player is down, yet still want to take the ball into the wide channel. Potentially better off keeping it nice and tight, keeping the forwards in the game. And then looking to clear your lines. You are deep in your own half. So time ticking away at the end of this first half as Chandler Green sets up
A lovely attacking line-out position for his team, Paarl Gymnasium, who lead 3 points to 0. And their maul has been powerful, not always as coordinated as it might be, but it has been utilized. Taken in by Darling, and here comes that maul again. They're using the bulk of Van Rooyen and Williams, those two massive props. It's cradled under the arm of Stemmet. Paarl Boys High have put in a lot of tackling and a lot of defending in this first half. How will that cost them as this game progresses? Now it has to come, says the referee. Away to Meltvillion. Kobus Blankenberg, who's been quite prominent cutting back in and straightening that back line. Around comes Kuchlenberg, the number 6 flanker. Meltvillion not happy with the opposition rolling out of the way, but that won't bother Eli Williams as he gets the pop and just crashes across the gain line. Here they come again, this time through Kotza, effective. Meltvillion. Kuchlenberg once again. Tireless workers, the loose trio of Paarl Gym. Back to Williams. His big frame has looked to carry it forward. There's Kuchlenberg at his shoulder again. 5 meters out. Can they get in for a score just before the break? Van Rooyen held up. Gee, the Paarl Boys High defense has been stout throughout this whole first half. Kotza edging ever closer. Try line beckoning. You can sense it amongst the crowd. Called off the ball. Our Paarl Boys High. Chandler Green, Blankenberg. Away to the cock. Moomen in for the try. Beautifully worked and nothing less than Paarl Gym have deserved. Really, that's all about patience, about control, about precision. Created the space and Moolman just had to run it in, and it puts them further ahead, 8 points to 0.
Yeah, Paarl Gym, full value for that 7-pointer. There we see it. All the hard work being done by the forwards. Very fortunate to get away with that ball from the ground there. It could have been blown up so easily for playing the ball on the ground, but nonetheless, put the ball through the hands. And Moolman scores a fantastic 5-pointer in the corner. Fantastic hands there. Boys, I came off the line nice and hard, but just off the left hand, potentially also the weaker pass, but nonetheless, getting the ball into the wide channel for the first time this afternoon almost. And 5 points. Takes the score to 8 points to 0. With the kick to come just before halftime, such a crucial time of the game to score.
Absolutely. What's that old adage, Morgan? You've got to earn the right to go wide, and they did. The forwards worked it so beautifully from side to side of the field, using the bulk to get across the gain line. It was a beautifully worked, precise execution to result in the try. Here's Green to add the extra 2 from wide out. He's hit it beautifully. Is it going to curl in? No. It just stays out that side, that right-hand upright. And 8 points to 0 then. Paarl Gym lead Paarl Boys High in this under-16 clash as the time ticks away towards the end of this first half. You've got to try and find a way to find Paarl Boys High getting back in this, because I know the scoreboard's only 8-0 and that's a score and a bit, but just really they've just had to defend and defend and defend this whole first half. They haven't really been in the clash.
No secret, games like this are one up front, and right now 1 to 8 of Gimmies.
Oh, that sort of mistake might help them. A simple kickoff, knocked on, and with a minute and change remaining in this first half, here are Paarl Gym with an opportunity. Paarl Boys, I should say, with an opportunity.
Just small lapse in concentration. They're always so important off that kickoff. Make sure you regather that kickoff and clear your lines.
But how often do we see that? Even at the highest level, you know, you've done all the work, you've got your try, and then a soft error on the exit, and it puts the other team right back with belief.
Yeah, there we see it. Just big kick onto the big man, Kuchlenberg. As unable to gather, just lifted his head slightly to see the oncoming defenders, and knocks it on and presents an opportunity here for boys to bounce back straight away.
What have they got? Here's Kasim, good scrum on the front foot, away to Mentor. He's going to go straight, and he runs through Green. He's still going. Hard running, fly half inches out. He's held up. Oh, is there a little knock on the ground? Yes, there is. Gee, that was a powerful run by Mentor. Nearly got home from the set piece.
Mentor is a big kid. Takes the ball nice and flat on the advantage line. Shows how effective he can be when he puts the ball under the arm. Runs straight and hard at defenders. And unfortunately just seems to have lost it there with a swinging arm, knocking the ball out of the contact. And Boys are so close, but still an opportunity here. Big scrum put the Paarl gym side under pressure, who will look to clear their lines. And boys, I will look to counter-attack, no doubt. They've put Mento on the left-hand touch to receive this kick, potentially.
Fullion back to O'Neill, will stick it into touch. And that will be it for the first half. A first half that has belonged unequivocally to Paarl Gym. They only lead by 8 points to 0. It's a Chandler Green penalty and a Marcus Moorman try that separates the two teams at the break.
This is your moment. It's your minute to win it. It's the pain and the pressure and the feeling you're in it. Being the best out there in the ultimate game. The hundreds of thousands of fans screaming your name. It's making it yours and taking your chance. It's willing and thrilling. It's a sporting romance. Expectation, creation from your generation. This is the Super Sport Nation. Now we fight and ignite, cause the magic's tonight. And we rush and we crush and the feeling's just right. And we race and we chase and we battle it out. And we slay and we pray and we rattle the bout.
Absolutely breathtaking.
And we knock it and rock it and smack a big six. And we shoot it and score it and hit the right mix. This love for the game and it's not for the fame. This heroes and greatness and history awaits us.
We've just seen something that is just remarkable.
Make it yours. The Birmingham 2022 Commonwealth Games on Supersport on DSTV.
You know the crowd is ready.
Okay, we gotta go live now. Everyone tuning in to Supersport.
Welcome all over the world. It's time for the main event. We've waited a very long time, an age for some. It is delicious, glorious, glorious. Just like.
Are you ready for football's greatest season? Live on Supersport, only on DSTV.
Back here at Paarl, the rain that bedeviled us in the first half that lashed through here but in this under-16A game between Paarl Boys High and Paarl Gym has mercifully abated for the moment, and you can see a bit of brightness, enough blue sky to make a sailor's suit now, and it's getting pleasantly warmer. And it's been pretty hot for Paarl Gym under-16A side. They lead by 8 points to 0, the penalty by Chandler Green, and the lovely try by Marcus Moorman right in the corner just before half-time was nothing less than they deserved. And Morgan Newman, Paarl Gym, they look the better of these two sides, and it's reflecting probably not adequately on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the Paarl Gym side, they've just been so strong up front. They really have adapted to the conditions when it started raining immediately as the kickoff came. And there we see Chandler Green scoring the 3 points for his side. That camped in the Paarl Boys half for so long. And then, yeah, we see the try. Fantastic hands, you know, conditions still wet underfoot, ball still slightly greasy, but able to put it up into the right-hand corner. And as we mentioned, full value for their 5 points. It took the score to 8 points to 0. And the foundation being set by this Gimmies pack so well.
What we're seeing here, though, is just the end of that movement, because there was probably a dozen phrases that we went through there where the forwards were just carrying it up back to the left-hand side of the field and then away to the right. Patience personified, and it just created the space and the opportunity to go wide and Moorman to get in for the score. He'll be the first to admit that the hard work was done by the men from numbers 1 to 8, and he in the number 14 jersey was the man who got it. There's been a pretty hard talking to here in this Paarl Boys high side. And I think all the evidence we've just seen in that first half of the game just suggests that Paarl Gym will be a tough side to beat here. They've controlled things up front, they've used the conditions well, they've been intelligent in their tactics. This side, though, looks a bit under the cosh.
Yeah, we spoke about it a little bit off air, and how do Paarl Boys get back into this game? I think the foundation needs to come from up front. You know, it's the old cliche. Games like this and conditions like this are won or lost up front. And right now, I think the Paarl Gym 1 to 8 has put up their hand a little bit better than Boys Eye. But there are still another 30 minutes to play. And if Boys Eye can get into the score sheet nice and early, put this Paarl Gym side under some pressure, play in the right areas on the field, then I think it will bring this Boys Eye backline into into play, and we may be in for an exciting second 30.
Yeah, I mean, it's not out of the realms of possibility that Paarl Boys High don't turn it around. I mean, last week I was up at Maritzburg College watching college play Affies at a lower age group level, and Affies were all over them. 15-0 at halftime, 3 tries to 0, looking like it's going to be a big score. 2015 college win, and you go, what happened in the second? How did that turn around? It happens. It's just finding that spark, that ability to just reassess things and try a slightly different tactic, play with a bit more intensity and commitment, and who knows if you can turn it around.
Reality is games like this are won or lost on moments, and if Paarl Boys can get the upper hand in some special moments, then I think without a doubt they'll be in business.
Right, the crowd. It was big at the start of this game. There's still space here. Not an awful lot if you're coming down for the second team in the first 15 game, which kicks off at 4 o'clock, which is the ultimate of derbies, the Super Quick Premier Interschools derby. Paarl Boys High, Paarl Gym after 3-year hiatus. It returns in the post-COVID era, and gee, it'll mean so much. The 104th renewal of this derby, and that game is going to be special. It's going to be played in front of a complete sellout here. As Paarl Gym get things underway through Chandler Green, and he goes deep. Mentor sticks it onto his right boot, and he tries to thump it downfield. O'Neill pulls off Green and knocks it on. That's certainly going to help Paarl Boys High in their quest to get back in this game.
Yeah, Adrian's decisions all around from the kickoff. I thought Mentor could have potentially left it, let it roll out the back end of the dead ball, resulting in a scrum, but nonetheless still got the kickoff. Nice big kick onto the halfway line, and then O'Neill just unable to gather. And back at square one, scrum on the halfway line, on the right-hand side of the field. Interesting to see what the message was at halftime, or whether Mentor put on the boot or look to still probe with this effective backline. They are standing extremely deep, and I suspect with a blind wing that is just lurking behind Mentor, they may have something up their sleeve.
Here's the scrum, it wheels. Kasim digs, releases Mentor. Long looping pass out to Fransman. Over the top it goes to Swartz. He skips down that far touchline, but ran out of space pretty quickly. 2 passes is all it took to get across the field and close the space.
Yeah, a little bit lateral here from Boys High. I thought, 2 big passes, gets the ball into the wide channel quite quickly, but need to stop the inside defenders from shifting so easily to create a little bit of space on the wide channel. So interesting, Boys High still looking to get into the wide channels.
I'm wondering, when we saw Mentor just before half-time get well across the gain line, here again they say he had space, but when he let it go, he still had time. He could have kept it and just crashed across the gain, but he didn't get there. Now it's untidy midfield, and picking up the loose scraps is de Kock for Gymnasium, and they're playing an advantage to the side that leads 8 points to 0. Good tackle by Paarl Boys High. They'll reset again. One of their features of their play has been their patience so far. Away to Williams, looked like a hint of forward, not called so. The big fella presents it nicely. Meltfuljun. And away comes de Kock. Fuljun now will put it on the left boot. Mentor gets away to Cupido, who toes it over the top. Going back as de Kock. It's been called as he's carried back, so he skips away from the one on runner, and he runs past the second, but into the tackle of Tristan Fransman. Meltfuljun will go for the kick over the top. It's charged down by that man Fransman, but it falls kindly for Jim, and the ball is loose, and there was umpteen knocks there. When the referee eventually ends what is fairly broken play and gives a scrum to Paarl Boys High.
Yeah, both sides, again, looking to put it on the boot, just not creating the foundation, quite broken and quite disjointed when they're trying to put it on the boot. I'd love to see both sides set a better platform. Here we see a bit of a counter-attack here from O'Neill, steps through one and then met with some solid defense from Fransman. And it's from here, Fransman potentially guilty of being offside, but lucky to get away with it, and then just disjointed rugby and scrum the Boys High.
Kasim, Mentor, can go straight, goes a little lateral, takes the hit, but he's got across the gain line. Forwards need to clean out quickly. They have. Kasim. That's a nice little step from Jacobs. Just outside the 22 of Jim. This is the best play from Boys High in the match so far. Libba knocks it. Opportunity lost.
I couldn't agree with you more, Brett. Much better play from Boys Eye. You know, Mentor this time taking the ball much flatter on the advantage line, putting this Paarl Gym side under some pressure. Forwards coming around the corner, and unfortunately, just a small knock there, but much better play. Looking for the offload. Maybe just, you know, avoid the 50-50s, get this wheel in motion, get them back into this encounter. But so difficult to do, you know, when backed crowd, wanting to impress, wanting to make the 50-50s work.
But I like your call of Mentor taking it flat when they've got the ball, because he gets across the gain line quickly and the strength to carry it further. And if he can get his loosies around him, who knows, pass opportunities available. Away comes Moolman, the try scorer. He runs into a crunching tackle from Ashwin Swart. Just inside their 22, Melt Fulyon will spin it away. Advantage being played to Jim.
Okay, captain, late there, late.
Late hit called. They've been their own worst enemies, Paarl Boys High. When they've got into positions of ascendancy, they've made some silly errors, and a lot of them have resulted in gift penalties, really soft penalties they've given away.
Yeah, you know, Paarl Gym finding themselves on their 22, camped in their own half. No reason to give away a penalty and some easy yardage there. Let them run it. Conditions are sometimes, in conditions like this, it's sometimes better to play without the ball. Give the opposition the ball, put up good solid defense, which we know they have, and really build some defensive pressure potentially. But giving away a silly penalty and allowing Boys Eye.
Stem it.
Okay, number 9, you just need to stay there. Number 9. Okay,
goes deep. The tap down is from Nell. Backwards is the call onto Fulyon. Chandler Green gets it away to Blankenberg. Man and ball at the same time. But again, the feature of the Gym players, no panic. They don't do anything rash. They just consolidate. And here's Moolman sniping through a gap. The try scorer gets away from Kasim as well before being brought down on the halfway line. Fulyon is there quickly to release. Kotza. This is good stuff from Gymnasium. Chandler Green through the hands. Now de Kock over the top to Ladouche, and he's away across the 10 meters line. Still going. He won't get past Mentor though. Ball goes forward. That was lovely running from Paarl Gym. Their best phase of play in this second half.
Yeah, fantastic rugby there from Jim, finding some plenty of space.
Okay, thank you.
Down the left-hand side of the field.
Okay, it's going to be
good run there by the number
time of boys.
Ladouche. I think it is. Steps off the right. There we see this time's up the right-hand side. So Moolman, and then space is out on the left-hand side this time. 2 passes, puts it out there. Fantastic step off the right. Fends, carries well, goose steps as well. Met with some solid defense. Mentor has really defended well from 15. Seems to play in the 10 channel on attack and seems to defend in the 15. Or right at the back, went on defense.
Who would credit that 20 minutes ago it was lashing down here in Paarl, and now it looks like a beautiful winter's day. Sun out, blue sky, although still away towards the Cape Town side of the ground. It's pretty dark and gloomy overhead, so you wouldn't bet against the squall passing through here once again. So scrum down on the 22, Paarl Boys High, but an opportunity for them to have the feed and to clear. Kasim feeds. Their scrum's been pretty decent, even though they have been out-forwarded. Flat ball. This time it's Fransman who carries. Kasim will dig and will go back to Mentor. Goes over the head of Ladouche, but not O'Neill, who's read it nicely. He's got a bit of time, and he's got support. There's only one runner, one chaser. Ladouche's got time and space. He chips ahead. Underneath it is Fransman, who takes it after a bit of a juggle and goes up this near side touchline creditably for Paarl Boys High. Starting to get into the game now are the blue and whites. Mentor sees some space overhead. There wasn't a lot of it. And covering across is Blankenberg. And he will try and hit a low raker, and he's found some space. Mentor is always the recipient when a kick is on. And this time he just thumps this one over the top of Ladouche, who tracks back well and gathers it over the shoulder. O'Neill calls for it, gets it. He will go skywards, and he sticks it straight up into the blue Paarl sky. And gets it himself. That's a lovely gather. He may have just lost it on the deck, because away comes Kasim. And as he made his kick, he got tackled from behind, unseen. Darling loses it on the ground. And a chance here for the right winger Van Sale to get away. And he runs out of space, and it goes into touch.
All honors to Paarl boys in the end, I would say. O'Neill puts it on the boot, doesn't get as much yardage as he would have liked, I thought, but gathers extremely well. Unfortunately, he just loses it as he comes down. And then boys, I look to counter-attack. The kick over the top had a little bit more purchase. I think there was space in behind, but tackled in the process.
He might have heard Freek de Kock coming at him, did Nizam Kasim, but he couldn't see him, and he just felt it as ball touched boot, and as such he couldn't get the power into the kick. But they've got territory for the first time in some while. Scrum tight up against the near side touchline, just outside the 22 of Paarl Gym. Kasim, Fransman, slowly into the hit to absorb it and take it on, and it looks like it might have been turned over. It has been by Paarl Gym. That's excellent work. Melt Fuljon sticks it on that reliable left foot. Mentor's underneath it, and he will set off from just inside Paarl Gym territory. One handoff, not another. Smother tackle from Van Rooyen and from Ladouche. Kasim with very flat ball. Duplessis going a little laterally, and as such can't get onto the front foot, so they've lost a lot of ground here. Now they can release Fransman out in the right. Van Zyl with nothing to do has to step. He's done well, the diminutive right winger, but he's tight up against the near side touchline. That's the 10 meters line left of your screen. Mentor, skip pass away to Dion Small. Hit hard by Kuchlenberg.
No, leave. Nobody leave.
Called off our Paarl Gym. Paarl boys. Mentor away to Fransman. Options inside and outside. Tackling the ball as Paarl Gym. They can't wrench it free. Kasim again. Mentor hasn't built up a head of steam, so feeds Tion Duplessis again. He too was a little bit static when he got man and ball, and as such it's been turned over. And Paarl Gym have opportunity here. Berger away to Kock. Here's space for Blankenberg, and he's away. It's a foot race for the corner. I think he's going to win it. This is a wonderful turnover score for Paarl Gym, and he's in. Absolute delight for Paarl Gym. It was turnover ball.
Somewhat against the run of play there, you could have said. Boys had held the ball through a number of different phases until the turnover eventually came. And Paarl Gym having the presence of mind to know that the space is out on the right-hand side of the field. And Blankenberg calling for it. There we see it. Taking the ball to the line, still fantastic hands. And finding the space, and then has the wheels to burn. The cross cover was coming in the form of Mentor, but a little bit too late. Blankenberg gets over for a fantastic score for Paarl Gym. And as I already mentioned, a bit against the run of play, but nonetheless takes the score now to 13 points to 0.
What you can do with turnover ball as well. It was Duplessis took it into the hit a little bit static, a little bit upright. It got wrenched free by Kotze. And it was so quickly through the hands and so clinical. Chandler Green tries to add the extra 2, fails to do so. But this is getting worrisome for Paarl Boys High now, because Paarl Gym are taking their opportunities now. They lead by 13 points to 0.
Important boys are here not to drop their heads, try and get back into it. Got to score next.
Got to
stay in this encounter. Still a couple of minutes to play, almost 18 minutes of them to be left to play. And if there's any time to score, it's just as you've conceded.
Mentor sticks it up in the sky. Just how much do they believe? Kotze takes it beautifully out of the air. And here they come with a good, solid, morale-sapping maul.
It's your own players.
Melt Fuljon sticks it over the top. On to Ashwin Swartz. Infield he goes, laterally and into trouble. Chicken wing pass works well. Away comes Aiden Jacobs. A little bit of purpose about things. Fransman Just had to hold it because the line of defense was up so quickly and his pass could have been intercepted. Wins a penalty. Do you take three? Do you take three, get on the board, or do you try and set up field position?
You time to make the steal.
I think it's that time again. They need 7 points. They need to put it in the corner. There is a nice angle in this kick. Potentially put it nice and deep into the 22 of Paarl Jim. Set up that driving maul. Concentrate on every little element. Get it right. Put up a driving maul, which we all know is so hard to stop. And really back themselves to score 7.
First part of the job nicely done by Faure Mentor. It's gone right down onto the 5-meter line. Now maybe just a fraction or so, 6 meters perhaps, but it's a beautiful position. The best position they've had in the match in which to try and get their first score.
Interesting to see. Will Paarl Jim look to contest in the line-out? Will they look to just set? Will they look to sack? So many options.
Here we go. Key line-out for Davy to feed. Goes deep, and it's tapped down untidily. Kasim gets man and ball and loses it, so Paarl Jim have turned it over. And that's going to be a huge blow for Paarl Boys High. Their chances gone a begging. And there'll be no rush. Viljoen will spin it back. Chandler Green will stick it on his reliable right boot. And nice and simple, but well executed. It takes play outside the 22.
Yeah, fantastic exit there from Gim. He's really showing plenty of discipline. Interesting, they look to contest at the line now. It's so difficult to contest and counter shove should Paarl Boys win it. But their bravery paid off. And fantastic clearance. A chance here for Boys High to regroup. And win this line out.
Davy. And it's tapped down on Jim's side. Everything is going their way at the moment. It's looking increasingly unlikely that Paarl Boys High are going to be able to get back in this if they can't keep the ball and go through the phases. They will keep it short. The forwards have done a mountain of work for Paarl Jim in this under-16A clash. Viljoen dictating things from the base, away to Chandler Green, decides to spin it to Blankenberg. His kick is charged down. Regathered by Paarl Jim, an element of fortune in that. Viljoen will use his left foot and just chip it over the top. Kasim calls for it and takes and steps away one, and the nippy little scrum off goes away. Looks like he might have got a high hit on him. He's lost it forward, and for that he's sanctioned, and Paarl Jim will have the feed to the scrum.
Yeah, and there's nothing seemed to be going in the way of Boys High. Paarl Jim got away with one there. Not really allowed to play the ball on the ground or regather on the ground while you're on the ground. There we see the charge down comes. And then while on the ground, you can't play the ball. So very fortunate to get away with that. And resulting in a scrum here to Paarl Jim, who will look to clear their lines. Or will they look to put it into the wide channel and be?
No, they've been patient. they've taken the right decision. There's a scrum, but it's an illegal scrum from Paarl Boys High. Scrumming sideways and upwards, and everything just going right now for Paarl Jim. There is an air of inevitability about proceedings here as they get a penalty that they will thump down towards Paarl Boys High half. Gee, and they're in full voice in the crowd now. The celebration has begun, perhaps a little bit prematurely, but understandably given the dominance of this under-16A Paarl Jim side.
Number one.
Yeah, must be said they've managed this game so well. I think that they've known when to put the ball into the boot, when to potentially look to just probe, see if we can find some space. I mean, that counter-attacking try, we saw them not just want to look to put it on the boot, look to get it into the wide channel, see if we can find some space. If not, then potentially look at putting the bomb that'll land just before the 22. So great rugby all round. Such a good summation. They have managed the game well, and that's exactly what they've done. They've controlled, they've managed, they've directed proceedings, and now they do it in the shape of another rolling maul. It hasn't gone forward a lot, but they still control. Blankenberg stepping. The centre's been really good. Where's the scrum off? He's not there, so one of the forwards has to pop. Away to Kotze. There's Melt Viljoen, away to Chandler Green, through the hands here. De Kock steps inside and gets comfortably past the first line of defence before being brought down by the second. Melt Viljoen in position to feed Kuchlenberg up to the 22. There's an air of inevitability about Paarl Jim proceedings now. Blankenberg, Mulman, the try scorer in the first half, skips away, heads for the corner, and Mentor gets across and makes a vital hit. We've spoken already about Mentor's defense there from in that last line in the number 15, well, wearing the number 10 jersey, but defending at 15. And once again there, standing up to Moolman, who managed to wiggle his way out of an initial tackle to break the line. There we see it. And then still has the ability to step off the left with a cross-cover mentor meeting him halfway, sliding into the advertising boards.
Important line out had to be won, and it has been. Kasim goes back to mentor. It's a good kick down that far touch. That's an excellent touch finder. Really pinned up against his own dead ball line. And he's found touch almost on the halfway line. Super kick from the fly half.
Yeah, he's had a great game. He's been so effective when playing on the advantage line. At times I thought he's maybe just stood a little bit deep, looking to just put the ball into the boot too quickly. But every single time we've seen him and Francois take the ball hard on the advantage line, bring their forwards into the game, get over the advantage line with their big frames. We've seen boys that really start to gain some momentum, but unfortunately just not enough of it. And line out the Gimmies,
which they win comfortably. They've been very precise in the line out. Kuchlenberg away to that man Blankenberg again, who's never shirking work, and he's finding success. And away comes Paarl Jim again through Nell. Meltfuljon on the ground, decides to go short. Chandler Green, advantage being played for Paarl Jim, and they can go stretching their lead and still keeping the clean slate as they work themselves up towards the Paarl boys high line with a good degree of an inevitability. Meltfuljon away to Marinus Darling, 5 meters out. Meltfuljon again. This time it's Kotze. Nice, precise, patient work. Chandler Green steps, tries himself, won't get there. Through the legs it comes as he presents lovely field position. This for Paarl Jim, and their patience is personified once again. They're using the forwards to crash towards the line. Surely this will be another score. Williams, not there.
No shot.
Short the call from the referee, so they'll come again. Van Rooyen in. Paarl Jim have run away with this now. They have been quite brilliant in this under-16A clash, and they are in danger of running riot here.
14 minutes. 14 minutes.
They have been brilliant, Brett. I have to agree with you. They've managed this game so well. There we see it once again. Not looking to be fancy, not looking to, just using the big man first, using Williams. And then eventually Van Rooyen. No one's going to stop a man with that size and stature so close to the try line. And as I mentioned, you know, Paarl Jim not looking to get into the wide channels, knowing that the defense are coming off the line nice and hard. Just keep it nice and close. One-off passes off 9. Getting that forwards coming around the corner, and eventually that damn wall has to break.
They've got so many options just to run off those short passes well. I mean, they've used 1 and 3 so many times, but we've seen Kuchlenberg carry, we've seen Kotze carry, we've seen Marinus Darling carry. I mean, they're just so many. There's always someone at the shoulder with that fresh pair of legs. The kick is not unsuccessful, mercifully for Paarl Boys High, because if he'd had his kicking boots on today, Chandler Green could have stuck them deep into the 20s now. At 18 points to 0, this is threatening to be a bit of a humiliation for Paarl Boys. 18-0, single-figure minutes remaining. Just get something on the board, you feel, for an element of pride now for Boys High. Fionn Mentor sticks it up in the air. Over the top it goes, but it's taken by the second line from Kuchlenberg. He's had a good game. Away to Chandler Green, happy to just thump it down into Boys High territory. Away comes Mentor. Not a lot of space on that short side, and it closes very quickly. They've tried to create, but they haven't been able to because of the well-marshaled nature of this Paarl Jim side, who've been mightily impressive today.
They have been so impressive with the way they've managed this game. And one has to beg the question, Brett, does this set the tone for what's to come this afternoon a little bit later on?
Down from Darling, tower of strength in the line-out. Blankenberg away to the cock. They're playing with confidence. They're playing with the freedom that a scoreboard of an 18-point lead will yield itself to. Look at that back of the hand off the deck. Laduchet. Oh, the pass goes behind, unfortunately, Liam Berger. But they haven't panicked, and they're still going to keep it on the ground. Away to Kucklenberg, up to the try scorer, Van Rooyen. Look at him go across the gain line, holding it up. Still going, Van Rooyen, on the 10 of Paarl Boys High. Coming short side is Viljoen. Ladouche can't get the pass, and it's towed through by Petty Libber. Falling on it is Josh O'Neill. Viljoen tidies up, and they will start again with the confidence that they've shown throughout the match. Nell, the carrier this time. They have so many in variety. Liam Berger. They're still trying for all they're worth at Paarl Boys High to prevent this becoming a massacre, but they've had to put in so many tackles. They run out of space to Paarl Gym, but they're playing with the freedom of a side that's leading by 18 points.
Yeah, Boys High defense definitely not shying away from the collisions, even in the back end of this game. But there we just see fantastic backhand passes, trying to get the ball into the wide channel, you know, showing the excitement of youth and just wanting to play rugby and get the ball moving.
5.
Paarl Boys High with an element of desperation in proceedings now. They'd hate to be scoreless.
No. Go back.
At the end.
Go back. Go out.
There's a little bit of indecision about the numbers in the line-out, and Ruben Daines is told he can't take station in that set piece. As Davy feeds, small wins. Kasim flat down to Fransman, who wasn't sure whether it was for him or for Daines. They almost made a meal of it. And that probably typifies the Boys High performance. Round on the loop is Kasim. Little bit of space here for Cupido. He's away. Infield to Van Zyl. Van Zyl puts his ears back. Crunching hit O'Neill. Kasim tries to release it, but still Paarl Gym won't give them a sniff. They have really been good. Advantage being played. Mentor, he will cut and field and try and straighten things as the desperation increases in the Paarl Boys High to get some sort of score. Fransman, long looping pass over the top to Schwartz, is palpably forward. And they'll come all the way back for the knock-on advantage the referee was playing.
Great rugby there by Boys High. Training ground move without a doubt. Set the midfield target with Fransman. Forwards coming around the corner and then play up the blind. Met with some solid defense there from O'Neill.
Let's go, boys, let's go.
He's coming off the line so hard.
It's up.
Putting this Boys High side under tremendous pressure every time they had ball in hand and try and get into the front foot.
It's got everything about it. It's not just about winning, Morgan. It's about we're not letting you cross our line either. You're going to get naught today. And they are protecting as manfully as they could. 3 minutes and change to go before the second team will be upon us. And then at 4 o'clock, the massive, super quick Premier Interschools derby between Paarl Boys High and Paarl Gym. The under-16A game.
Number 17.
Not quite done yet, but the Paarl Gym side will have the bragging rights for another year. And they've given away a penalty. And Paarl Boys High, just for pride now, looking for that score that takes the blob away from against their name. Setting up a line out through the toe of Mentor. He can look himself in the mirror tomorrow morning and say, I did everything I could, because he's had a very decent game in a losing cause.
Yeah, there has been a couple of standout performances in this Boys High side, even though scoreline may not suggest that they've tried valiantly.
Evan Kotza took the throw. It wasn't destined for him, but he's gone across the gain line, 5 meters out from Gymnasium line. And here they go, do Paarl Boys High. Can they get something for it? Matthew Weideman. Pick and go from the base.
Don't latch on him.
Kasim. Away to Schwartz. Burrowing his way forward, the left winger. Mentor standing back here. I'd like to see him flat getting involved. He's so strong. Ball loose, and ball lost, chance lost. And the problems that bedevil Paarl Boys High remain. Paarl Gym just excellent this afternoon.
Again, some great defense. Slightly high, could have been said, but...
slightly early, could have been said.
A little bit of both, but still the enthusiasm of wanting to defend that try line, coming off the line hard. And Boys High just unable to hold on to it.
It's not been their day. But, you know, you've got to give credit to a side that has just played so well. They've bossed this game of Paarl Gym. Probably should have been further ahead in the first half, and they've just stamped their authority on proceedings with the 2 second-half tries by Van Rooyen and Blankenberg after Mulman got in the first half. It really has been a composed performance by Paarl Gym. Under a little bit of pressure here in the scrum, but they won't come away with it. Kasim! Can he get in? He can. So there is reward for their tireless efforts. It's going to be too little too late. But the nippy little scrum half for Paarl Boys High, Nizam Kasim, has picked up some loose scraps and got over for a score that should be converted. But time is pretty much ticked away here at the end of this match.
We've spoken about players that probably have put their hands up and can be happy with their performances, and there's one of them, Kasim. He's been everywhere. Played behind a pack that potentially has been slightly dominant, less dominant, I would say. But Kasim scores the try. Mento adds the extras.
5.
Takes the score to 18 points to 7 with only just a minute or 2 left to play.
It makes it look a little bit better,
boys,
18 points to 7. But in truth,
if you're going to slow
have
down the
been
game, I'm going to stop time, eh?
significantly
If you're going to
better
slow down the
aside.
game, I'm going to stop the time. Well, let's go.
Referee threatening to stop the clock if Paarl Gym slow the game down.
Chandler Green goes up to Ruben Daines, who crashes forward tirelessly outside the 22. And that's a good run from the number 7 flanker. Kasim to the skipper, Vessels. Can they do something miraculous with what ball they've had right at the end of the game? Kasim again goes to Mentor, skips to Fransman, who puts it down, and there just typifies Paarl Boys High's afternoon. And there's a little bit of off the ball handbags.
Don't run in, no.
Unnecessary.
Boys,
Oh dear, what's going on?
Don't run in.
Don't need any of that. It's been hard fought, but there's been no needle. And now it's just threatening to boil over right at the end of this match.
Okay, boys. Just a knock on, eh?
Just that knock on when they were just threatening to string something together again.
Okay, Sinom.
Yeah, there we see so much better when Mentor's on the advantage line, wanting to play in the face of the opposition. But as you mentioned, it probably typifies Boys High's afternoon. Just that final pass not being held. You know, put the ball in the wide channel, hold on to it, bring the forwards back into the game of one of runners of 9, create space on the open side, brings this effective backline of Boys High into play.
That's the difference between the two. Paarl Gym in that situation, happy would take the hit. Let's go down to ground, get the clearers to clear out, just present and we go again. It's almost as if when they've got a bit of space, it's got to happen there and then for Paarl Boys High, and it just hasn't. Errors made. Big scrum. Melt Fullion. Chandler Green pops to Blankenberg. A lovely tackle on him by the little man Kasim, who put his body on the line. Inexorably they come again, this time through Kuchlenberg.
Yeah, it came off easy, Andy.
Just a little knock on the ground. We're into the time that the referee feels is available to him at the end of this game. 18 points to 7. Paarl Gym, 3 tries to 1 have outscored. It's been entertaining. Game bedeviled by heavy rain in the first half, and it made conditions a bit greasy. But as things have dried a bit, so the expansiveness has returned, and we've seen some lovely running.
Go, boys. I have 3 minutes.
There you hear from the referee. 3 minutes to call.
Yeah. Crouch. 5.
Yeah, when that try was scored, I heard him say 5 minutes, so probably right. Maybe our clock on the screen just running time.
Mentor, Fransman.
Leave it. He was off his feet there.
Kasim, a little bit slow there this time. He's run his legs off. Duplessis with the pop. Davey.
Tackle out. Okay.
Just starting to hit his rhythm too little too late. Mentor skips again to Swartz. And they will use the try line as the extra defender.
Hey, boys. Yeah.
And there it is. Not quite 3 minutes, but time enough. I think there was an air of inevitability about results, and they erupt. Look at that. That's what it means when you win this derby. In your age group, wherever it is, obviously the first team matters more, but the under-16As of Paarl Gym have done the business here quite convincingly over Paarl Boys High, who got a late try to get off the blob. It's Paarl Gym 18, Paarl Boys High 7.
Yeah. Sorry. It was the legacy. Sorry, yeah.
Plenty of standout performances, but there we see the try scorers. Van Rooyen got into the score sheet alongside Kobus Blankenberg, who was full value. He was all over the park this afternoon. And then Marcus Moolman scored a fantastic try as well. With the eventual score 18 points to 7 in favor of the men in green, yellow and maroon. There we see some of the replays, plenty of strong forwards. We spoke about this pack that has been so effective for Gimmies. They came around the corner. Infringement from Boys Eye resulted in the opening 3 points of this encounter. And then we saw Gimmies getting away with one, a pass off the base somewhat, finding space on the blind side. Plenty of hands to Moolman, who dives over in the right-hand corner to take the score to 8 points to 0 just before halftime. Such a crucial time of the game for Gimmies to score. Going into halftime with their tails in the end, then came out in the second half and continued where they left off.
25 minutes of muscle flexing before that Marcus Moolman try, and then turnover ball, and Blankenberg from his own 10, no defense in front of him, coming across unexpectedly because they were all setting up for attack, and the turnover ball won when Blankenberg could run in as he liked, and that pretty much put the game away this particular moment because it put them 13 points ahead. He was good. He was really good. Used as a battering ram. He was tireless on defense, and certainly would be one of the candidates for the man of the match for this very powerful and very well directed Paarl Gym side. They can celebrate, and why not? Because the icing of the cake was still to come, as Van Rooyen, after a very patient build-up, you're not going to stop that bulk from that close range. And at 18 points to 0, they were far away and over the hill with Paarl Gym, despite whatever efforts Paarl Boys High still had yet to come.
They used the big men so well, did Paarl Gym. But eventually, not wanting to walk away with the duck was Boys Eye bouncing back, big scrum, balls popping out the side, and Kasim, who had been all over the park playing behind a pack that had not necessarily gone forward all afternoon. He was instrumental and scored the 5 points.
So the super quick Premier Interschools Derby Day Rugby, the under 15A sides drew at 13 points apiece. And now we've just seen the end of the under 16A, and it's Paarl Gym who've beaten Paarl Boys High by 18 points to 7.
Last night I had a dream. When I got to Africa, I had one hell of a rumble. Wait till you see Muhammad Ali.
Buza Noma Uwan. It's where the beauty is.
He wants the crowd inside the stadium raise the roof.
Oh, it's a feeling where the vibe is, right?
South Africa, the World Cup is theirs!
Manghel Nizam.
It's absolutely rocking.
This is where we gala the most. Anywhere and everywhere.
This is where I express my feelings, my thoughts, my everything.
It's where the queens are.
And the kings. Home is where I am. This is my house.
This is where I am.
This is my house.
You know the crowd is ready.
Okay, we gotta go live now. Everyone tuning in to Super Sport.
Welcome all over the world. You know the crowd is ready. It's time for the main event. We've waited a very long time, an age for some. It is delicious, glorious, glorious. Just like.
Are you ready for football's greatest season? Live on SuperSport, only on DSTV.
As the smell of Boerewors and Braai takes over the 40 Street Sports Field, we've reached the penultimate game of the Super Squick Premier Interschools. And it is a game, Andries, that quite literally turns friends into rivals. It divides extended families, and it quite most definitely has split an entire town. It is Paarl Boys High against Paarl Gymnasium, and it is most certainly the biggest inter-schools game in the world.
It certainly is, Tariq, and it's great to be out here at the Faure Street Stadium in Paarl. And you mentioned that it splits towns in half, and this week was certainly one of those events. As we look at the Paarl Boys High team, Joe Himmelstitzer played in the Academy Week for Western Province in the tight head prop position now for Paarl Boys High. Had a look out for Manu Pretorius in the 10 jumper, as well as Ruan van Willing in the number 9 jumper for Paarl Boys High. Full of exciting players is the Paarl Boys second team this afternoon, and certainly they'll want to, make themselves known early on in this game.
Yeah, it is a big game for Paarl Boys High. They've got to put some respect back for the school, having just seen the under-16As go down to Paarl Gym. And on that side of Paarl Gym, Waldo Hannekom, the hooker, as well as Ben Pithout. They were part of the Western Province Academy Week side out in Wellington. And then keep an eye out on number 10, Carl Smith, part of the Western Province 15 Craven Week side. So there is talent all over the park. There's guys that can certainly hold their own. But when it comes to a game like this, where the pressures are so high, where reputations are at stake, where school pride is at stake, what you've achieved quite possibly means nothing, because it all counts what happens in the 30 minutes each half when you're on the field.
Yeah, it certainly does, Tariq. And two strong second team outfits taking on each other here today. Keep a lookout for Slubbert Martins, Paarl Gymnasium, a second row forward, well over 2 meters tall, playing in the second team for Paarl Gym. Also in the midfield for Paarl Gymnasium, Heno Otto, the son of the South African golfer Henny Otto by the same name, plays in number 12 jumper, still grade 11 this year, and he'll push for a first team berth in 2023.
So as the results have gone thus far at the 40 Street Stadium, the very first game, the under-15As between these schools, ended in a 13-all draw. Game number 2, the under-16As went the way of Paarl Gymnasium by 18 points to 7. Like we mentioned, this is the penultimate game of the day. It is the one that's going to whet your appetite, because after this it is the big game where the first teams take to the field. But I can guarantee you that the atmosphere right now is going to be as big as it will for the next game.
Yeah, it's like you can't get settled in, Tariq. It's just excitement upon excitement upon excitement. The atmosphere in the air is electric. The boys have really bought into this. The first time in 3 years that they've had the opportunity to have this inter-schools. The biggest rugby match, schoolboy rugby match in the world, the most watched rugby match in schoolboy rugby. Manu Pretorius, number 10 jumper, heavily strapped knee as well. These youngsters go through a lot of contact in a schoolboy career. It's not as it used to be in the past. The contact situations are so more vicious these days. Players get conditioned to an almost professional level these days at school.
It is Pretorius that gets us underway, and it is a massive noise out here at the 40 Street Stadium. Both sets of schools have come with live bands that have certainly contributed to the atmosphere that is being created. Back to the action on the field as Gim come with it through a strong carry just outside of their 22. Otto puts it on the boot of Smith, but is collected by Pretorius, who now goes on a bit of a run. Pretorius spots the half gap. Good tackle made on him just inside the Gim 10-meter line. Himmelstutzer makes a few meters, does the number 3. It's there for Van Willing. Straightening the line is Chris Nell. Van Willing once again, this time to Lawrence Ruet. Takes 2 to bring him down. Good tackle by Waldo Hannekom. Pretorius, flat pass. But rides the tackle well, does Boys High. Presents it nicely for Van Wheeling. Pretorius once again. Space on the left-hand side. They can get the ball out there. Decides to go to ground. Taking the contact is John Rabi. And winning the penalty as Carl Smith is pinned at the breakdown for not supporting his own body weight.
And a good start that was by Paarl Boys High. Kept hold of the ball, tested the defense of the Paarl Gymnasium team, and that's what we can expect out here this afternoon. Both these teams are incredibly well coached. You've got Peter Rousseau, ex-Springbok, coaching the one side, and you've got Sean Erasmus that has really made himself known as a coach in not only schoolboy rugby but also professional rugby. So both these outfits, they'll have their core skills sorted out. They'll have the ability to keep hold of the ball and test defenses. And it is going to be small margins this afternoon that will be the difference between a win and a loss for the seconds out here this day.
So it's Marino Pretorius that will line up this kick. And all that noise that was being created by the Boys High students in the stand goes down to a whisper. As Pretorius lines up the first attempt at points in this game. It's a clean strike from Pretorius. He turned immediately as he kicked that one. He splits the uprights, much to the delight of the Boys High fans in the crowd. And it is Boys High that take the early 3-0 lead.
Yeah, good start by Boys High. Again, great skills to hold on to the ball and a fantastic kick by Marino Pretorius. And if that is the way it's going to go today, it's going to be full of excitement.
Deep restart taken just inside the 22, but good chasing from Paarl Jim. Bundles the receiver into touch, and it is Paarl Jim that will have that line out throw.
Lyn is
on the Boys High 22. It is claimed at the back for Gim, who tried to set them all, but Boys High up for it. Waldo Hannekom in position at the back. Gary Otto cheering. Advantage goes out towards Paarl Gim. Penalty advantage it is as that maul starts to rumble now. Hannekom in position at the back, makes a few meters, use it as the call. Otto with a little chip and chase, spots Seuss in behind. It's a foot race and the bounce of the ball is kind for Boys High, but back we will go for that earlier penalty.
There's a dominant driving line out more by the Paarl Gymnasium pack of forwards. Boys are getting penalised for lifting the legs and the driving more, and that is not allowed. They'll kick over the top. Speculative, but had the advantage and knew he did. And after that dominance in the driving more, Carl Steyn opted to kick it into touch.
That's all about building confidence for Paarl Jim, having gone down in the opening 2 minutes by that penalty from Marino Pretorius. To the back, it is claimed by Marcus Steyn. Ball shoveled all the way to the back. Waldo Hannekom in possession once again at the back. The maul is rolling. It's 5 meters from the Boys High try line. It's 4 meters to go. The ball is moving. It's rolling. Waldo Hannekom gets the opening try of the game.
And there you go, some forward dominance by the Paarl Gymnasium team. Gets Waldo Hannekom over for the first try in this game between the second teams of Paarl Boys High and Paarl Gymnasium. A pack of forwards with a plan, committed. Marco Steyn goes up. It's set well by the Paarl Gymnasium pack of forwards. They're under pressure initially, managed to regroup, and once this thing starts going forward, it is exceptionally tough to stop it in a legal manner. Good work and patience by Waldo Hannekom to stand behind that driving maul, breaks out at the perfect time and gets over for the first 5-pointer.
Boy, oh boy, do we have a game in store today. 6 minutes gone, 8 points already on the board. Could make it 10. Carl Smith lines up the conversion. Head down, follow through, picks up the kicking tee. And Carl Smith indeed adds the extra 2 points. So having been down by 3 points early on, Gim hit back with a converted try to take a 7-3 lead over Boys High.
The perfect answer to conceding those early 3 points by Paarl Gymnasium.
It's a shallow restart from Boys High, claimed on the Gim side. Gary Otto just marshalling his troops. Goes for the little kick into the top, spots a little bit of space. It bounces kindly though for Pretorius, under pressure. Gets the offload now, there's space on the left-hand side for Simon Besson. Just outside of the 22, Van Willing. Hugo Ben Ordendal takes contact. And excellent work by Ben Pithout at the breakdown to win possession and then get himself up to make a few extra yards. Gary Otto with a good kick in behind, forces Besson to turn. Besson under all sorts of pressure. Liebenberg. Good tackle from Henny Otto. There's a good contest at the breakdown, but it is Boys High that continue to hold on to possession. Van Willing. Now for the loose forwards to try and make a few extra meters. Slow ball for Van Willing.
Use it!
Goes to the boot. Good contest by Besson. Ball is loose though, so who's going to claim it? Paarl does claim it, but they knock it on. And it will be the first scrum of the game.
First scrum of the game, 8 minutes into it, just speaks to the skill set that these guys have out there on the park, and always interesting to see what comes off this. Age group rugby can only go the 1.5 meters at scrum time, so you can't get the complete dominance, but you can get yourself on a bit of the front foot if you dominate scrum time.
Van Willing to Pretorius. It's spilled but gone backwards, says the referee. So Boys High remaining in possession, going down the right-hand side. Shrugs off the first tackle, but the second one from Janse Ace does the job. Fortunately though, it is high, so Gim will concede another penalty.
Yeah, and that's adjudicated very strictly these days by World Rugby and the referees in general, and player safety always comes first, and sometimes players get unlucky because they either slip up or the tackling player goes down before he makes a tackle. In this instance, goes down a bit, gets him around the neck there, what they call a seatbelt tackle, and bundles him to touch.
But it's good to see from referees that when it does slip, or if the attacker has dropped himself a little bit, that they don't reach for the card immediately and send players off. It's good to see that there are mitigating factors that are being looked at. Seeing a big contest at the breakdown from Boys High, and there's pressure on Gim. Ball does come out to Carl Smith, who puts a massive kick into the 22, and Marno Pretorius claims the free catch.
Yeah, and earlier on today there was a slight breeze blowing from right to left on the field as you'd look at it now, but it seems to have gone, hey? It seems to have almost turned slightly, Tariq, which in my opinion, and I don't want to put this on record, might be a good thing to keep the rain away, because I know the rain comes from the opposite direction. But yeah, let's hope we can see some exciting rugby out here this afternoon.
But I tell you one thing, Andries, had the wind remained from right to left, we would have been covered in smoke right now, because right next to us is the smoke from the braai, and that's where I'm looking at to see which direction the wind is blowing, and it's certainly going away from us. So we're okay for now as Carl Smith breaks the line. But his little offload just doesn't go to hand, and it's claimed by Boys High. Van Willing once again gets it out to Pretorius. Pretorius from outside of his 22 pops the ball straight into touch, and back we will go all the way to the Boys High 22. And Paarl will be licking their lips at this point.
Yeah, dominating momentum at the moment is Paarl, and they're getting the rub of the green as well, Tariq. And a lot of the players in this Paarl team, both in the pack and the back line, have played a lot of rugby for the first team. They've been through a couple of injury crises, have Peter Rousseau, and the plus side is that a lot of these guys have been under pressure situations and they'll know how to handle that.
So it's another maul that's set for Paarl. It's moving sideways though. It seems as though that Boys Eye have aligned themselves nicely on defense. Use it once, the call from the referee. So Gary Otto has got a decision to make. They're continuing to move forward. Use the ball. Here's the call. Short now to Jordan Moritz. 10 meters from the line. Hanekom playing scrum off. So to Carl Smith, who tries to snipe through a gap. It's closed very quickly. Gary Otto once again, slow ball, the Jager taking the contact. Otto to Hanekom. Not many meters made, but possession is being held, building it through the phases. Achim, Marcus Steyn now. Shoveling along, is put out to Carl Smith, who spots the half gap, breaks his way through, does the fly half, and Paarl has a second.
Tremendous stuff by Carl Smith. Another Johnny Sexton, I want to say, just sitting in behind that pocket, gets around the corner very late. Does Carl Smith, uses his footwork, and a tremendous try by the young fly half. Unlucky to miss out in the first team fixture later on today. Really putting his hand up at the moment is Carl Smith.
It's a delightful little run from the fly half, coming in on the angle, spotting the half gap, and then stepping his way past the final defender. And will be him from directly in front of the uprights to extend Jimmy's lead and to convert his own try. Pops it over, does young Mr. Smith. Converts his own try, and that Gim lead is now stretched.
We just look at it, just sitting in behind is Carl Smith, one block runner, comes across like I mentioned earlier. Johnny Sexton does a lot of hard work off the right foot, keeps the ball in the right hand as well, and finishes off nicely. And very tough to defend that if you do that on the advantage line, on the tackle line, and you come around the corner so late, very tough to defend.
So 14 points to 3, the lead for Gim. Boys High retaining possession from the restart. What can they do? They've got to build something. They had the momentum in the first few minutes of the game. It's a good little run through by Andre Null. Gets his side over the advantage line, does Null. But it's turnover ball for Gim. Himmelstutzer, I beg your pardon, that's put out. With a strong carry once again. Under pressure is Smith, but does well. Goes through the hands of Pretorius, but no pressure on the fly half, who decides to put the ball on the boot himself. It's a ping-pong kicking battle between Smith and Pretorius. Well, now Sturley, the number 15 fullback, coming through the line. Hit hard on the 10-meter line is Sturley. Otto to Smith. Spots another half gap, does Smith. Gets the big fend off. And makes a few meters for Gim. To the short side go Gim, but shooting up quickly in the line. Oh, Boys Eye. Good work by Brian Berger on defense, and that little bit of pressure on defense forces and Jordan Moritz to go off his feet at the breakdown.
Yeah, it's great defensive work by the Boys Eye team. They got off the line exceptionally quickly. They're testing the skills of the Gim team and making a good spot tackle, forcing that turnover and that penalty, and a crucial time here for Boys Eye. They can get into real trouble here if they don't score next. If you get that, what will that be? If they get 3 against them, a 14-point difference in these matches are massive.
If you didn't know which side is leading, just look at the crowd. Stolen by Paarl Gimnasium. That's good work by Marcus Steyn at the line out, and allows Gim to set up the maul. Ben put out in possession at the back. Now hands it off to Hanekom, and the small is moving. The small is rolling. Paarl boys are having to scramble. 10 meters made by the small already. And it continues to rumble. As it breaks away, Otto with a little kick over the top. There's space for the chasers. A little bit too deep. Liebenberg goes around the outside. Does Zach Liebenberg, but it's a strong tackle on him by Jan Zeis. Van Willing back on the short side. A little shovel pass to Pretorius. Doesn't go to hand. And all these little errors, these little unforced errors are starting to add up for Boys High.
Just the rub of the green, hey, just the momentum favouring Paarl Gymnasium at the moment. A bit of space on the left-hand side here. Nell's a big boy. Pass doesn't go to hand. Unfortunately knocked out into touch.
This time the ball is tapped back, and Jordan Moritz with a strong carry once again, the number 8. Otto to Ben Pitout. And that's going to take some stopping when he gets going. Gary Otto tries to snipe around the fringes, gets wrapped around the ankles. Just inside the Boys High 22, Archim. Another strong carry from Paul Gim, keeping the ball nice and tidy. But then again, at the breakdown, sealing off is the call from the referee. And that's the second time now we've seen Andries that the Gim boys just a little bit overzealous at the breakdown.
Yeah, it is Tariq, but they do look good with ball in hand, and that is a good trait for, or clear trait from a Peter Rousseau coaching style. He does like to have the boys keep the ball in hand for extended periods of time. They do look comfortable with the ball in hand, and they're testing the Boys High defence. One has to say to Tariq that Boys High have been up for it defensively. There are 2 scores down, but they've not fallen away and fallen off any tackles. They've really been up for it defensively.
You see some running repairs to Joe Himmelstutzer. A little bit of blood coming from his cheek, it looked like. So he'll get off, quickly get that seen to before returning to the field. And that's a big loss in the context of the game. Himmelstutzer with Academy Week experience and a massive cog in the front row of this Boys High wheel.
Yeah, it's never great to see a player leave the field this early on in a match.
Pretorius for Boys High now. Wrapped up quickly. That's what we've seen. We've seen Boys High carry the ball strongly with speed, but the tackles are continuing to be made by Paarl Gym. Not many of them have slipped through the first time tackle. They're always making that first time tackle, which is stopping Boys High's momentum. Van Willing. Pretorius. Static ball for the replacement prop. And this time Neil Hanekom is pinned at the breakdown for sealing off.
Yeah, and it's the same penalty that was given for them just a couple of minutes ago. The referee really blowing it tightly. The boys staying on their feet, or not staying on their feet, I suppose. And it's an easy way for Paarl Gym to get into the half of Paarl Boys High. Look at this again. It's a good strong tackle. And just going straight off his feet is Henku Ben Orendal. And there's this it's so tempting. You just go over and make sure you seal it, eh?
Marco Steyn claims it in the middle of the pack. Waldo Hanekom decides to have a bit of a run around the fringe. Just outside the 22 are Paarl Gym. Shoveled along to Marco Steyn. Keeping it alive now through Moritz, who rides 2 tackles and onto the 22 go Gim. Danger times now for Boys High. Kyle Smith hit hard in the tackle. Trying to rip it is Lawrence Root. The maul is called. The ball's not going to come out there, and that is exceptional defense from Boys High.
That was great work by Boys High, having the presence of mind to recognise that the ball or the maul has been called, so they don't have to roll away from that. They can stay where they are. And that turnover, well deserved by the Boys High team. Crucial for them here, Tariq. 10 minutes left, 9 minutes left in this first half. They haven't seen any territorial advantage in this first half. Important for them to plan the right parts of the field, score before half time to give themselves a chance to get back into this game.
Solid scrum from Boys High, so it's there for Van Willing to hand it to Pretorius. Nobody putting Pretorius under pressure, so he's got a free kick. It is claimed by Thyron Ross on halfway. Now down the short side go Paarl Jim. Cutting back on the inside, looking for a gap, probing for a gap. Hands off one, hands off two. Big little handoff on the 10-meter line now. Paarl Jim enjoying plenty of possession. Lawrence, at least Andrew De Jager takes contact. Marcus Steyn from a standing start, doesn't make many meters. Now, comes out to Henny Otto, who's hit hard as the Boys High defense shoots up in the line. Down the short side once again for Gary Otto. It's a bit slow on this occasion, but Marcus Steyn is there to take the ball. Hanging in and around the 10-meter line are Paarl Jim, so not really making any meters. There's space on the outside now, there's numbers. Kick being put through. Waldo Hannekom.
Was net voor die skop gewees. Voor die skop, dit was voor die skop.
Waldo Hannekom was called back by the referee. It looked as though in real time that he was indeed in front of the kicker. Well spotted by the referee.
Yeah, well spotted by the referee. Marginally ahead of the kicker at the time was Waldo Hannekom, and it's again, it's so tempting to keep going. You know he's calling you back, but you just want to get there. And a fantastic clearance to touch there off screen by Martin Pretorius, now putting Boys High in a point scoring position for the first time. And you can just see the passion of the fans and how they're willing on their team on the field to make this count.
And it's time now for the crowd from the Boys High side to make some noise. A chance for Boys High as they now set their maul. Wardendal's in possession at the back. It breaks away a little bit, so goes to ground. The ball is there for them to use. Van Willing keeping it short for Andre now. But a short-term penalty for Boys High. Taken quickly by Van Willing. Running straight lines, 2 meters short of Boys High. Neil Hannekom pushed back in the tackle. That solid defense from Gimmies. Van Willing. There's chance on the outside. They can get the ball there, but Lawrence Rood decides to go straight. Ripped in the tackle by John O'Sturley.
13.
But back will come for a penalty.
Kan nie daar nie. 5.
Quickly taken to the right-hand side. Go Boys High, inches short. Van Willing, it has to score in the corner. No defense from Gim on that side. And diving over in the corner of Boys High to register their first try of the game.
Yeah, relentless pressure by the Boys High team on this Gim defense. Eventually getting rewarded for it with a 5-pointer in the right-hand corner. Luke Smith being accredited that try for the Boys High team, and well deserved. They had to work hard for this. They got a couple advantages, penalty, short arm. This is a build-up to it. This was a penalty, just ripped out of the tackle there by Gim, taken quickly by Van Willing. A strong carry on the right-hand side. Paarl Gymnasium unwilling or unable to fall to the far side of the field. Just spotted the space, did Luke Smith, and over for the 5 points.
So it is Pretorius with a bit of a tricky one from the far touchline. He's turned immediately as Pretorius and goes across the face of the upright. So unconverted try, but it has been cut short, has that deficit. It is now 14 points to 8 in favor of Paarl Gym.
Yeah, we've seen a very exciting first half here. 5 more minutes to go in this first half. Torique 14 points, play 8. Paarl Gymnasium have had the lion's share of possession, territory and momentum. Paarl Boys are making the small bit of ball that they had, or the little bit of ball that they have, count in the last couple of minutes.
It's a short restart and it comes the way of Boys High. It's good to see them maintaining and retaining the kickoff as they once again get the forwards moving. Quick up in the line, advantage goes the way of Gim. Offside are Boys High. Keeping it nice and tight. It's nice to see that the forwards are willing to work. They're there. They're wanting to put in the hard yards for the team. Boys High having to defend with all that they can, just on their 22. Nice little handoff on Van Willing, who tried to make his tackle stick. Kyle Smith hit hard as well as he tries to shovel it on. He does to Jordan Moritz. Back we come though for an earlier advantage. It was that offside on the far side of the field. Decision time for Paarl Gym.
Yeah, decision time here, Torique, but they've been dominant in the line-out driving more aspects of the game, and imagine them to have another crack at it. And I don't want to talk too soon, hey, because sometimes these schoolboys surprise you with the decisions they make, but it's, as I say that, Morné Skeepers just nudges them to touch about 8 meters out. And we saw in that first try they scored that they were really dominant in the driving maul aspect of this game. So the mullet is back, eh? The mullet is back.
Claimed by Steyn, and once again, Andries, you mentioned that maul. It is set. Waldo Hanekom in possession at the back, but it goes to ground on its own. So it's a reset now for Moritz to have a bit of a dart. 6 meters. For Gim, Marcus Steyn, he's literally been everywhere. He's been involved in every single one of the plays, has the number 5 lock, so comes to Smith. Gives it to Thyron Ross. Tries to get his way past the defender, but quickly the door shuts. Put out. Hit quickly, and it's slow ball for Gary Otto. The counter ruck is there from Boys High, but Gary Otto gets it out. Now to Kyle Smith, there's numbers on the outside for Paarl Gym. It does get to Morné Skeepers. Skeepers for the corner, and Skeepers gets the try.
There's another piece of brilliance from Kyle Smith, the flat skip pass to the left-hand side of the field. Just sucks in that one defender into the hands of Henny Otto. Draws and passes, and he finds Morné Skeepers, and he is over the try line for the third score of this game for Paarl Gymnasium. Slow ball here from Paarl Gymnasium into the hands of Marcus Steyn. You mentioned, and that's the pass there. Kyle Smith, just a skip pass out into the edges, into the hands of Janse Ace, I beg your pardon, and Morné Skeepers again in that part of the field, the only part of the field that still has some surface water, and he enjoys skiing over for a 5-pointer.
This is the trickiest kick of the lot for Kyle Smith. All the way on that left-hand touchline. Instrumental has Smith been thus far in this game. He's been involved in every one of Paarl Gym's tries thus far. It's a good strike from Smith, but it misses on the left-hand side, and the referee blows the whistle to indicate the end of the first half, and it has been a fantastic 30 minutes of schoolboy rugby. It is Paarl Gymnasium with their 3 tries that will head into the break with a somewhat comfortable 19 points to 8 lead. But that's the way it ends in the first half of the second sides. We'll be back shortly.
This is your moment, it's your minute to win it. It's the pain and the pressure and the feeling you're in it. Being the best out there in the ultimate game. The hundreds of thousands of fans screaming your name. It's making it yours and taking your chance. It's willing and thrilling, it's a sporting romance. Expectation, creation from your generation. This is the Super Sport Nation. Now we fight and ignite, cause the magic's tonight. And we rush and we crush and the feeling's just right. And we race and we chase and we battle it out. And we slay and we pray and we rattle the bout.
Absolutely breathtaking.
And we knock it and rock it and smack a big six. And we shoot it and score it and hit the right things. This love for the game and it's not for the fame. This heroes and greatness and history awaits us.
We've just seen something that is just remarkable.
Make it yours. The Birmingham 2022 Commonwealth Games on Supersport on DSTV.
This is the Camp Nou, and this is El Clasico. Absolutely brilliant from David Alaba, and it's into the back of the net. It's 3-0.
Watch the Kings of Europe play to their own beat. La Liga, only on Supersport.
Welcome back to the 40th Street Stadium out here in Paarl, where we've got the biggest inter-schools match in the world. It's Paarl Boys High against Paarl Gimnasium. Currently at halftime between the second teams, it is Paarl Gimnasium that hold a 19 points to 8 victory, or at least lead over Paarl Boys High. And it started pretty nicely for Paarl Gym.
Yeah, and this was a good start by Paarl Gymnasium, driving more, very dominant in this phase of the game, or this aspect of the game. And this was a well-worked, well-set driving maul that resulted in a 5-pointer for Paarl Gymnasium. They've had the lion's share of possession and territory in the first half, have Paarl Gymnasium, but they've really capitalized off those opportunities that they got. This again here, good ball out the back. Ben Pateau, the big tight forward, tight head prop, giving the pass away for Carl Smith. He did exceptionally well to get over for the score again. That takes him into a 14-point lead. And then Paarl Gymnasium, or Paarl Boys High, after a couple of penalties and free kicks, managed to get over the whitewash. And able, Paarl Gymnasium to fall around the corner and just beat him for pace on the edge there by Luke Smith. That wasn't the end of it. This was the end of it. Paarl Gymnasium, just before the half-time break, gets the ball into Marco Steyn. Good pass out the back by Marco Steyn. And Carl Smith's been instrumental for the Paarl Gymnasium team. He gets that skip pass out to the edge. Janse Ace draws and passes. Mornay Skippert did well to finish. Well-timed pass there, one has to say, from Janse Ace, who puts Mornay Skippers into the left-hand corner.
I don't think Skipper's mother's going to be very happy with him, because he chose the only wet side, the only muddy side to go sliding, and his shorts is brown.
I tell you what, luckily, it's the last game of the season, so those shorts can just stay brown.
So straight through the Boys Eye hands at the restart, so it comes the way of Gim. Big strong carry once again by Pitout. Takes 3 Boys Eye defenders to get him down. Michael de Kock under a little bit of pressure. So lost a few meters, have Gim in that play. Smith.
Advantage over!
Advantage is over, says the referee, so they've got to make use of it now, does Gim. Gary Otto under a little bit of pressure. Well collected by Sturley around the ankles, and the chance down the right-hand side for Gim. Put out once again, the big strong carry from the number 3 lock. Stay for Gary Otto. Now to the back line, what can happen? We find Slabbert Martins right there, being pushed back. Oh, Gim having to start from the halfway lines, cut out pass. Falls kindly for Ross. Decides to take contact and set the ball for the next phase. Big boys once again, Marcus Steyn. Goes down quickly, does Steyn. Recycled now, Kyle Smith spots something, does the fly half, bounces off a tackle and makes a few meters. But the ball is loose and comes out the side of Boys High. Van Willing goes on the short side. Andre Nel passes it on to Pretorius. It's there for Van Willing. Himmelstutzer back on the field after that knock he took to the face that needed a little bit of treatment for blood. Good carry from Chris Nel. Van Willing goes down the short side once again. Andre Nel puts Robert John Dupree through the gap. But what a tackle from Waldo Hanekom as he tries to rip the ball. But it's a penalty taken quickly by Van Willing. Ruud, Lawrence Ruud uses the big frame to barge himself over from the 5-meter line. Paarl Boys High are back in it.
Paarl Boys High with a perfect start to the second half, keeping ball in hand, putting Paarl Gymnasium under pressure, and then Lawrence Ruud gets rewarded with a 5-pointer right next to the uprights. Tremendous stuff. Turnover ball. Paarl Gymnasium looked exceptionally dangerous in the first 5 minutes from the kickoff. One turnover. Paarl Boys High, Lawrence Ruud over for the 5-pointer. Started off by a break by Andre Nel and a little offload. Gets him on the front foot. In behind the defense. And the result of that, the end result of that is a 5-pointer. An opportunity here for Marino Pretorius to make it 7.
Pretorius does just that. He adds the extra 2 points and the deficit has now been cut to 4 points. 19 points to 15 in favor of Paarl Gymnasium. And pretty much, and it is like we saw in the first half, it was Boys High that got the first points of the game. And then back came Gim. Second half starts, it's Boys High that get the first points. Are we going to see a repeat?
I don't know. I'm not a fortune teller, Tariq. I can tell you what, they'll certainly try, and as has been the case throughout this day, very tightly fought contests and encounters.
It is now the turn of the Boys High students to start making some noise and getting behind their second team as Van Willing pops a little kick over the top. It is touched, says the referee. Oh, I don't think his assistant heard him.
Yeah, it was touched from the kicker, so there was a box kick that was touched by a Paarl Gym player. It still then went out directly, so the line out is from where he touched it. If it makes sense to you, Tariq, to the viewer at home, that's where the lineup will be from, also in favor of Paarl Boys High.
Thanks very much, Andres. I was actually very confused when I saw
that. I saw that. That's why I jumped in. Yeah.
The assistant referee running the one way and the referee running the other way. All sorts of confusion, but thank you for clearing that up. I'm sure there's quite a few people at home that was as confused as I was, but be that as it may, the line out is stolen by Gim. They now set them all, put out in position at the back. It is gone to ground, so advantage the way of Gim. Maritz breaks to the tackle. Jordan Maritz keeps going. 8 meters to go for Gim, and another penalty, so that's 2 quick penalties against Boys High. Back will come for the initial one for the collapse of the maul.
And so much confidence from this Gim team, not even thinking about what to do there was Gary Otto. Straight for touch. They've got the dominant pack in his opinion, and they want to go over for another 5-pointer. 25 minutes left in this game. More importantly, Tariq, we are exactly 45 minutes away from the biggest schoolboy rugby match in the world.
Marcus Steyn claims it, and once again they set the maul. Waldo Hanekom in possession at the back. The maul is rolling. 5 meters for Paarl Gym to go. Paarl Boys High are scrambling. It's gone a little bit sideways. That's good defense from Boys High. So Hanekom has got a spin out of it. taken to ground. Pretorius is all over it, but he's lost his chance, so it remains in possession for Paarl. Maritz once again. 6 meters to go for Gimmies. Gary Otto snipes. Does it the minute of scrum off. 4 meters now. Slow ball as Smith comes in. Big strong carry from Enro de Jager. Once again, just slow ball for him to work with. So Waldo Hanekom at first receiver decides to take contact. Gary Otto is there once again, probing down the right hand side. Carl Smith tries to think his way through a half gap. Marcus Steyn waiting. It is Steyn that gets the ball, but quickly tackled and brought to ground. Michael de Kock tries to get it off to Henny Otto, but it's gone backwards. This is good defense from Boys High, just keeping him at bay as Maritz once again tries to wriggle his way through a tackle. The ball pops loose out the side, and it is claimed by Chris Null. So good defense from Boys High, and they win possession as Brian Berger now sets it for Ruan van Willing. Trying to run the ball out the back is Chris Null. It gives a chance for Van Willing to pop the ball onto his boot, kick the ball into touch, and just settle things a little bit for Boys High.
Yeah, that's phenomenal defense by the Boys High team, being made to make a lot of tackles. As we know, the Gim team will hold on to the ball for as long as you allow them to, and they did exactly that. But Boys High up to the challenge, went through numerous phases, tackle after tackle after tackle, and got rewarded with a turnover.
This time not setting the maul, opting to go to the midfield. Oh, Gim. Just outside the Boys High 22. Waldo Hanekom hit hard, but rides the tackle well, does the hooker. Good work from Ben Pitta to rip the ball from that maul situation, and there's a chance now for Janse Ace to break the line. To the right hand side for Skeepers to try and get his second of the game. 10 meters to go for Gim, but good contest from Boys High at the breakdown. Carl Smith goes digging, put out. Always going to take 2 or 3 to bring him down.
Just straight off their feet again. The referee's been very strict in that during the entire game. Paarl Gymnasium looking threatening with ball in hand. Paarl boys up for the challenge. One has to say, you always feel in these games that there's one team that has the ascendancy. Paarl and Paarl boys, no one seems to run away with it. It always seems to be in it. Hey? You can never just call this before the end. Look at this again. Ben Pitta, he's been good today. Ball in hand, made a couple of turnovers, and just going off their feet, not supporting your own body weight. Both the supporters, Marco Steyn and what looked like Neil Beekers, and rightfully penalised for it.
Wendell sends it to the middle, is disrupted by Paarl Gim. And it is a knock-on from the hand of Gimmy. So we'll restart with a scrum feed to Boys High on the 10-meter line, 15 meters in from the far touchline.
Lineups have been messy today on the Boys High side, being made very difficult for them by the likes of Marcus Steyn and Slaven Martins, two tall boys in the second row for Paarl Gymnasium.
In it goes by Van Willing. It's a solid scrum from Boys High. Pretorius on the wraparound is Van Willing. Now here comes the back line, straightening it. Good little shovel pass and through the hands. A chance now for Thyron Ross to pick up the loose ball. Quickly tackled though by Luke Smith is Ross. Into the midfield is Marcus Steyn. Here come Gim once again. Smith. Carl Smith hit hard. Doesn't make many meters. Gary Otto has got to reset it once again. Maritz being full of running and always wanting the ball is Jordan Maritz.
Yeah, we look like we've got a couple of players on the field struggling with the injury. Looks like Brian Berger has had a knock to the head. And this is something you can never take too serious, is a knock to the head. Concerning stuff here for Brian Berger. Knock to the noggin. It's not something you want to take lightly. You only have one brain, you don't want to mess with it. It is a big game. You can understand the young man does not want to come off the field. As we look at this, Tyron Ross getting away with a good tackle, and over here, just a head knock there.
Yeah, Brian Berger just knocking his nose against the back of Ross's head has opened up his nose, and there's a bit of blood pouring from Brian Berger. But as we know, Andries, we've seen it throughout the season thus far, is that the medical staff at every single one of the games have been phenomenal when it comes to these things. They're always there, they react very quickly, and the referees themselves get the medical staff on as quickly as they can to ensure that everything is taken care of as soon as possible.
Yeah, and with head knocks, you want to be overly cautious because you just don't know what the future holds. So be overly cautious. Make sure you make the decision that protects the player's safety.
Maritz peels off the back of the scrum. Goes to ground on the 22. It's there for Gary Otto. Short ball to Martins. Gets over the advantage line, does Martins, and now Waldo Hanekom does the same for him. They're starting to grind and they're starting to wind the him forwards. Unfortunately, just as they get their momentum going, slight little knock on cost them possession and hands the ball back to Boys Eye.
It's as if the game is just losing a bit of momentum as a whole at the moment, Tariq. We're seeing a couple of small errors creeping into the game that we haven't seen in the first 42 minutes, and it's just slowing the pace of the game down a little bit. Make no mistake, there's 4 points in it, 18 minutes to go. We're going to have an exciting finish, and I mentioned that earlier. 35 minutes from now, we've got the kickoff in the biggest schoolboy rugby game in the world.
It's a strong carry from Besson on the far side, but this time it is Boys High who go off their feet at the breakdown. Like you say, Andries, it's kind of just become a little bit stop-start at the moment.
It has, and you can't help but want to just go, listen, boys, let's just slow it down a little. We've had a couple of penalties in this part of the field. We're 4 points ahead. We've backed our driving more a couple of times. We haven't had any reward in the second half. Let's kick it over. Let's take the 3 points, go back, let's kick it down the win again, and start over again. And again, as I say that, they opt to go for the touch. It must be a clear directive from the coaching staff or a plan that they had before the games to back their driving more.
It is Steyn that collects at the back. Once again, that maul is set. It's Hanekom once again in position at the back. The maul is moving. It is rolling. But it goes to ground and advantage goes out. The arm is stretched from the referee. Maritz takes contact. Space for him on the left-hand side. He can get the numbers and get the ball out there. Unfortunately for Sturley, juggles it a little bit. That just stifles things, but it remains on the side of him. Marcus Steyn once again with a strong carry. Change of plan from Otto. Smith gets it to Ross. Ross with 2 defenders in front of him. Once again, play is stopped. It seems as though that John O'Sturley needs some attention.
Just worth keeping in mind that there was a penalty advantage. Here the referee telling captain of Paarl Gymnasium they've got the option of either the high tackle that they advantage that they got, or the collapsed maul earlier on. As we look at the back end of this, just juggled it slightly, did John O'Sturley, and didn't manage to make use of that extra play on the edge. And again, this is tough, really tough as a defender to not get there. You've already committed yourself. The guy gets tackled, and instinctively you're trying to get hold of him. You're going around the neck and get penalized for it. I understand why referees have to blow it that way, and that's, you know, that's all good. But in terms of getting penalized for that as a player, it's quite rough. And sanity prevails, in my opinion. You're leading by 4. It's the biggest game of your schooling career thus far. Take the easy 3. Get yourself at least 7 points away, and then make use of the wind that they've got at their backs and try and get into the right half of the field and close off this game.
The Gim probably have seen that Boys High have been up for it. They know the maul's going to come, so they can set themselves early. But this is definitely a chance for Kyle Smith to stretch that lead to 7 points. Smith has done really, really well for Gim. He's been involved in every single one of those tries that they have scored thus far in the game.
Yeah, except the driving maul, eh?
No, he was involved in that. He was screaming from the back. Smith indeed pops the ball over, splits the uprights, adds the 3 points and stretches Paarl Gim's lead out to 7 points. It is 22 points to 15 with 13 minutes to go in this game. Deep restart from Boys High, claimed by Hanekom. And Kyle Smith pops it on the boot. Doesn't kick it into touch, so Pretorius is there to collect. Now, Marno Pretorius has spotted a half gap. The fly half for Boys High. Takes contact just inside the Gim 22. Van Willing keeps it short to Hanekom. Good little drive from him to the 10-meter line they go. On the crash ball is Chris Null. Van Willing. Pretorius. Another big, strong carry for Boys High from Ruet. Through the hands though, but gone backwards, so remaining in possession are Boys High. Building it now slowly through the phases. It's got to maintain possession for a longer period, one does feel, for Boys High. Very flat ball for Daniel van der Merwe, who spills it in the contact. Joining the line is Sturley. Quick ball, Hanekom breaks through the first tackle. Goes to ground. Contest is there at the breakdown from Boys High. It's a fair contest. The ball pops loose on the right-hand side. Illegally so by Luke Smith.
Yeah, referee just informing Luke Smith that if he wants to kick that ball, he has to come from the right side of that ruck. Unfortunately for him, they did exceptionally well to almost get that turnover. Manu Skeppers finds another good touch for his team, and this is what Paarl Gim will want to do. They want to hold on to the ball in the right parts of the field. So they've got the penalty now, kick it into touch, and then hold on to the ball for as long as you can. Force Boys High to make tackles, force him to make as many as you possibly can. Eventually someone will slip a tackle and opportunity will come from it.
Stolen line out, advantage towards Boys High for a knock-on. Van Willing gets it out to Pretorius, who pops it onto his boot. Was taken back, went straight into touch, so no advantage, and we'll come back for that knock-on. It will be a scrum feed to Boys High.
Yeah, an uncharacteristic by the Gim team, not securing that line-out ball. And crucial here, we've got, 10 minutes left in this game. Paarl Boys are trailing by 7 points. They want to get to the right part of the field. They're playing into that breeze. As soon as like it has turned on us again, hey Tariq, so that the wind is going right to left on the field. They're playing into this breeze, our Boys are. They're going to have to get into the right part of the field. Whether they run it there or kick it there, it doesn't matter, but you have to get your hands onto the ball in the right part of the field.
Solid scrum once again. John Rabi gives it to Van Willing, who peeled off it. Good kick in. John Sturley gets a nice kind bounce, but quickly up in the line, all Boys High. Sturley hit hard on the halfway line. It's a good tackle. But he finds himself on the wrong side as Daniel van der Merwe. And it's a contest at the breakdown, and there it is. Daniel van der Merwe, who stuck the tackle, made a good tackle, but just didn't roll away in time.
Desperate stuff by the Boys High team, and you can see the desperation. That was a fantastic tackle, stopped the man in his spot. Unfortunately, just trying too hard to get the possession back and giving away that penalty.
Skeppers once again finding a very good touch just outside the boys' high 22. What will the option be? Gim, they've got the ball that has been rolling and working really, really well for them.
Interesting four-man line-out called here by Paarl Gymnasium, and they've got some sort of sneaky move set up as we look at Michael de Kok being substituted. He's had a strong game as well. He's worked exceptionally hard.
Into the midfield it goes, where Maritz carries strongly. Pitto. Always going to, I mentioned it before, it's always going to take 3 to bring him down when he is on full blast. Comes out to Kyle Smith, under pressure as Van Willing shoots up from the line. Hanekom shovels along to Ross. Ross got a chance on the left-hand side. Big tackle coming in from the replacement as well, at least the replacement prop as well as Zach Liebenberg to get Thyron Ross into touch.
Yeah, good work here by Paarl Gymnasium, making use of the space on the left-hand side with good passes. Unfortunately there, Thyron Ross just bundled into a touch, having the ball in the wrong hand. They didn't have the hand free to try and manipulate the defence. You look at the line going over. Ben Pitto's been tough to stop as he gets extremely close. The turnover won there by Boys Eye, with the advantage going the way of Paarl Gymnasium. A 5-meter scrum here, and this is an opportunity for them to close out this game. We've got 8-7 minutes left. I know it's a lot of time. I know a lot can happen, but in these tight affairs, it's a massive margin. If they manage to score a try here, get your 7 points, they've taken it away from the Paarl Boys Eye team.
Sit.
Good shove coming in from Boys High, but peeling around the back is Jordan Maritz. Maritz sends the offload to Henny Otto, and Henny Otto gets over the line, and that is the try that one does feel puts the final nail in the Boys High coffin.
Fantastic stuff, Henny Otto, Paarl Gymnasium. We've mentioned it a bit earlier, Tariq. This will be a massive, massive battle for Boys High to come back from. A try just on the left-hand side of the uprights. As we look at the solid scrum by the Boys Eye team, taken up by Maritz, draws in that one defender and gets this offload away to Henny Otto. Manu Liebenberg, he had to make a decision. He had to make the decision to go in and make that tackle. And then Jordan Maritz, a little chicken wing to Henny Otto, who gets over for a 5-pointer. And this kick right here from Kyle Smith, not the most difficult kick of the afternoon for him, but very important.
This to take the lead to 14 points. Skews it.
And you know what? You know what? It's my fault. Tariq, I'm going to take it on myself. That is my fault. I've mentioned that they have taken the game away from Paarl Boys High. 6 minutes to go, 12 points in it. Paarl Boys High, if they score in the next couple of minutes, they can come and pull some magic here at Forest Street this afternoon.
Deep restart from Boys High, claimed by Jordan Maritz. Gets to the 22 before being taken down. Gary Otto keeps it nice and tight with Waldo Hanekom coming in on at that speed. One does feel that all Gim needs to do is just either hang on to the ball or do exactly that. Kick the ball out, get it into Boys Eye territory, and tell Boys Eye start from inside your territory. Liebenberg gets to the 10-meter line for Boys Eye, and that's the strong tackle coming in from Gim. You can see plenty of replacements on the field for Boys Eye. Another strong carry through the middle, but the ball is ripped from the grasps of Luke Smith and gives a chance for Gim to kick the ball forward. Skeepers. And all the way into the 22 goes Boys Eye. What a result that is for Gim.
Yeah, a great net gain for Gim. Carl Steyn kicking that ball in behind the defence. Chased it himself. It looks like he's struggling a bit, is Carl Steyn at the moment. But that is a massive net gain for them. And right here, you want your forwards to just take care of it. Hey, You want to get the line up ball, set that driving more, get it on the front foot, pick and go, just eat away at this time.
So once again, Hanekom finds Steyn. But now it comes out to the midfield where Maritz is waiting. She's got to wind the clock down to Gemis as Waldo Hanekom once again makes another strong carry. It's there for Gary Otto. Murat, nice little wrap around from Ian Sais. Gary Otto snipes, puts the Jager through. The Jager gets it to Kyle Smith. Kyle Smith on the outside to Roland Vivier. And if you thought that the game was over before this, Roland Vivier has sealed the victory for Paarl.
Kyle Steyn taking Faure again involvement in this game. We saw a short little line from the big man Henry de Jager to get his team on the front foot. I would have liked to see him in space. He looks like he's got a great burst of pace. The back end over here. There you go, Henry de Jager gets the ball away here. Carl Smith with the offload gets Roland Vivier into the corner. Presence of mind by Carl Smith. He gets the ball in the right hand, gets the handoff away, and he can get that little offload away to the speedster on the edge. Take a bow, Henry de Jager, the big #1 front row forward, just managing as well to get that ball into the hands of Carl Smith, who by all accounts has been phenomenal today.
Morne Skeepers taking over kicking duty. And it is Skeepers that adds the extra 2 points. So Paarl, with 2.5 minutes to go in the game, now lead 34 points to 15. What was interesting in that play, Andries, is that just before everything happened, Carl Smith looked as though he had injured his right leg a little bit. He was hobbling. But in that play, it magically just disappeared because he just saw a try line in front of him.
Struggling with cramp a bit, I think, is Carl Smith at the moment.
Good take from Kutsia. Sets it up. Pito once again goes rolling, does the #3. It's there for Otto. Murat to the left-hand side. There's numbers as Maritz takes contact, keeps the ball in play. Gary Otto. Shoveled the ball on as Martins, but doesn't go to hand, so pops to the side of Boys High. And back will come, play will stop for that knock-on, scrum feed to Boys High.
Yeah, Paarl playing with a team that has a 19-point lead. The freedom that a 19-point lead allows you to play with. They're throwing the ball around a bit, they're taking the chances, they're trying to take the 50-50 chances and just enjoying themselves on the park. Mentioned it earlier, in these encounters, 19-point difference is massive.
Sit.
This is probably the biggest margin that we've had in this fixture for a number of years. But it comes out for Boys High. Can they get the last say in this game? It's a strong carry from Andre Null. Gets his side over the 10-meter line. John Rabi takes the contact pretty early. Doesn't get over the advantage line as it now gets sent into midfield. Continuing to probe Boys High. Tries a little chip over the top. Has the penalty advantage for the high shot. And one does feel that got to pop the ball into the corner for Boys High.
Yeah, pop it into the corner. I was expecting the quick tap there by the Boys High team. Last chance to Linia for Boys High to get away with something before the end of this game. We've seen a fantastic encounter. We've seen Boys High fight their way back into this game after going down early on in this game. And then we saw the magic from Carl Steyn, this Paarl team. They just completely took it away from them in the last 10 minutes.
On the flat pass for Basson, knocks the ball on, and that pretty much wraps the game up and sums the game up for Boys High. It is joy and delight on the side of Paarl Gimnasium, a convincing 34 points to 15 win for them, and that is the second victory for Paarl Gimnasium right here at Faure Street Stadium. The second side has backed up what the under-16As have done. Get the better of Boys High So in the bigger scheme of things, in the bigger context of the matches that has been happening here at 40 Street Stadium, it is Paarl Gym that lead thus far by 2 victories to none. The first game ending in a draw, and the next 2 fixtures heading the way of Paarl Gymnasium. That has been the second sides. But up next, it is the big one. The biggest game in schools rugby in the world. Paarl Boys High, Paarl Gymnasium, first teams will take to the field. So in that second half, it was Boys High that got the first score. Strong carry from Lawrence Rood from a quickly taken penalty of Rowan van Willing. And that was the last time one would say that Boys High found some joy, because Jordan Moritz, that little pass to Henny Otto, got themselves over the try line, stretched their lead out even further, put some more daylight between themselves and Boys High. And then just for good measure, this little snipe from Gary Otto, and the offload from Hendro de Jager to Kyle Smith found Roland Vivier, the replacement winger. That was the final score, the final nail in the Boys High coffin. That handed Paarl the 35 points, 34 points to 15 victory. But that is the way that it ends for the second teams. Up next, the big clash.
Dream. When I got to Africa, I had one hell of a rumble. Wait till you see Muhammad Ali.
Buza Noma Uwan. It's where the beauty is.
He wants the crowd inside the stadium raise the roof.
Home. It's a feeling where the vibe is, right?
South Africa, the World Cup is theirs!
It's absolutely rocking. This is where we gala the most. Anywhere and everywhere.
This is where I express my feelings, my thoughts, my everything.
It's where the queens are.
And the kings. Home is where I am. This is my house.
This is where I am.
This is my house.
This is your moment. It's your minute to win it. It's the pain and the pressure and the feeling you're in it. Being the best out there in the ultimate game. The hundreds of thousands of fans screaming your name. It's making it yours and taking your chance. It's willing and thrilling. It's a sporting romance. Expectation, creation from your generation. This is the Super Sport Nation. Now we fight and ignite, cause the magic's tonight. And we rush and we crush and the feeling's just right. And we race and we chase and we battle it out. And we slay and we pray and we rattle the bout.
Absolutely breathtaking.
And we knock it and rock it and smack a big six, and we shoot it and score it and hit the right mix. This love for the game, and it's not for the fame. This heroes and greatness and history awaits us.
We've just seen something that is just remarkable.
Make it yours. The Birmingham 2022 Commonwealth Games on SuperSport on DSTV.
Okay, we gotta go live now. I need everyone tuning in to SuperSport.
It's time for the main event. We've waited a very long time, and age for some. It is delicious! Glorious! Glorious! Just like...
Are you ready for football's greatest season? Live on SuperSport, only on DSTV.
Goes the shot. Oh, it's an Asensio classic. That is what he does. Oh, and there it is. And the Sanchez Pizjuan erupts. Fabulous finish. This is the Camp Nou, and this is El Clasico. Absolutely brilliant from David Alaba. And it's into the back of the net. It's 3-0.
Watch the Kings of Europe play to their own beat. La Liga, only on SuperSport.
I've been here a few times in the past as a football player manager, and this one always is the most difficult one to win.
Premier League is a crazy league.
The chase, the attack, the wild struggle for survival.
Premier League is the biggest league.
They get some real good players here. You know, he's pretty unplayable, to be fair. Yeah, we've had a few of them lately.
I like to play in this intensity.
That's exciting.
That's what the Premier League's all about.
I didn't expect anything else, I must say.
A manic fight to the finish. Can the champions make it 3 in a row?
It's going to be good.
The hype is real. The Premier League, live it all, live on SuperSport. Stay connected to DSTV Compact for football's greatest season. Broadcast brought to you by Discovery.
It's the super quick Premier's Interschools derby between Paarl Boys High and Paarl Gym here at the Faure Street Stadium in Paarl. And it doesn't get any bigger than this. This is unequivocally the biggest, the largest school rugby derby anywhere in this country, if not in the world. And they are absolutely jam-packed in here at the Faure Street Stadium. There's upwards of 25,000 people. You cannot get another inch of space here. And everywhere in town is either daubed in blue and white or red, gold and green in order to put your colours to the mast and show who you support on this derby day that returns after a 3-year hiatus. The last time these two sides messed was in an 18-17 victory for Gym in 2019. Paarl Boys High prevailed the 4 years prior to that. And at the moment we've got all the fun of the fair. We've had the skydivers, we've got the dancing girls, we've got the drums and bands and the display of the banners. The anthems are being sung. And more than 60-time capped Western Province player alongside me, Morgan New, and you couldn't ask for more than this in a Supersport Schools derby.
Good afternoon, Brett. Without a doubt, this is goosebumps kind of stuff. I mean, the stadium is packed. There has been so much spoken about these two sides. All previous results thrown out the window. It's the next 70 minutes that matter most with regards to bragging rights down in the Paarl region.
Well, if we can call them the bragging rights for the lesser teams, those going the way of Paarl Gym today. The first game today, the under-15A, that was a drawn game, 13 apiece. And then the under-16A side, the Paarl Gym side, was pretty dominant. They ran out victors by 18 points to 7, but the scoreboard flatters Paarl Boys High on that occasion. And then the second team, a 34-15 victory to Paarl Gym. But all that matters not if Paarl Boys High can turn that form line around and win the big game at first 15 level. And what a game it promises to be. Two absolutely star-studded sides that have only lost twice apiece during the course of the year. Paarl Boys High losing to Rondebosch and Grey College. But let's first of all, Morgan, have a look at this Paarl Boys High lineup.
Let's go from number 1 to 8 very quickly. Tian Foster wears the number 1 jersey. Juan Small will captain the side from the hooking berth, while Bradley Stanford wears the number 3. He's also a SAA player. Well, van Heerden Pretorius and Ben Heidenreich make up your lock pairing. And the loose trio is made up of Matthew Fick, who represented SA Schools, alongside Devon Fuller and Hugo Ben Horn. In the backs, it's number 9, Johan Lutz and Thurlow Williams, who will look to direct matters. Well, between 11 and 15 is Jamil de Jong, who also represented SA Schools A-side alongside Luke Carew. And Shah Jahan de Jong, who's the brother, of course, of the number 11. And then number 14 and 15 is Scott Null and JC Mars wearing the number 15 jersey for the men in blue and white.
Paarl Gym also with only the 2 defeats this year, narrow ones, 29-26 to Uffies and 26-24 to near neighbours from Stellenbosch, Paul Roos. But they've had very impressive victories, particularly that against Grey College.
Let's quickly run through that starting lineup for you. In the number 1 jersey, it'll be Jean Faure, while Luca Bacchus wears the number 2 jersey, and Bernard Bledegroen wears the number 3. The lock pairing, Daniel Boita and Keanu Kutsia, while the loose trio is Willie de Waal, Dean Krauser and Lau de Toy. Of course, Keanu Kutsia also representing the South African A-side. The number 9 and 10 is made up of Emerick Liederman and Liam Kuhn, of course the son of former Springbok Louis Kuhn. And then the backline, Joandre van Niekerk, Philip Albert, Janelle Lasper, Enzo Lapuscacchi and Sean Ray.
Thurlow Williams gets us underway here, and it's a big hit on Paarl Gym, straight back to Kuhn, the left foot, hoisted high onto the breeze here, taken in nicely by Jean-Claude Mars. He takes it up into Paarl Gym territory. The game has started with a bit of energy and intensity. Spun away by Juan Lutz to his outside half. Thurlow Williams caught behind the gain line. Here he goes again, Lutz, Williams, a little flat ball to Hugo Ben Horn. They recycle it out through Luke Carew, trying to create space for Jamil de Jong on the left. The oohs and ahs of the crowd as they can feel the power of the defensive hit. Away from Lutz again as Paarl Boys High get a nice bit of recycling and go through the phases early doors here in the opening stanza of this match. A quick clear out here, but have they managed to turn it over? Have Paarl Gym? They have. They come away with it through Jean Faure. This has been typical of the way the game's played. A lot of intensity and energy shown by Paarl Boys High, but their efforts have come to naught throughout the day. And it's Paarl Gym who've shown the patience and managed their game just that much better in the lower age group sides. Digging in there as Enrique Liederman. And away it goes to Faure, who carries. Liederman again. Kun wants it. Thumps downfield. Allowed to bounce by Mars. With a little bit of time and space. He goes for a low one. It's not well struck. Finds a bit of territory though, but there's a bit of space for Jim, who stick it up in the air through Sean Ray. It's a really good hanging kick. Oh, man and ball at the same time. Courageous from Thurlan Williams, but he gets cleared out. And under pressure, Paarl, boys high, come away with it. Gee, there's a lot of energy and intensity in this beginning as they go short side, creating a bit of space for Carew down the right-hand side. He's got away from his man. He's got support in field. Can he get his pass away? He can, but it goes loose. And away come Jim, and they can get it away. There's numbers out to the right. Oh, they've been called back. They've been called back. Gee, what a start this is, Morgan. There's no shortage of energy and intensity.
100% correct. Can I just grab my breath? I mean, that is back and forth, to and fro kind of rugby. Both teams putting the ball in the wide channels, looking for space with the boot. There we see it. Up the blind side go Paarl boys. Fantastic interplay. Still wants to beat. Steps inside. Then he makes the offload. Unfortunately, just doesn't go to hand. Oh, but the cover defense was coming aggressively. Massive hit there from Willie de Waal. And then the counter-attack came. Unfortunately, ref just deeming that flick out the back door, just going forward. And a chance for us to breathe. But a fantastic opportunity here for Paarl boys to just settle things down and clear their lines.
And what an encouraging start for all of you at home watching this. Excuse me, and those in at the ground, that these two sides are prepared to have a crack, even in a game that means so much. The outcome means so much to either of these two sides. It's greasy underfoot because we had some pretty heavy lunchtime rain and the wind is chill and blowing throughout. The early shove from Paarl boys means free kick. Paarl Jim, chance to breathe, chance to take away the pressure.
Yeah, boys are just a little bit over-eager at that first scrum. You always know the first scrum's so important. Trying to lay down them early markers, you know, try and get in the hit, try and get the upper hand just on the first scrum. And unfortunately, the Paarl boys are a little bit over-eager and presenting Gim with the opportunity to clear their lines fairly easily.
So from the free kick, thump down into Paarl boys territory. Taken in by Mars. Feeds Thurlan Williams. A low raker. Kun is back. Gets an awkward bounce. It goes backwards. Tries to run away from the cover. Eventually puts a little bit of pressure on Ray, who sticks it downfield. Awkward bounce for Mars, but he's got a bit of space and now time. Does he see over the top? He does, and he chips it away. Bounces unkindly for the retreating Liederman, and it's actually going to go dead.
Early nerves just maybe playing a little bit of a role there. You know, tentatively, not really attacking the ball. But fortunate enough, ball does get knocked backwards. Plays to the inside. Nice big clearing kick. Both sides looking for space in behind. Trying to keep the forwards going forward.
Kun gets good hang time on this. Uses the wind. Thumps it downfield with that left boot. Taken in by boys high, who've shown a willingness to try and run at the opposition early doors. Pick and carry from Fick. Lewitz digging. Skips Williams and skips everybody, and it's going to find midfield. Might have been a little bit of a knock there. There was. Unnecessary error creates opportunity for Jim.
Yeah, a little bit of indecision there from the forwards coming around the corner. Nobody really presenting themselves, wanting to be the ball carrier. And as Johan Lutz looks up, there we see it, just looks up. Just too many players in one line, not a designated ball carrier. And unfortunately, ball goes to ground, presenting an opportunity here for Gim for another big scrum. And to potentially maybe look to probe up the left or the right hand side of the field before finding space in behind.
Lovely field position, the back line split as Liederman feeds for Jim. Good scrum, held at the back by Dutoy, coming left. Kun is skipped and it's out to Van Niekerk, the skipper. On the left is Johanre Van Niekerk, presents well. Liederman, the cap. Patience that has typified the play of Jim throughout the day. Janeel Losper looking for runners. Botha is met with a crunching hit. Bladegroen still patiently going through the phases. There's been no panic to the way they've played the game throughout the day, Paarl Jim. Inexorably working their way, inching into Boys Hart territory. Now they've created some space. This is Duval going down the left. Good tackle. But across the gain line they go. Bladegroen, advantage being played to Paarl Jim. Up to Kraus. Taking it to the 22. Simple play, but beautifully executed, as Bacchus is the carrier now. They've got any number of ball carriers and all doing it successfully to get across the gain line. Fullback Ray. Now for Niekerk, the skipper. Away to Kutsia. 22 splits the middle of your screen. Liederman, Kun, skip pass on the right to Labuskaghni. Held up, stout Paul Boys High defense. A protracted advantage unless it's been called over, as Botha carries for the third time in the move. This time Kutsia for his second carry. And yes, they will indeed come all the way back for that protracted advantage. And there will be a penalty and an opportunity for early points for Paarl Jim.
You've spoken about game management so much throughout this afternoon, Brett, and again we see the first side just managing not too getting too frantic when they're moving laterally. Okay, with just holding on to possession, finding space in the wide channels, probing slightly in the wide channels. There we see fantastic transitions there from Liederman and Kun. Finding space up the wide channel. This big man carries strongly. It's Willie de Waal who carried nice and strong up the left-hand side of the field. Paarl Jim just showing how effective they can be in just recycling ball, getting quick ball at the breakdowns, and slowly putting this Paarl Boys side under some pressure, and eventually getting caught offside, and an early 3 points here presented.
And the crowd getting caught unawares because a nasty little rain squall has passed over the ground, so the umbrellas are starting to pop up in this chill breeze. It really is crisp for a Durban man down these parts. So Kun with a chance to put Paarl Jim in front from the 22, pretty much straight in front, but the breeze is pumping. Thumped high and handsome, and 3 it is for Paarl Jim. They go in front in the 9th minute. Well, the early exchanges, the flexing of the muscle, a bit of stretching of the legs is a thing of the past now. The game's on now. The first points are scored, and the way they're changing, will it change the way these two sides want to play? Underneath the kickoff is Lo Du Toit, the number 8. He takes and goes to ground immediately. Crosses the bridging finance. Botha at the back. Liederman is called by the referee to make use of it. He backpedals and hoists. Taken in by Boys High, and a little bit of space is seen, and it just skims and goes into touch. Nicely weighted. Kick by Lewis.
Are you a medic?
Yeah, obviously very important at this stage of the game. The rain has just come down. So wind slightly at the back of Paarl Boys, although not, would say probably bring across the field, but field position of utmost importance.
It's going to be a wind that's very difficult to judge, because as you say, Morgan, it seems to swirl, but very much coming off the big mountain across the field from us, as that's taken in comfortably by Kutsia. And the Paarl Jim rolling maul starts to make its way away from their 22, and it's nicely and patiently controlled. Luca Bacchus has it cradled, and they've won themselves a penalty, so they'll have a crack here. Kun up to Van Niekerk. Brushes off the first, held for a moment, but then gets across the gain line, and they go again. Awkward pass from Liederman, never found Bacchus, so with no advantage accruing, they'll come back for the maul penalty.
Yeah, we spoke about the importance of field position. The same applies to giving away silly penalties and allowing Paarl Jim out of their own half easily. We know what a fantastic boot Liam Kun has.
the whole day they've played a style of play that just is so patient and so well managed, and it actually milks penalties. It's almost like just by nature the opposition just give it away. And then they probe up into the opposition half, as Gluyan Kun has done here. Just inside, but it's Jim who have the line out.
Opportunity here for Paarl Jim to launch another attack.
Bacchus over the top of Coetzee, but it finds a jumper at the back.
Right.
Liederman. Inside ball is for Bacchus. Liederman digs again. Coming around on the looper's Bladachrun. He's lost it, but it's gone backwards, so Kun will recycle here. Stepping into trouble is Losper. The release is called. Little error. Little error on the ground gives Paarl boys a chance to get their hands on the ball and to build something.
Paarl boys definitely have done their homework on this Paarl Jim side. Seem to know when the pod's coming around the corner, seem to know when to put some pressure on Liederman and Kun. There we see it. Fantastic feet there from the outside center. Janeel Losper steps on the right and then gets held up slightly. But a little knock-on ensuing there at the breakdown.
There's been no shortage of courage shown by this Paarl boys high in what has principally been a defensive day. The two defeats on the under-16A and the second team side, they put in so many tackles, and it's just a tenet that echoes through the whole school. They have to be good on defense because it's just as if the game management of Paarl Jim is that little bit superior. There's the extra man, the support, undercover, fortunately, the learners of Paarl boys high. Many are standing in the sifting rain on this cold, icy wind that's coming across the ground. Jean Faure, the injured man of Paarl Jim.
Isn't that just great to see?
Tell you what, it's just an incredible atmosphere. The town has come to a standstill. Everybody's here.
All roads lead to Paarl this afternoon.
100%. It's been an incredible experience to come down and enjoy this and just see how much everyone and every school, both schools, just gets completely and unequivocally embraces the day and gets involved in everything. Now it's our chance to have a look at the learners of Paarl Jim and their cheerleaders and their musicians playing, and even though the play stops, there's just no shortage of entertainment. Change. Jean Faure's going to leave the field. That's an early substitution. Sad for the young man if he's off the field permanently in a fixture such as this. You so want to play in it, and in 13 minutes and maybe your derby's done. But here is Paarl boys high with a sniff just inside Paarl Jim territory, and they have the scrum feed through Juan Lutz, and they're a bit on the back foot, but it holds. Thurlan Williams, plan move coming off the left is De Jong, and they've released outside for Scott Nell. Great cover tackle. Kun makes a brilliant tackle. That is quite special, but a lovely piece of creativity from Paarl boys high.
I have to agree with you there, Brett. Really, really enterprising play there from the Paarl boys side. Plenty of decoy runners coming around the corner was Jahan, and then just sleight of hand, fullback to beat, makes the offload. Seems to stumble just slightly, which holds him up a little bit, but the cross cover from Kun. Really, really impressive.
Coetzee wins the ensuing line out, and away come Paarl Jim from in front of their own goal line. Liederman back to Kun's left boot, prodigious. Waiting for it is Williams. Spins it in field to Jean-Claude Mars. Brushes off the first, not the second of Coetzee. That's the 10 meters line of Paarl Jim away to the left of your screen as Lutz digs. Goes to Williams, needs quick hands, has them. Releases Devon Fuller. Away to Nell again on the right, his second run. This is Fuller again. Lutz. This time Fick. Heidenreich at his shoulder. Lutz again. Paarl boys hammering away. Will they have the patience that their counterparts have exhibited throughout the day? Lutz Up to Juan Small, the captain. Meters short, getting ever closer towards that Paarl gym line. Looking for a hero. The little snipe from Lutz himself. Penalty given away. What a timely intervention by Paarl gym.
Great steal on the ground there from Paarl gym. Not quite sure who the number was that got over the ball so effectively, just nullifying that attack. But Paarl boys definitely looking like they're coming into their own, getting their hands on the ball for longer periods of time and really starting to put this Paarl gym side under some threat.
Kun looks for the near side touchline, finds safety. Here's another look at how the movement ensued and how the penalty eventually was given away.
Yeah, some fantastic feet there by Williams to get that move started. And then off the right foot comes Scott Null. Holds on to it fairly well. Quick ball is the order of the day for this Paarl boy side. And there we see it. Two big men getting over at such a strong, steady base. I think the steal come from Keanu Kutsia, who's the SAA schools player as well. He makes that steal for his side just in time.
Bacchus comfortably won. They've got the three options. They've gone Buerta, Kutsia, and Lo Du Toit in the line out. And they will maul their way outside their 22. Nice carry by Paarl gym. Trying to milk yet another penalty and allow the Kun boot to probe up against the near side touchline. Down it goes, but it's over his own player. You can hear the referee, and this may be turnover. It is. Paarl boys may trail by just 3 on the scoreboard, but they're certainly not going away early doors here. This is a game. We're going to have a cracker here in the super quick Premier Interschools derby. The derby, Paarl Boys High against Paarl gym. The 104th renewal of this fixture. 49-42 gym lead, and the rest are draws. I heard a whisper from our director saying he backed a draw today. I thought that was quite a bold prediction to make.
Without a doubt, matches of this nature have such a test match feel to it, Brett. Low scoring, both sides, probing, feeling each other out.
And there's a buzz. There's just a little hum around the ground of expectancy because no side has really stood up and gone, well, we're in charge. There's just been a bit of cut and thrust from both of them. Paarl gym expected to stamp their authority early. It hasn't happened. Yes, they're ahead, but Paarl boys have come to play. As Lutz feeds. Held at the back by Hugo Ben Horn. Williams takes it flat. Who's on the loop? It's Luke Carew. Showing inventiveness in the back line are Paarl Boys High, and they win the penalty. A chance to draw level.
Penalty for not rolling away there from Liam Kun, just getting stuck amongst the feet of this Paarl Boys side, and an opportunity here. There we see it. Once again, starter moves. Very creative by Paarl Boys. And then Liam Kun just guilty of not rolling away or not making enough of an effort to roll away. And opportunity here for Thurlan Williams to level matters.
On a regular sort of day in most parts of South Africa, you'd say this is regulation because it's, what, 3 or 4 meters outside the 22 and just in line with that right-hand upright. But this wind is now pumping. And I'm, you know, right-footed kicker, you'd expect him to draw it in from the right-hand upright to the centre. He may actually have to aim this left-hand upright and cut it back because the wind is pumping from the far side of the ground. So whilst this looks simple, the pressure of the day and of the strength of the wind, this is not easy. To draw level, Thurlan Williams. Cool as a cucumber. It's 3 apiece.
A bit like my golf swing. Bit of an inside out there, Brett, but there we see it. All concentration, head down, follow through. 3 points.
Complete commitment. He didn't ease that. He gave that a mighty thump. So 3 apiece here. 20 minutes gone. And no real indicator as to who's in the ascendancy as Kun gets things underway again. Who wants it? Lashing onto it is Carew and stepping away, finding a bit of space. Small outside him is Bradley Stanfleet, the big tight head. Gee, they are showing some enterprise. Counter ruck comes from Paarl Jim, but they've given away the penalty. There's a bit of momentum here for Paarl Boys High. And the blue and white clad supporters are becoming a little bit more vocal than those in the other colours.
Clearly the results from the rest of the day, no bearing on what we're currently seeing. Paarl Boys definitely on the ascendancy, putting this Paarl Gym side under some serious pressure, and now find themselves sort of between the 10 and the 22 on attack. And with this backline that has been so effective, I expect ball from the top, set it to the midfield, and bring the forwards around the corner.
They are jammed in here. They're not going anywhere. They want to be here, and they want to be able to say tonight, we were there and our side won. Schwan Small, the skipper of Paarl Boys High, holds it high, goes to the back, finds Hugo Ben Horn, and a little drive on as pick and go do Paarl Boys High, perhaps a little bit unexpectedly. Now it's Devon Fuller. Away to Horn. Switching direction. Thurlan Williams calls for it. Jamil, I beg your pardon, Scott Nell. Lutz. Taking it flat and close. Paarl Boys patiently going through the phases. Thurlan Williams. Inside ball to Tian Forster. They come again, quicker recycle. Thurlan Williams with lovely hands. Carew on the switch. Stout defense by Paarl Gym though. Lutz is in there to release Thurlan Williams again with a lovely step. Out on the left is Jamil de Jong. Up towards 10 meters from the line. A little bit hasty, Lutz. He lost it, but regained by Van Heerden Pretorius. It's being held up. They need to get it down, otherwise it'll be turned over. It is going to be turned over. Important for Jim.
Yeah, great rugby there from Boys. I thought transition between backs and forwards really effective. Varying up their game, coming short, then going around the corner, bringing players back on a switch, keeping this Paarl Gym side guessing. But met with some solid defense in the wide channel as well. And the referee calling the ball quite quickly there, I thought.
The 16th man is getting pretty vocal in the Paarl Boys supporters enclosure. But here's a chance for Jim to relieve the pressure on their line. Kun standing out of picture, back on his own dead ball line. Can the Paarl Boys High scrum create bad ball, create a bit of pressure on the solid base that is the Paarl Gym 8?
I suspect 8th man. Loaded toy to probably pick up, hit the 12. Give Liam Kun on his left foot a bit of an angle to kick from.
Sit steady.
Enrique Liederman. It's flat to Philip Albert van Niekerk, the skipper of Jim. Gives a bit of space and time for Liederman to spin it back to Kun above his head, put it onto that big left boot and thump it down that far touchline. It hangs in the breeze and bounces very unkindly. It's picked up by Luke Carew, however, who changes direction and immediately puts Paarl Boys onto the front foot once again. But it's been turned over. Liederman hoists. Ugly bounce. Who wants it? It's really scrappy, but it's Paarl Boys who come away with it somehow. Little feint from Shah Jahan de Jong. He takes the hit and they'll have to start again. Counter ruck is from Paarl Gym and it's effective once more. An absolute melee on the ground there, and the referee decides the scrum will go to Paarl Boys High.
Boys High just sometimes guilty there of not committing enough players to the breakdown, not giving scrum of Johan Lutz a bit of a base from which to work. Very scrappy ball down there. And I think lots of players wanting to get their hands on the ball, and, you know, there we see the kick. As you mentioned, bounce of a rugby ball, so unpredictable, but eventually through the legs. And then another little flick, putting the ball in the wide channel. Paarl Boys obviously looking to find space in the wide channels.
Off picture, lining very deep away to the left of Paarl Boys High. They've actually foregone the short side. The right wing is looming up outside centre. Here's Williams. There's going to be a set move. Carew. De Jong. straightens and takes the hit. And the recycle, or the attempted from Paarl Boys High is prevented by Paarl Jim not rolling away, and there's a chance for Paarl Boys High to take the lead.
Not an easy kick, as you've already mentioned. On a dry, windyless day, this would probably be a given 3 points, but Thurlan Williams struck the first one really well.
He looks a confident player. I think he's had a good start. It helps when you're playing well, ball in hand and running and releasing your backs outside you. He's done very little wrong today, and he's looking quite a little general in the number 10 jersey for Paarl Boys High. This will boost his confidence that he's displaying even more if he can stick his team in front.
Of course, also SA Schools player, so he's bringing a lot of confidence from having represented his country.
Hits it well. Watch the flags. Up they go. A second success for Thurlan Williams. And it's Paarl Boys High who go in front by 6 points to 3. Smiles amongst the blue-clad spectators. There's a long way to go, folks. Don't start celebrating just yet. Hang time on the Kun kick. Up goes Jamil de Jong, takes. Has to be released. Tackle called.
Second back.
Back to Williams. He has to go downfield because it's called taken back. Labuskachny sticks it onto the left foot. I beg your pardon, it was Ray. It's a good hanger. Oh, what a good contest that was. Courageously taken out of the air by Jean-Claude Mars of Paarl Boys High. And they win the penalty. All the momentum is going the way of the blue and whites now.
Ill discipline there from the captain, Philip Albert van Niekerk. Referee just telling him to release, and unfortunately, just so tempting, having such a strong, steady base over the ball. But the Rocket had obviously already beaten him, hence the call for release.
Relieving kick from Thurlan Williams. We'll have another look at this. Very good hoist by Ray, the fullback. This is equally good. Excellent timing in the air from Jean-Claude Mars. Spins out of the take. And then the penalty.
Textbook from both sides.
So it's Small to feed. Goes to the front. Quick variation. Lutz. Flat ball to Thurlan Williams. Who's running onto it? It's the big fella. Stanfleet.
Where's the ball?
Released again. Fuller. Lutz. Nice quick hands amongst the forwards, just in a pod outside Lutz. Lutz again. Fick. Trying to be creative, but not sucking in any error in the Gym defense, and they've ripped it free, so they can counter here. They've got numbers, but not a lot of pace out wide now because it's all the forwards as Luca Bacchus takes it on, and it's he who wins the penalty because this time it's Paarl Boys who don't roll away, and it's a chance for a little bit of a momentum shift, and they're being marched back into their own territory for that added transgression.
Small margins are games like this. Just throwing the ball away there was Devon Fuller.
Not much angle to work with for Liam Kun, but he's taken his team into a very good attacking position from where they will feed a line out just outside the 22 of Paarl Boys High. Into the last 5 minutes of the half, and it's just kicks that show points on the board. 2 by Thurlan Williams for Paarl Boys High, 1 by Liam Kun for Paarl Jim. 6-3 the blue and whites lead.
Come closer, open up.
And all of a sudden, as we head towards halftime, our director's call of 3-all, or it's not 3-all, rather a draw.
There's a possibility. To the back they go. Taken down, and immediately Bacchus comes away with it. Bounces off one before being brought to ground on the 22. A hole appears, and through it tries to go Keanu Kutsia. Liederman. Lovely solid defense by Paarl Boys High. No quarter asked or given as Kun gets in a little bit indecisive. Feints to go right, switches left. Liederman, who's his runner now? It's Bacchus again. He's carried any number of times. the Jim hooker. Oh, were there any arms involved in that? But it's really hard hits going in. The skipper, Fanica, cuts across the 22. Rolls a precious yard further. Bacchus again. Liederman will dig. Progress is slow. Coetzee this time. Liederman. Kuhn looking for someone to run straight and switch. Well read by Paarl Boys. A little bit of space on the right is negated quickly as Labuschagne comes in field, and it's ripped away and kicked into space downfield, and the unpredictable bounce of the rugby ball favors Paarl Boys as it rolls away deep into Jim territory, and it's the Blue Voices that are louder here.
Really good rugby from both sides there. Balcom holding onto the ball through a number of phases. There we see it coming around the corner is the forwards, stepping off the right, carrying nice and strong. Is the winger, Enzo Labuschagne, and then Fortune just loses it. Jahan, or Jamil de Jong rather, puts it on the boot. Slips as he does so, but nonetheless, the chase was good.
Up goes Kraus. He takes it down at the line out. And the Jim maul has been pretty solid throughout the day at all team levels, and it making slow but steady progress outside their own 10 meters line. Bacchus in the back, Kraus joins him.
Own player, use it. It's your own player.
Liederman goes high into the sky, not his best. Hasn't got much distance on it, and it's a knocked back by Paarl Boys. They may have won it on the deck. Quick protection, Lutz. Doubling back as Hugo Ben Horn. Just inside Jim territory.
Use it now!
Game's lost a little bit of its momentum. Now Lutz sticks it into the sky. Nicely weighted. Gathered in comfortably by Kuhn. Liederman goes to the box as well. Little bit of space now for Thurlan Williams, and he sees, looks over the top. Has he overcooked it?
Keep the mark.
Oh, it's going to go. Has it been carried? It's been dotted down. That needs a bit of judgment. You know, obviously just got over the goal line in time before it could be dotted down safely. Thurlan Williams seeing a bit of space behind the back line and just not judging it as he would have liked. So we're coming towards the end of this first stanza, and it's been ebb and flow back and forth, but the Paarl Boys side, who came in the punditry said as underdogs, and they've given it just as good as they've got. They lead on the board 6-3 as Kuhn sticks it downfield. Lutz returns it, and he returns it with interest. That is beautifully weighted by the Paarl Boys half scrum half.
Fantastic play there between Johan Lutz. Just seeing the space in there in that back corner. Puts a nice low raking kick just above the heads of the first line of defense and rolls it into touch. Paarl Jim under some real pressure now. Line up, they got to win.
Bacchus will find his man and does so. Finds Coetzee. They come away with it.
No time.
Kuhn under pressure does well. Does very, very well. Finds an excellent touch.
That is a really, really impressive clearance from
middle.
Deep in that back corner. Wind, of course, blowing across on the left boot. Doesn't have the angle. And gets the appreciation from the crowd.
Could be the last set piece of the half. And still we are none the wiser as to how this one's going to turn out. Juan Small. Nicely taken in by Paarl Boys under the contest. Now they too will have a try and a crack at a maul here.
Out.
3 got called off. That's Bernard Bladekroon.
It's your own players.
A little bit isolated is Paarl Boys. Quick as the support. Taking it on is Pretorius. Lutz is in there sharply again. Hugo Ben Horn tries to get his hands around the tackle, and he does so, but not with much momentum. Patience required by Paarl Boys High. They have it. Thumping onto it is Bradley Stanflit. They have a penalty on the stroke of the break, and they may just have an opportunity here to stretch their lead.
We've spoken so much throughout the afternoon about the importance of that couple of minutes just before halftime. And Boys Eye there. Once again, here we see it. The big men coming, running hard and straight, putting this Belgium side under real pressure. And there we see just not releasing of the tackler. Penalty to Boys Eye. And we can take the score to 9 points to 3 as we head to halftime.
He's had a lovely afternoon as Thurlan Williams. Confident runner, quick hands, nice feet, kicked well out of hand, and he's 100% off the deck. This is his third kick at goal to stretch the lead to 6. With no trouble whatsoever, Thurlan Williams succeeds with his third penalty. And at the break here at Faure Street Stadium, in this massive Super Quick Premier Interschools derby, it's Paarl Boys High who lead for the time being at any rate over Paarl Gym by 9 points to 3. That's all we've got to show for scoring in this opening half is men kicking it off the deck. First of all, Liam Kuhn with his left boot. That was early doors as Paarl Gym went in front. And thereafter, the smiles have become broader for the supporters of Paarl Boys High, because Thurlan Williams has been unerring in accuracy with his educated right boot, and he's struck 3 that have split the uprights, the third on the stroke of the break. And at that break here, half-time at Faure Street Stadium, Paarl Boys High 9, Paarl Gym 3.
This is your moment. It's your minute to win it. It's the pain and the pressure and the feeling you're in it.
I
Beat
didn't
the
see it
best out
coming.
there in the ultimate game. The hundreds of thousands of fans screaming your name. It's making it yours and taking your chance. It's willing and thrilling. It's a sporting romance. Expectation, creation from your generation. This is the Super Sport Nation. Now we fight and ignite, because the magic's tonight. And we rush and we crush and the feeling's just right. And we race and we chase and we battle it out. And we slay and we pray and we rattle the bout.
Absolutely breathtaking.
And we knock it and rock it and smack a big 6, and we shoot it and score it and hit the right mix. This love for the game, and it's not for the fame. This heroes and greatness and history awaits us.
We've just seen something that is just remarkable.
Make it yours. The Birmingham 2022 Commonwealth Games on Supersport on DSTV.
But I tell you what, this Boys Eye pack has stood up.
Yes. Welcome back to Faure Street Stadium. Half-time is a thing of the past. In fact, the players have been ready to go for a minute or two. They've been waiting for the match officials who've come down the tunnel, having had their half-time libation. And 35 minutes of intense schoolboy Premier Interschools, super quick Premier Interschools rugby awaits us. Liam Kun to get things underway. His team trailing by 3 points to 9. It's all come by way of kicks. As forward comes Karoo, and he courageously takes the smash and still keeps the ball on the deck as Lurtz, the impressive little scrum half for Paarl Boys High, feeds equally impressive Thurlan Williams. Downfield onto Ray. The lanky Jim fullback starts to run and open it up a little bit. Halfway line. Liederman. Bacchus, who's carried manfully throughout the entire first half. He's been the principal ball carrier. Now Kraus. Contest on the deck called off. Kutsia. Liederman again. Kraus again. Solid start this by Jim to the second half. Kun looking for an inside runner, finds Bacchus. Liederman will release Buerta. He steps the big lock forward, gets across the gain line as there's some front foot ball for Jim here. Liederman showing patience. Kun infield to Losper. The slight centre gets hammered back. Liederman again. This time to De Jager, the substitute. Liederman. Fortunately, it finds Kun. He'll switch to Losper, who starts to step and is cut down briefly. Goes again. Liederman. Bacchus. Carrier principle. Liederman. Good hands from Kun. Releases Ray. 22 right of picture. They've made good progress. Buerta was a little static when he actually got it, but still keeps. Bacchus claps his hands, calling for it. Switches Kun. Fanikirk! Can he go all the way? No, he can't. A desperate tackle as the whole crowd got onto their feet, expecting the try, the opening try of the match. Good start to the second half by Jim, and Bloodachron takes it on, and they've lost it. Turned over by Heinrich. Now thumped downfield, and the chase is on. How will the ball bounce? It bounces for Ray. He steps, he slips, he goes again and still goes. What a start to the second half. Crunching it downfield. Paarl Boys now with a chance to skip and step through their fullback, Jean-Claude Mars. Man down out of picture. Lurtz will look for the sanctuary of that far touchline. No, he doesn't. He sticks it up onto Fanikirk, the winger. Now Ray will return with interest. Play stopped. Medics on the field. Any number of them. Away to the right out of picture. There's a Paarl Boys High man down and seemingly in some difficulty. Wow. No, it is sad to see a man down, but the referee's done the right thing. Immediately the gurney's onto the field. It looks like a neck injury because there's been some incredible enterprise from particularly Paul Jim as we've started the second half.
Looks like a bit of a head knock there in that collision just as he's about to make the hit. Just a bit of a head collision, so sense prevails. Play is stopped. But what a start to the second half. Much of what we saw in the first half.
Exactly. When you thought sides might feel each other out as you start to get into the rhythm of the second stanza as they did in the first half. No, it's have a crack from wherever we are on the field from the word go. And it's hard to believe that there hasn't been a try in this match when there has been so much enterprise and creativity shown by both these sides. A really impressive game of schoolboy rugby that we hope you at home are enjoying. The 104th renewal of this wonderful, super quick Premier Interschools derby. Paarl Boys High and Paarl Jim. 49-42 it is to Paarl Jim, with the rest of those games draws. There's not much to choose, and over 100 games. They are so clearly and evenly matched. Unfortunately, there's a big Paarl Boys High man. I'm not sure who. I think it might be Brad Stanflet here, who's down. No. SAA player. And he's getting the necessary medical attention, and some concerned faces from the opposing supporters, quite understanding the gravity of the situation. But it's going to take a bit of a while.
definitely seems as though the halftime chat in this Paarl gym side was the inside ball. It seems like Liam Kuhn definitely looking to take the ball to the line, and that catch-up defender maybe looking to be exploited. You know, Paarl boys have come off the line hard, but I think that inside catch-up defender has just been slightly lazy, something that maybe the Paarl gym coaches have picked up. We saw a number of that happen in this opening 3 or 4 minutes of the second half. Liam Kuhn taking to the line and playing the inside ball. And I suspect to see a lot more of that as this game progresses.
Necessary medical attention. I'm sure he's in good hands, and let's hope for his sake. Let's see how it happened. There you can just see peeling away, bottom right of your screen now, and immediately in agony.
Looks like his knee could have just got stuck there underneath the collision potentially, but we'll try and get some answers for you with regards to that injury.
Well, he's being gurneyed from the field, and what a lovely touch. Thurlan Williams has run all the way back to the gurney, given a little handshake to big Brad Stanfleet, and is seeing his mate stretch it from the field. An unfortunate interruption to what has been a wonderful game of rugby.
You talk about Thurlan Williams, quite interesting to see what Paarl boys have done. They've dropped Thurlan Williams onto the right wing. They've moved number 14, Scott Null, in to defend in that 10 channel, suspecting that Kuhn might kick it into the corner, and then they can hear the reply from a fly-off. So interesting to see what boys have done here. Let's see if their plan works.
So, play underway again.
Krauts.
10 meters line, just at the number 8 feet of Paarl Gym, their own territory.
Sit, steady, steady.
It looks like Gim will look to set up Philip Albert van Niekerk, their captain, down that 12 channel.
Liederman running across field. In comes the left wing, Johandre van Niekerk. Liederman again. Kutsia. Krausen to quickly support.
No.
Presents it nicely. Liederman has a go himself. Gets his pass away. Lost forward. Counter chance for Paarl boys half. Back to Thurlan Williams, who immediately thinks of the right boot. Sticks it straight into touch. They're going to come back for the original knock-on by Paarl Gym, and it'll be a Paarl boys scrum.
Yeah, really fantastically creative there from Gim. And then just the interplay, small little offloads not going to hand, unfortunately for Paarl Gym, who look to get back into this encounter. And then, as we mentioned, Thurlan Williams immediately looks to put it on the boot, goes directly into touch, but the referee comes back with a previous knock-on.
One of the features of Paarl Gym throughout the day has been their patience with the way they've managed their game. But they haven't trailed. Now they trail, perhaps that patience gets a little bit frayed as you're chasing the scoreboard.
Krauts.
Scoreboard pressure, time ticking away.
And they've still got plenty of it, but it just feels like they've got to get that early score.
Stay, 7.
Good scrum. Away to Williams.
Stop 12.
Goes
stop
for the
12.
low raker. Well read by Ray. Gets the bounce he wants. Positions himself. Left boot. A territorial gain for Paarl boys half.
Really good rugby there from Paarl boys. Just feels as though every time Thurlan Williams gets his hands on the ball, starts to take control of this encounter,
17.
Paarl boys find themselves on the front foot, moving forward, find themselves with field possession. So Gim will have to look for some answers, and I think it might just come in the form of Liam Kuhn.
Take a step, and you guys come closer. Take a step. Come closer.
Field position for Joan Small and his Paarl boys half forwards.
Right.
They need secure ball in this line out. Go to the back.
Okay.
Not straight. Oh dear. They haven't made too many errors in this match of
Captain, option.
Paarl boys half, but there was a gilt-edged one. That was a great field position. Good view, good view, good view of the crookedness of the throw. Nervous men. Those in the heat of battle are probably the coolest in the house.
And in the background there, we see Paarl Boys scrum coach BJ Botha. Of course, a man that needs no introduction.
Right, boys, on bind, we need to sort out that stability, please.
Well, whatever he's done, because most of the Paarl Boys scrums throughout the age group teams have suffered today at the hands of Paarl. Not so here today. In this particular clash, Paarl Boys High have been even perhaps a little in the ascendancy in front row. Paarl Gym feed.
Sit steady.
Scrum wheels. They will re-scrum.
I won't be passing too much comment on what happens in that front row. Because unless you've played there, I don't think you know.
Who does? It's a deep, dark art down there in the scrum. They will have to reset this one for the third time.
Once again, this Gimmy side standing very deep, potentially looking to maybe want to probe before just putting it on the boot.
Untidy scrum again. Wheels away. This is Kun. Has a dart. Well tackled by his opposite number in the Paarl Boys lineup on that occasion. Luke Carew. Botha. Bloodachron. Liederman tries quick hands. It gets out to Jahandre van Niekerk, who nearly lost it. Liederman again. Kutsia battering away at the stout Paarl Boys High defense. Bloodachron thumped to the ground. So they have to go to the boot. They've tried a couple of cracks.
Stop here.
Now they go to the sky.
Backwards.
Courageous.
No, it's not on the ball. No hands.
Lutz has been good at scrum half. His ability to decide his options has been sound.
No hands up.
Carew has a go. Now Lutz is in trouble. They need to just be a little bit more incisive, do Paarl Boys. They've just lost a bit of their rhythm. Front foot ball provided by Forster. Thurlan Williams goes to the sky. Rugby collision.
No hands up. Leave it.
Liederman lost and lost forward.
Good rugby there from both sides, I thought. First Paarl Gym, then the return there, Thurlan Williams. Seeing plays going nowhere, steps back in the pocket, puts up a nice high bomb. Rugby collision, as you mentioned there. And then good discipline on the ground there from Paarl Boys as well. But eventually the pass out to the wide channel just gets knocked on. And an opportunity here for this Paarl Boys backline that has been extremely creative in the opening 44 minutes to launch another attack.
And they've forgone the short side. They've done away with the right wing. So a feed for Paarl Boys High to a 10 meters line attacking scrum. No scorers yet in the second half. 9-3 it was, all by way of the boot in the first half, and so it remains. Lutz, flat ball, Carew. Oh, the passes misses, but Lutz picks up the scraps, ever alert. Tries to step his way out of trouble, but runs into it. Hugo Ben Horn up to Joan Small. Using the forwards for the time being after the area in the back line. Forster. Lutz. Thurlan Williams with a little step and elusiveness. Loops one over the top. Releasing De Jong out here on the left, and he goes and has a crack. A little isolated now. Has to be getting support quickly. They may have turned it over. No, they haven't. Lutz goes short side, sticks it on the boot. It hangs for De Jong, and away they go. It's going to be a score for Paarl Boys High through Luke Carew. The bounce of the rugby ball has brought Faure Street Stadium and Paarl Boys High supporters to life. It was a speculative little toe in front. And Shah Jahan de Jong was the man to gather. And he's running unopposed. And what daylight is appearing between Paarl Boys High and Paarl Gym now.
You spoke about the bounce of the rugby ball. Johan Lewis just finding a little bit of space in behind there. You're not kicking deep into the 22. There we see it. Comes from nothing. Little dink over the top. Commitment from the big man. Gathers it. And of course was never going to be stopped. Inside the 22 with no one in front of him.
There was very little option. He went one way and then had to switch. Just towed it into space. The contest between de Jong and Ray, won by de Jong. Touchdown, try, the first of the match. Big moment. Thurlan Williams to add two more, From the touchline he has. Paarl Gym with it all to do now because Paarl Boys High has stretched their legs here and lead by 16 points to 3.
Who would have thought 16 points to 3? At no point did it feel as though Paarl Boys were going to get such a big margin on this Paarl Gym side, but they look to take their kick quickly now and get back into this as quickly as they can. They have to score next to stay in this encounter.
Absolutely. There's still time on the clock. We've spoken about the merits of the whole school's patience in the lower league games, but now they need to show it, but get their hands on the ball, be patient, and go away. And go away they do. It's Jean-Claude Mars stepping confidently. He flung a speculative pass out. It's picked up by Liederman. End-to-end stuff here as the intensity of this fixture starts to lift. Buerta. Diaga. Man hurting just behind the ruck as Kun goes flat to Losper. Liederman looking like a little bit of energy sap, but they know they've still got a job to do and get back on the bus. They have to. Diaga carries and carries well. Trying once more as they make themselves available inside Paarl Boys High territory. Diaga acts as scrum half. Creates a bit of space for Kutsia. Crunching hit on Van Niekerk. Liederman's digs. Bacchus waiting to carry, and carry he will. Not with as much purpose and energy as you could understand after 49 minutes of rugby. Oh! Met with an uncompromising piece of Paarl Boys High defense. Kun switches to Van Niekerk. He steps and goes again. Heidenreich over the ball for Paarl Boys High. He's been called off it though. Liederman, Kutsia, deep to Kun. Stepping as Duval. They just can't get across the gain line here against this redoubtable Paarl Boys High defense. Kun flat to Kraus. Tries route one. Liederman with a quick recycle. The ball goes to nobody wanted to claim it. Van Niekerk and Losper get in each other's way, but they've still managed to keep the ball, but they've lost 10 precious meters.
Quick ball is needed here by Paarl Gym.
They are getting the message sent back to them by this uncompromising Paarl Boys High defense. Devon Fuller with a massive hit, and they've turned it over. They need quick hands here. Can they get it through the hands? Small loops it over the top. De Jong is away again. Just into touch. They are playing with such confidence and belief now, Paarl Boys High.
Fantastic rugby all around. Paarl Gym creating the turnover. Or Paarl Boys rather creating the turnover and then looking to exploit into the wide channel. And I think Paarl Gym just guilty of shoveling it on, not getting into, not being more direct enough, not bringing their forwards around the corner nice and hard, direct. old school, I would say, rugby.
Captain.
There we see it once again, gathered out the air. This was much earlier from the kickoff. Fantastic feet, look for the offload. Just didn't go to hand and gave Paarl Jim an opportunity from Losper to counter-attack again.
Right, boys.
So plenty of to and fro rugby.
And
some ruthless defense from both sides as well.
Ruthless is the operative word, and Paarl boys particularly have been absolutely uncompromising. Devon Fuller there putting in a massive hit. But they've been rattled at Paarl Jim. The fact that plan A hasn't really worked, they've tried, they've been patient, but they haven't been able to stick to their guns and bear any fruit out of it. So now they've got to do all the work again from their own 22, and they trail by 13 points with time ticking away. Buerta wins. So back to the maul they go. Can they milk a penalty? And there it is, not rolling away, and Kuhn's boot will be used to get inside Paarl boys' high half.
Opportunity here for Liam Kuhn, just to clear the lines. Go win a line out, hold on to the ball, get nice and direct. We've seen as soon as Liam Kuhn plays on the advantage line, looks for that inside pass, they start to gain some momentum. And they'll have to dominate possession and field possession if they want to get back into this encounter.
And they've got to get noisier, because they've got to lift their team. A side that's looking somewhat deflated now because they've just been manned up to by Paarl boys high this afternoon. They've got nowhere to go. They've only got and there they win the line out to Paarl boys. Pretorius towering into space and claiming it against the throw. Confidence growing ever higher in this Paarl boys high side. They believe now. Lewis sticks it over the top. Ray calls for it and takes it and sets off and is cut down just inside his own 10 meters line. Liederman, Bacchus, who seems to be almost a singular carrier. Ball loose on the ground, counter ruck by Paarl boys high, playing with so much confidence, so much energy, but they give away the penalty. They're doing everything they need to do at the moment to win this one, Paarl boys. They are really up the intensity, whether defensively or on the attack. No, it's an excellent left-footed kick by, excuse me, Leon Kuhn. If it's not the sniffles, it's the sneezes. Bacchus, he's carried umpteen times this afternoon. They perhaps just look need a little bit more variety in their ball carriers. Predictable that when Bacchus gets there, he gets swamped by Paarl boys high defense. He now feeds the line out that is won by Lodetoy. They peel around above the head to Losper goes! He's through, he's isolated. It's Liederman's the scrum half. Can they recycle quickly? It's slowed down, it's slowed down. So penalty advantage as Bacchus is the carrier once again. Liederman's goes. Pitu, the substitute. On they go again with Duval.
Tackle!
The release is called, they have to, 10 meters out. They need to score now, do Paarl Jim, to get back in this one. Liederman's away to the left, Kuhn with a little feint and go, gets it away through the hands, Ray! Meters short, they'll come again.
Release!
I think the advantage is still being played.
I think it is, yeah. Look at the size of this pod. Van Niekerk, the skipper, has a go himself. They're slowing it down at Paarl boys. They've been pinged once as De Jager has a crack, and does he get there? Short is the call. They will go through Buerta. Still short. Liederman's has to get it. Oh, that could be a card. It's a penalty. I thought it might be a greater sanction for that knockdown, but he's saying he went for the legitimate interception. Fair comment.
Very difficult to go forward from the base from 9. You've really got to be very quick.
Captain, no.
And that's a big turning point. Thurland
He
Williams
went for the
potentially in the bin.
He's been the general. He's been the general.
But there we see it. Great counter shot. Losper, just fantastic feet off the left, off the right. He needed support at this point. Met with some solid defense. The cleaners eventually came. And then the big men came into the game.
Back live, and it's Kutsia who takes it. They maul their way towards the line. Another penalty advantage as all the pressure now coming from Paarl Gym. Diaga and Pitu at his shoulder. The defense of Paarl Boys High is incredible. Liederman has a crack himself. Short is the perennial call from referee. Botha, however, gets over. The yellow scrum cap of Donio Botha has got Paarl Gym back into the game.
Important kick to come. Brings the game to within 7. And then when it's in within 1 score, they'll always feel like they're in it.
Wow, what a game we're having here. The super quick Premier Interschools derby has lived up to all expectations. And as you say, Morgan, this kick from Liam Kuhn is huge in the context of having to score but once instead of twice. Here's a look.
There we see it, the first, the backs carry, I think it was Enzo Labuskaghni who carried nice and strong. Then Losper had a dig at the line, and then the big men came into play and eventually got over for a 5-pointer. And what a crucial 5-pointer at this stage of the game. Important for them to score next.
Kuhn to add the 2. Lots of height on it. Watch the flags. Up they go. Up they go. With 13 minutes to go in this match, Paarl Gym have reduced the deficit to just 6. This could go either way.
On a knife's edge. Is this fantastic Interschools derby?
Well, 3 years ago was the last time these two sides met in this derby. COVID put pay to the interim years. And on that day, it was 18-17 to Paarl Gym. Are we going to see something so similar? Can't be identical, of course, but who knows how this is going to turn out.
1917?
Yeah, you never know, yeah. So Thurland Williams, the general, gets things underway. Taken by Kraus, hard hit on him. Up to the 22. Belief returns into this Paarl Gym side as Kuhn launches down that far touchline. Forward comes Miles, takes it on the run, the fullback, heads for the corner, still going, tries to get a pass in field, bounces back into his hands, and it's still alive for Paarl Boys High. Can they come again? What a brilliant performance by the fullback from Paarl Boys High. Small, the skipper. The pressure returns once again to Paarl Gym. As here go Paarl Boys High, crashing with their forwards towards the line. Through Foster. Standing off is Pretorius. In the shadow of the posts. Advantage being played. Back to Williams with the drop. 3 more. Crucial points off the boot of Thurland Williams. End-to-end stuff here at Faure Street. Paarl Boys return to a 9-point lead.
What a rugby match we have on our hands. Thurland Williams, cool as a cucumber, steps into the pocket, advantage being played, takes the extra 3, takes the score to 19 points to 10. Yeah, we see it. Puts his hand up, steps back, and adds the 3 for his side.
And look at the reaction of the crowd just beyond. There's no time to waste here. We're up and running again through Ray, the fullback, stretching those long, languid legs. And he runs once again into the blue and white wall. Liederman, Botha, the try scorer. De Jong makes the tackle. Liederman digs again, and they've got a lot of work to do as a bit of rain starts to fall again. This releases Labuskaghni, and he's away. The chip is called for. There's the pass in field. It's going to be a score for Liederman. What a game we're having under the sticks. Absolute brilliant response from Paarl Gym. Look at the reaction. Euphoria one moment, despair the next, and return to euphoria as Paarl Jim are right back in this.
And who better to score than this man, Losper? It seems as though he may have been cramping. Sorry, Liederman. Emmerich Liederman, he has been absolutely everywhere. He's done so well for his side and full value for his 5 points. There we see it. He starts the move from the base. Goes to Kuhn, who throws the big ball over the top. Clean pair of heels. Does the support line, does Emmerich Liederman. And then still has presence of mind to take it under the poles because he knows how important that extra 2 majors be in the greater scheme of things.
I cannot pick a winner. It is just so end-to-end. What rich entertainment. And you've still got 10 minutes of it at home. Don't leave your seats because Kuhn has added the extra 2. 19-17. Who would want to go anywhere else but here? It's been a special Super Quick Premier Interschools derby. And we are still in, well, no idea as to who's going to win this one. Paarl Jim were 16-3 down 5 minutes ago. It's 19-17 here at Faure Street.
I called it. If we called it now,
stop the game. Yeah.
Stop the game.
Thurlan Williams, who moments ago was a hero when he stuck over the drop, but now the pressure's on once again. They've got to hang on to a 2-point lead. Forward comes Kutsia. He takes the kickoff, which is a little deeper this time. It's Kraus. Liederman, try scorer, will spin it back to Kuhn, who will probe down that far touchline. Jean-Claude Mars, who's run with purpose and certainty throughout the bulk of the afternoon, this time goes to the sky. Kraus takes. Good clear out from Paarl Jim. Charge down, kick charge down. How's the bounce? The gather and the score. Can you believe what's happening here? Can you believe what's happening here? Opportunities at either end of the park are being taken. Consultation time. It hasn't been awarded yet.
Looks as if he's going to award it.
It's awarded. The try is awarded. The Gym boys are broken, but Paarl boys' highs erupted again. The kick was charged down. The bounce of the ball is always so unkind. But this time it was kind to Paarl boys' high to gather and score. And Thurlan Williams can add the extra 2. Hugo Ben Horn, the tireless number 8, has done his job. He's charged down the kick, picked up the charge down, and gone over near the uprights. Wow, this is incredible.
What a game of rugby we're witnessing. Here we see the replay. Ball gets passed back to the captain Van Niekerk, who looks to put it on the boot. But Hugo Ben Horn creates the charge down, then still has the presence of mind to slow it down.
Oh, he lost it.
Does
he lost it?
Score?
It shouldn't have been a try. He lost it. My word. It doesn't matter because there's no TV referrals, but the 2 added, 26-17 to Paarl boys high. But a palpable knock on there. Should there be a TMO? Should he have referred it? We will never know because we're on again and going. 26 points to 17 it is.
That's the ball. Leave it out.
A mountain to climb now for Paarl Jim. Penalty, Paarl Jim, they still live.
7 went off.
Decision time here for Paarl. Do they take the 3 points or go for the 7? Get within 7, still have an opportunity to score.
They're going for
went
7.
past the ball and then grass it back.
26 points to 17. The first half was a real arm wrestle, a dogged struggle where the boot prevailed. 9 points to 3, Paarl boys led. It has come alive with try scoring in the second half. 2 apiece. Oh, the throw wasn't straight. Man mountain that is Luca Bacchus has just fed incorrectly. And it gives the opportunity for Paarl boys high with time ticking away, precious minutes ticking away. They will have the feed to a defensive scrum.
And not a single individual has left this ground.
Why would you? It has been rich entertainment. It's just sad for me a little, Morgan, that there was an error there on that last try. Yes, Paarl boys may yet have gone on to win it. And it was a great charge down by Hugo Ben Horn, but it was quite visible for all to see that they were ball lost. Try given by the on-field officials. Maybe we've got to have a rethink.
Begs the question, should we have a TMO in
If it's available, why not?
games of this magnitude?
100%. Good kick from Thurlon Williams, quickly taken. Ray in trouble. Has to straighten and did so courageously. Kutsia spins a long one out to Finike. Losper inside him. He provides the bridge. Then Bloodochrun. Liederman will start again. Gee, there's been some hits put in by Pretorius today. Penalty, though, goes to Jim.
There's the ball.
Opportunity here once again for Liam Kuhn to put it deep into the half of Paarl boys and hopefully win a line-up this time and set up a driving maul.
It just has to happen right now. They've got to score now because there's just so little time remaining on the clock. 5 minutes, you hear the referee call. There's an element of resignation in those faces of the Paarl Gym supporters. Kutsia will keep trying and win another line out, and they will maul again. Bacchus carrying at the back.
Right, that's use it once. It's fine, it's through the
They've
middle.
got the use it call, and they roll into the 22. Have Paarl boys turned it over? Yes, they have. Slowly but surely, the signs of victory are starting to appear. They've done enough. Just 3 minutes and change to go. And then Paarl boys' heart will erupt in the celebration of victory and what has been a monumental fixture here at Faure Street this afternoon.
Krauts. Bind. Sit, Stevie.
Tight head. Away it comes to Paarl Gym. That was so important and so unexpected. There's the release. Liederman up to Kraus. De Jager's there. Liederman again on the loop. He tries himself. He's run purposefully throughout the afternoon. Losper stands in at scrum half. Goes up to the perennial carrier Bacchus.
Right now,
he has not shirked any work this afternoon. Liederman up to Pitu. Liederman again to the try scorer Buerta. Is there time yet for something special still to come? Even the fullback Ray is in there for Jim, and it could have been turned over. It has, lost by Jim. Back to Paarl boys high. The impressive Lutz spins it to the equally impressive Williams. And just time ticking away, and safety of the touchline is all they need right now.
Plenty of concerned faces here. But Paarl Gym have to go and score from this movement. Go back and score again.
Again, no, it's impossible, surely. I'd hesitate to call anything impossible the way the game's gone this afternoon. End-to-end stuff. Kraus, there's the maul. Collapsed. Own player, says the referee.
No hands now, tackle, no hands, no hands.
They've got to release it quickly. Find the runner, Labuskachny. Unusually in the standoff position. Liederman again. Bacchus, the perennial provider, gets a meter closer. Places it well. Coming on a crunching run was the light figure of Losper. Held up over the line. They'll come back and they'll have one more chance. But one more is not enough.
Great rugby there. Once again, from Paarl Gym. I thought that they brought the forwards into the game nicely there, driving Maul. And then the backs just coming around the corner off the shoulder of Liederman. But unfortunately, held up over the try line. Still an opportunity here for Paarl Gym to score and potentially take a quick kickoff and go back. And score
Is there
again.
time? It's referee's time. Our clock says a minute to go. The referee might have just a little bit more. Liederman spins away to Kun on the switch for Niekirk.
Right, no answer.
Liederman, De Jager, bounces one off, goes again himself, still going with Porter at his shoulder. Coetzee, he has a little snipe. Nothing little about Coetzee. Bacchus, he deserves something.
They need to go 2 channels wider within that breakdown.
Kraus, Heidenreich with the hit.
Leave it.
They go again and a score! There is the second try for Liederman. My word, this game is still alive.
That means there's still a kick left.
He needs to take the kick quickly.
20 seconds.
20 seconds.
20 seconds. Yeah. Let's go. You need to drop.
He's been told by the referee he's only got 20 seconds. If he takes too much time, they won't restart. So he's got to get the kick away so they can have a restart. There's the kick. Up go the flags. There's still a little bit of time.
Oh my word.
26-24 and a pulsating conclusion to this Super Quick Premier Interschools derby. The derby of all derbies, and the game is provided. Liederman gets in for his second try. Or was it Losper, the centre? Might have dived over there, beg his pardon. So, just time for one more phase of play. 26-24, time is up on the clock. They've got to get into field position and get a drop goal, get a penalty, or can they even get a try? Bacchus comes away with it. Who will remain the coolest? Kun has to spin it. The little juggle from Kraus creates a dummy. Away he goes. There's the penalty. Final whistle hasn't been blown yet, but that doesn't matter to the spectators. They are spilling onto the field here in unbridled elation and joy. Herman Williams.
Not something we want to see. The game has not officially been blown for 17 minutes yet by the referee.
Referee's got no chance. He's got absolutely no chance here. How's he going to clear the field here? All they had to do was tap it and kick it into touch, and that was it at any rate. But scenes, almost expected scenes, because of the nature of this game, how much it means to these sides to win this Super Quick Premier Interschools derby, the 104th edition. And it's Paarl Boys High who prevailed today in the narrowest of finishes in a pulsating second half of rugby. 5 tries were scored in that second half, but they led crucially through the boot. 9 points to 3 at the break did Paarl Boys High. And then 2 tries, one by Hugo Ben Horn and one by De Jong. A try by Porter, Liederman, and then that third try on the brink by Losper means that in a pulsating conclusion to this epic Super Quick Premier Interschools derby here at Faure Street, it's Paarl Boys High who have the bragging rights for another year, because they've won over Paarl Gym by 26 points to 24. Smiles all round for the blue and whites. Absolute unbridled joy and elation. It's been a special day. It's been a wonderful exhibition of schoolboy rugby of the highest order. And justifiably, the Paarl Boys supporters have lifted their players aloft in celebration. Gee. What an advert for Super Quick Premier Interschools Rugby. What an advert for schoolboy rugby in South Africa. And what an advert for this incredible derby that is Paarl Boys High versus Paarl Gym. In front of 25,000 packed in here at Faure Street Stadium. It's been a nail-biter to the bitter end. And a 9.3 advantage, 9 points to 3 advantage was cut back to a 2-point advantage, but still enough for Paarl Boys High to win this one. 26 points to 24. Disappointment for the green, gold and reds. And there will be that contentious moment with that Hugo Ben Horn try when he lost it forward from the charge down. The try was given by the on-field officials, and that may be yet a talking point, a sad talking point, in what has been an outcome of an excellent game of schoolboy rugby.
I couldn't agree with you more. What a fantastic spectacle of rugby this was between two fantastic rugby schools. We opened it up with the ladies and the dancers and the drums, and there was just so much leading up to this encounter, and it lived up to every
Well, I'm glad we only have to wait another year before it comes again, not 3 years, because as you say, the build-up with the cheerleaders, the bands, the flag processions, the introduction of the headmasters to the respective schools, the cheerleading, the choirs, the anthems that were sung, and the games that preceded it that built up to the spectacle that was the first 15 game between Paarl Boys High and Paarl Gym. And then things got underway, almost anticipated, a forward dominance from Paarl Gym, a penalty resulted. Paarl Boys High got rhythm, got into the game. Thurlan Williams started to control things. He kicked 3 penalties in the first half in testing windy conditions. And at the break, after these 3 penalties, it was 9 points to 3. Gee, did the game come alive in the second half. The wind settled, it got a little warmer, the field had dried out, and then this moment of opportunism, Lutz with the chip, the bounce of the rugby ball, the contest from de Jong, and he was away for the first try of the match. And with a conversion by Thurlan Williams, that put the game 16-3 in Paarl Boys' advantage, and you thought, well, they'd done enough. That wasn't going to be the case. Paarl Gym had a lot of fight in them yet. After bashing away at the line any number of times, eventually it was the big lock forward Botha who got over and scored. Then straight back down the other end of the field, a drop goal from Thurlan Williams. That made it 19 points to 10. Presence of mind, even under the advantage, to stick over the extra 3. This reliable right boot of Thurlan Williams. Elation for Paarl Boys supporters. Back came Jim with some excellent running. Enzo Labuskachny down the right. Support on the inside was from scrum half Liederman, and he showed good toe to get over under the sticks. 19 points to 17 with 10 minutes to go. Anybody's game. And then this moment, Van Niekerk with the clearance, Hugo Ben Horn with the charge down. But watch this. Does he gather it cleanly? You be the judge. I think not. But nonetheless, try given. And that opened up suitable daylight between Paarl Gym and Paarl Boys High. And Paarl Boys High were 26-17 in front with awarding of that try. You can see the despair and disbelief from the Paarl Gym players. And this try at the end was merely for pride, as it's Losper that got in for the try, and it reduced the final score in those scenes to 26 points to 24 to Paarl Boys High, and they have the bragging rights over Paarl Gym. So it's now time to go down onto the field and join Andre Strauss for the after-match presentation.
Today's Super Quick man of the match, handed over by Henny Smith from Super Quick Paarl, goes to Thurlan Williams Faure from Paarl Boys High. Thurlan, that is an emotional game. Fantastic finish to the game. How do you feel?
It's the first time we won them, so and like it's just a mess of great feelings. So like I just can't describe it. So like we work so hard, so and like I'm just glad that I actually like eventually like paid off. So
You've had a massive season, played in the winning Craven Week team, got selected for the SA school team. How did this rate towards that?
So I just feel like that was another confidence booster, sir, but it doesn't come like closer to playing with boys, sir. Like, this is my everything, sir, and like just pulling on this jersey is like something huge, sir, like something that you can't describe, sir, and like it's really special, sir, like, yeah, sir.
Thurlan, I love the passion. Congratulations once again. Go and enjoy this victory.
Thank you so much, sir. I really appreciate it, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
So what a magnificent performance by Thurlan Williams and his Paarl Boys High Chargers, because in this super quick Premier Interschools derby between Paarl Boys High and Paarl Gym, it has been an excellent encounter. It's been a gripping encounter, but it's Paarl Boys High who've won this one, 26 points to 24.